ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning, Misfits. It is 2 Thursday, and we have a packed show for you. I'm really excited about this show because we're going to be bringing on a guest. I did have to pre-record it, but it was last night, and it was late last night. But if you guys have never heard of Gary over at Paramount Tactical, not only is he a great source for 2A knowledge and what have you, but he sort of jumped into the fight with the woke right, and more specifically Candace Owens, and that's how we sort of got connected. I was on his show, and he decided to return the favor because I got to be completely honest. There's not a lot of brand new 2A news, but I have. Justin Flood is also going to be coming on for 2A Thursday. I want to try to hopefully make that the theme of Thursdays, where we try to bring on 2A guests. So we'll see if we can fill spots, and we'll test that out. I don't know if you noticed, but I have a new little feature here where the three of our affiliates or sponsors will be at the top of the screen. Scrolling, I stole that idea from Sean, but it's a good idea. So Sean taught me how to do this last night. But yeah, if you guys can't look at, I don't get paid for this. I mean, well, a little bit, but this is not my main source of income. But the sponsors and affiliates, I only use them because these are actually great products or great companies. So I wouldn't put something on here because I don't care about the money unless I thought it was something that you should either use, buy, utilize, what have you. So that'll be up there so I don't have to keep reminding you because I always forget. Anyway, I bought a Castle Flex and I love it. That's amazing. Let's see here. Let's pull up the chat and say hi to everybody. The interview with Gary is about 36 minutes long. So we're going to cover a couple quick stories. On the Edge bought a Castle Flex and loves it. Castle Flex, first of all, Dan over at Castle Flex is an amazing guy. And when my mom was sick, she passed away last year. But when my mom was sick after she fell and broke her hip, he sent one of those out to her, and it really is one of the best, actually the best. It's the best product that I've ever seen for increasing assisted flexibility by yourself. For instance, I used to be a personal trainer. So what you do when you stretch your clients, you guys have probably seen this with with athletes, you'll have the trainer pushing the person's leg. Their leg will be here, and then the trainer will lean into it. The Castle Flex is a strap that you put over the bottom of your heel so that you can actually do that yourself. It's an amazing product. Highly recommend you go check that out. The promo code for Castle Flex is Misfit12. We have Patriot Pouch. We have the Heartbeat brand. I have a couple other affiliates. I'll just keep cycling them in and out. But just wanted to let everybody know that will be there for your viewing pleasure. Hopefully it's not too distracting. I don't think it is. And let's get right into, we're not going to be doing the daily breakdown because we don't have time. Couple of quick things. All right, great for launching water balloons. Love it in the chat. An IRGC command and control center has been decimated by U.S. strikes. I don't know about you guys, right? But I am feeling the fatigue of doomerism and blackpilling based on the fact that Donald Trump hasn't destroyed the #1 state sponsor of terrorism in just a couple of months. I mean, I figured it would take a little bit longer than that. I gave it 6 months before I said I would start maybe saying, let's wrap it up. It has not been 6 months, but I do think that Trump has made a critical error in messaging. And that critical error is he keeps telling us that it's almost over, right? I would have preferred him to have said at the beginning, give me 6 months, right? Because what happens is when Trump keeps coming out and saying it's almost over, it's almost over, it's almost over, it's almost over, I understand why he's doing it. But I think that that's creating a lot of like, hurry it up. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? So I hope that this will wrap up soon. But look, man, it's a war. It's not, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be quick. But sometimes it is necessary. All right. Moving on. This is just amazing. First of all, fearless of Jerry Seinfeld to do this, but this is probably one of the greatest mic drops I have ever seen. Right, as you may have seen. In fact, let's jump into this real quick before we do that, so that we can contextualize this. The people of New York, look here. This is what I just wrote. I live in San Antonio, and I'm not even a Spurs fan or a basketball fan, right? I don't really care about sports. When I say the Knicks deserve to lose, it has nothing to do with sports. The Knicks deserve to lose because New York City shouldn't have any kind of win. This is New York City last night. Look, they're literally destroying a taxi cab with the Palestinian flag, Free Palestine. This is the warm embrace of collectivism under Zohran Mamdani, right? This is what happens when you have a lawless, no cash bail, recidivism. When you don't take the approach of Rudy Giuliani, this is what happens. So I don't want to see the Knicks win because I don't want New Yorkers to be like, yeah, we're awesome. You're not awesome. But speaking of Palestine with these Free Palestine people, listen to Jerry Springer absolutely shut this guy down, and then look at this guy's face after.
That's the old dude.
Oh, Jerry Seinfeld.
What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a Free Palestine? Can we get a Free Palestine? Come on, give us one Free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. Boom. He's right. He's right. There's never been a nation state of Palestine. It's a territory in Israel. How can you free Palestine? You can't. All right, and here we go. We're at 8:10. Yeah, okay. We got some time. We got a few more seconds. FYI, almost forgot to give our wonderful producer Eli the credit he deserves for another banger thumbnail. Paramount Tactical Talks Tactics, right? The conversation that we're coming up with, this is Gary, and this is actually a picture that I pulled off of the internet from Gary, and all I did, I told Eli, I go, just put me in the picture and make me look cool. And he did. All right. Finally, right? We've been talking about this a little bit. Jake Lang, okay? I talked about this. I covered Kevin's show, so I can't remember if I was talking about this I know I talked about it on both shows, but I can't remember if I was talking about this particular part on this show or Kevin's yesterday. But long story short, Jake Lang got arrested. He's for terroristic threats, okay? What he had done was he went outside of the courthouse like Carmelo Anthony thing, and he said that Carmelo Anthony deserved to be hung by a tree or should be swinging from a tree, right? Look, as disgusting as that is, that's free speech. A lot of people thought that that's why he was arrested. So they were like, he got arrested for just being racist. No. Jake Lang got arrested because he said that he would take care of Carmelo Anthony himself, right? So the original reporting that came out, his girlfriend from his page said, take care of it himself. And then he and he's an idiot, by the way. He should not be doing this. Then he decides to record a phone call, and he changed his story. So now he was saying what I had said would we the people would take care of Carmelo Anthony. Either way, dumb, right? So the prosecutor is going to love this video. Check this out.
Hey guys, it's Jake Lang here. I'm in the Dallas County Jail. They ripped me off the plane today. Dozens of officers treating me like El Chapo. They drove me through the tarmac. They've arrested me for a felony, what's called terroristic threat, simply because I said that if the jury did not find Carmelo Anthony guilty, that we the people will deal with justice. And this.
Hold on. You see what he said there? He said, simply because what I said was if the jury didn't find Carmelo Anthony guilty, we the people would deal with justice ourselves. That is threatening a jury. That is intimidation of a jury. Now, whether or not he said, we'll take care of it ourselves, I'll take care of it myself, or we the people will take care of it ourselves is completely irrelevant, right? If you come out and you say, if you don't convict that guy, we'll take care of it, after saying Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree, pretty sure he's in some deep doo-doo.
This is a classic case of a lawfare used to squash a First Amendment protester like myself. We had a press conference, an LED truck, speaker system, everything.
Okay, who cares? And then, you know, there are people that are like, I think that that's a little much. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a 19-year-old black guy who was arrested for terroristic threats right before the Charlie Kirk shooting for the same thing. I'm sick and tired of people making these bullshit whataboutism, blah, blah, blahs, right? Yes, black people have been arrested for this. Yes, people have been arrested for this. Yes, it's illegal. No, it's not lawfare. Real quick.
Wearing that badge.
This is also Jake Lang. I never seen this video. I never seen this video before, right?
Police brutality, you people deserve to be put down. I think you're a diseased, disgusting animal that beat up an innocent, poor, defenseless woman. And you need to be prosecuted for it. For treason and hung right here in front of the Capitol on national TV. We'd love to see that. You're an animal and you're a disgrace. You beat women up wearing that badge, using your baton, stabbing at Victoria White. You left her disconfigured. How do you face yourself? How do you wake up every day?
Wait for it.
How do you put on that uniform? You're a stain to the uniform. You're a slug lower than the lowest dirt. And on January 6th, I stood against you with a baseball bat. And by God's grace, you will be taken down by the hand of the Lord.
This video goes on for 3 minutes, and we don't have a lot of time, but bro, Jake Lang is like, yeah, I was hitting you guys in the head with baseball bats. You deserve to be, they said they deserve to be hung too. Dude, this guy is, understand that the First Amendment, which I am a free speech absolutist, but I am a free speech absolutist. I am not a illegal speech absolutist, right? There has to be law and order and rules so that people don't just run around doing stuff like this. And Jake Lang, he doesn't understand free speech, just like Chud the Builder doesn't understand the Second Amendment. And speaking of, let's get into our wonderful conversation with Gary, because we do bring up Chud and we do bring up the Second Amendment, and you have to know your rights, because you can't just run around. The anarchy and chaos and what have you, that's third world country stuff. We're the best country in the world because we have law and order and freedom, and you can't have one without the other. All right, here we go. Enjoy this conversation. I will be in the chat. I will be listening along. I will be, typing back and forth with you. Here we go. Gary, thank you for coming on the show. I know we were going to, well, I was hoping to bring you on live, but weren't be able to. But you were so gracious, you actually just jumped right on, and we were going to pre-record this last night if you're watching right now. And, you know, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on was because I just saw you on Dan Bongino with Ami, who's another good buddy of mine. And I told you today is I do themes of the day for my show, and today's 2A Thursday. So I figured, who better? So tell everybody a little bit about yourself. I'll just read your little bio here on X. Green Beret, warrior, instructor, patriot, political dissenter, capitalist, and smartass. Last one is the most important. But you do, I believe you do training, tactical training, and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I own Paramount Tactical Solutions. We're a training company. Myself and most of my instructors are former special operations, but we train military, law enforcement, and civilians from basic to advanced firearms tactics, defensive handgun, tactical carbine, long range. We're kind of known for long range, and that's kind of just because, well, number one, long range is still my favorite, but we get a lot of views on our long range stuff when it comes to YouTube. You know, there's a lot of stuff on pistols and carbines, but I like to get into like a lot of detail when it comes to setting up what a good long range rifle actually is, what that means, how to set it up properly. We sell a lot of optics and things like that. We even have our own line of custom long range guns. So we're kind of known for the long range stuff. But again, you're welcome to go to ParamountTactical.com and check out everything that we sell. That's another great way to support what we do, for sure. That's really my primary source of income. It's definitely not YouTube. I'm just here to make sure that we get the truth out, whether it's firearms or whatever else, Gary, including Candace Owens or anyone else out there lying and grifting. We're gonna challenge you on
Gary,
it.
are you telling me that you do not make $7,000 per post, but that you get from Israel to push the Zionist agenda?
You know, I wish I did, man. I wish I did.
Too.
I wish.
Me too.
I wish. You know, I'm hoping that one day I'm just going to see an Israeli, well, maybe an Egyptian plane fly over my house and just drop a bundle of cash, some golden menorahs. So far that hasn't happened, but
well, you never know. You can always one can hold out. You know, I get the accusations too, and I mean, my real job is you know, I do home remodeling. I own my own company, and I was like, you know, when that whole thing started, I didn't really kind of put it together on what the actual tactic of it was, but recently I saw Megyn Kelly on Sean Ryan, and he was saying something along the lines of like, Megyn Kelly goes like, "What is Core MAGA?" And he was like, "Oh, the pedophile protectors." And you know, it sort of clicked where I was like, "Oh, this is blitzkrieg messaging. What it is they just say something over and over and over again, right? Where it's like very difficult to refute, because they really are just trying to do the association. Like, and I did this on my show the other day with a different guest where I go, like, for instance, if I say 800-588-2300, you'd say like Empire, like, you know, the Empire commercial.
Yeah, I do. It's been a minute since I've watched TV.
So you're the first person that didn't do that. But that's what it is, right? So what I believe is going on is they're just trying to associate. They're trying to just sort of subliminally associate it. It's the same exact Marxist tactic the left does by calling MAGA Nazis and racists, right? It's just over and over and over again, just blitzkrieg messaging. And that way, people who aren't informed, who are just sort of, you know, the regular normies who don't live online or watch news all day, they just subliminally go, "Oh, MAGA are Nazis," right? And then so the new narrative is $7,000 or pedophile protectors or Zionist shill. But here's the thing: this is coming from the right, right? This is coming from, well, some of it. Like, I wouldn't say I wouldn't call the Marxist woke right actual true right, but you understand what I mean. And anyway, so you've gotten caught up in this because of your, I guess, beef with Candace Owens. So I'm sure that you are going through the same thing I'm going through, which is dealing with her insane Marxist followers who are doing the same, engaging in the same type of cancel culture that we've probably gone through with the left because we were Nazis and racists.
Yeah, no, I think at this point, other than Erica Kirk, I'm probably the most named person on her podcast. But you know, it goes deeper than that. And this is where I got caught up in this because originally how this started was, again, I was a big follower of Charlie Kirk. I watched all his videos, huge fan. And of course, when he was killed, it felt personal. And look, I am extremely skeptical of the government. I think most Americans, and especially those of us on the right, are, as we should be. Like, the government lies. So, you know, I wanted to know exactly what was going on with Charlie Kirk. I wanted to cover the story no matter what the outcome was, because he was a person that I loved and I admired, and I think was one of the greatest voices in American history. So I started investigating that and just on my own. And what it really, you know, what I was kind of shocked by, within a day or two, we were flooded with all these crazy conspiracies. And, you know, it was like the palm gun. It was three different camera guns were shooting at Charlie at one point. Tunnels underneath Charlie.
Yeah.
You know, the Bushman. All of those things. So what I just started out originally doing was just kind of debunking the dumbest of those one at a time. I think, like, for us to get to the truth, you got to separate the wheat from the chaff. And I thought it was really important because I saw all of this as a distraction. And what was crazy, just me going out there and saying, look, dude, it's not a palm gun, and here's why. I got the video right here. I don't see any muzzle flash. We don't see any recoil. By the way, the energy transfer that we see with Charlie is clearly not a small caliber. This is a high-powered rifle round. I've seen this in combat. I know what it looks like. This is not, you know, some small caliber, you know, ammunition that hit him, you know, a round that hit him.
Sure.
It's just not what we're seeing.
Yeah. And,
so,
you know, I mean, well, I was dealing with the same thing. Now, you are what I would consider like a gun expert, because it's your field. It's what you do. I mean, I see all the guns behind you. I have a few behind me. And if I brought all of them in here, my wall would look like that. But, what I am is I'm a gun enthusiast, and I'm a hunter. Right. So it's funny. Like, this is a comment that I just got just yesterday. Right. And this was me just talking about, you know, Candace's strategy. And this guy goes, all I know is a 30-06 didn't do that to Charlie Kirk, which is I've debunked this. I'm sure you've debunked this. And well, I go, well, then you're a retard. And then my reply to these people is, how many times have you shot a 30-06 into something with flesh, bone, and a heartbeat? I guarantee it's less than I have. So this guy just goes and posts a video of from YouTube with these gun tubers, and the way that they have proven that a 30-06 couldn't possibly have done that to Charlie Kirk. They shoot a pork loin. Yeah, a pork loin which doesn't have skin, bone, blood pushing through it.
Doesn't have the mass.
Yes.
Like, anytime that you shoot something larger, like, it's going to absorb and transfer more energy. So like, everything that these people have done with this have turned this into a joke. Now, what I think you and I will both agree, and I said from the very beginning, like, the result that we see is atypical.
Yes.
But there's still lots of explanations for it. And you know, look, just so people know, I'm a former sniper team leader. So I've been shooting long range going back to 2004. I was a sniper team leader during the 2003 rather. I was a sniper team leader during the initial invasion to Iraq. When I got back from, I was with the 101st. When I got back from that, I went to special operations, and I was 18 Bravo, a weapons sergeant. So this is what I did. And then when I got out of the military, and then eventually started our own business, training people in long range, I started getting into, even before I was on YouTube or anything else, at that point I was already doing gun reviews and ammunition technical assessments and evaluations for companies, right? So these companies would send me firearms and ammunition, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
So, like, this is what I do day in and day out. With that being said, the thing that people need to realize is there's three types of ballistics: internal, external, and terminal ballistics, right? And if you do any hand loading, you are really good at internal ballistics. You understand what's going on with the firing process within that gun. If you're good at long range, you understand the external ballistics portion of that, taking into account a lot of different variables and being able to put a round on target regardless of the conditions that are going on and regardless of the distance. What we don't spend a lot of time on is doing a lot of studying of terminal ballistics, especially on human beings, and those are very different. And there's also just not a lot of studies and things like that. And even though I've been into combat, been on 4 different combat deployments, I've seen a lot of stuff. The fact is there's really not a lot of people out there that are genuinely terminal ballistics experts, and especially not experts on 30-06.
Also, but why would they, right? Because a lot of people think that like life is like a movie where they go in and they take the bullet, they study it, and then they match it up and they put it into a computer and find out if it's been fired from a different gun. Most of the time, or I wouldn't say most of the time, but I would say it's probably common when you have, let's say, a shooter, let's say a rifle, and let's say a victim, a dead body, and I mean, if it's fragmented or what have you in there, they're going to basically go, okay, we don't need to do some CSI on this, right? Because we kind of know what happened. I mean, it's they matched it up to the same caliber as the weapon that was fired. The bullet, according to the reports, was fragmented. We have the actual gun with the DNA from Tyler Robinson. We have the confession from Tyler Robinson. We have the video of Tyler Robinson. We have the messages where there's a secondary confession of Tyler Robinson. It's like, do these people online really think that the smoking gun, that the linchpin in the case is going to be the bullet, right? So, and this is again why I said earlier, I don't know if it was before we had to restart because of an audio issue, but where I was saying like the reason why conspiracy theorists do this is because you can't disprove a theory, so that's why they throw out theories. That way, when you try to sort of debunk their theory, because it's a theory, they can move the goalpost very easily, and then they just sort of flip it back on you.
Well, it's a logical fallacy right off the bat, right? It's like me going outside. This is the game that they play. It's like I'm going to go outside, and I saw Bigfoot. Yeah. And I'm going to show you a picture of me in the woods, and it's like I saw Bigfoot, and here's the proof. They'll take all of these tangential, like they never provide proof of their claim, and as the claimant, it's the burden of proof is on you. Yeah. But what you're asking me you're flipping that around and now saying me to prove you wrong. Yeah. And that's not how this works.
Well, I mean, this is what they do, right? So, like, I mean, they came out, Candace Owens and others came out and said, oh, if Charlie Kirk really appointed Erica, show the video, right? So then they drop the video and they go, oh, the video is AI or edited. It's like, and I believe it was a Mark Twain quote. It's like, no amount of evidence will ever persuade an idiot. So my strategy, and I'm not saying that everybody should do this because it's kind of like having every superhero be Frank Castle, but my strategy is really just to sort of, insult, mock. I call it the miso strategy: mock, insult, shame, and ostracize. Just make them a joke and just don't even address the claim, because the only way to win is not to play. But because it's 2A Thursday, we don't want to spend too much time on that. But I do want to, just to wrap this up, I bought a 30-06 because of the Charlie Kirk assassination. I wanted to go hunting with it, and I wanted to see. So far, it has had an exit wound. I've only used it on I tagged out? So five deer. It did have an exit wound every time, but one of them was very small. One of them was a little larger, never hit bone. But I do have a shot where I put it into a wild hog with a 6.5 Creedmoor. And the funny thing is I used Full Metal Jacket because I was out of soft points. And it went in, it hit bone. I actually pulled the round out. And a 6.5 Creedmoor is a very powerful round. It's like a Ferrari, and a Full Metal Jacket would normally go through, and a hog that's only 80 yards away it probably should have an exit wound, and it didn't. So the moral of the story is bullets do weird things, right? So anything could happen.
They absolutely do a lot of weird things, right? And again, going back to what you said, I think is exactly on point, and I've talked about this many times. It doesn't matter if it's a 1 out of a million shot. Based on the evidence that we have, that's what happened.
Yeah.
The other part of this is all you got to do, what I had to do was like stop early on in this and say, Gary, you know what? you may be a firearms expert. You build firearms, you know everything about all this stuff, but you are not an expert on 30-06 terminal ballistics. So let's go do some research. And what really opened my eyes was somebody said, well, look at what happened to MLK. So I went and studied that. I didn't even know that he was shot with a 30-06.
Yeah. And
so I looked at exactly what was taking place there. He was shot right in the face. It hit his jaw, hit him in the spine, deflected downward, no exit wound. He was shot at half the distance Charlie Kirk was. So there was no exit wound there. That's interesting. And then there's a guy on Twitter. I recommend people go check him out. His name is Chuck Ritter. He's a former Green Beret as well. He was shot in Afghanistan in combat operations with 7.62 by 54. That is literally the Russian equivalent of a 30-06.
Correct.
He was shot from 25 yards away. It hit him in the back right here. It missed his ribs and then hit him in the spine, deflected downward. Not only did he not have an exit wound, he didn't die, but he was such a badass that he kept fighting.
Yeah.
And he has that documented. That's literally on video. He showed everybody was calling him a liar on X. Like, no, that would never happen.
Didn't it travel into his ass, or like into his ass cheek or something, or like?
No, from what I remember, the X-rays and all this stuff is on Twitter, folks. Or X. You can go check it out. So he literally has his X-rays. He has his medical reports. He has the video of the incident. So you can go check all that out. But the fact is, there's something interesting there that I want us to look at. And by the way, another thing I would recommend people to do is go look at, you can download this book for free, but it's Gunshot Wounds, Practical Aspects of Firearm Ballistics. What's the guy's name? Vincent J.M. DeMille. And he did an extensive research of terminal ballistics on human beings, from, you know, handguns to rifle rounds. He talks specifically about 30-06. It's very interesting too. He actually talks about the characteristics that are unique to neck shot, being shot in the neck, and the wounding, the entrance patterns of that. I think if you look at that, you'll see something very similar to what we saw with Charlie Kirk. But the thing that we have in common there is that they were all shot in the spine. And I do think that there is, specifically given the anatomical structure of the spine, and that it's designed to dissipate energy. I mean, that's what it does.
It absorbs impact, soft discs and what have you. And it's, you know, as far as bones go, it's not the densest, but it's about mid density. And Charlie Kirk was what, 6'5", and, you know, healthy young guy. He's probably at the peak of his bone density. So, I mean, I think that what we're doing is we are educating our audience, who are not crazy people, and we're not trying to convince them. We're just basically saying, like, hey, in case you didn't know, if you're hearing all the crazy people say it's impossible, it could not happen. We have a live example in Martin Luther King. We have all these studies. I personally am a hunter who has had I don't think I've had many, but I've had a handful of shots that didn't have exit wounds. And any hunter will say that. So anytime you see one of these gun tubers shoot ballistics gel and say, oh, there's no way, it's like ballistics gel isn't the human body. And you can't even recreate the actual, like, scenario, because you'd have to shoot a person, right?
Well, on top of that, you don't have the gun. You don't. We don't even know exactly. We know that it was Remington ammunition. We don't know what the type of.
Yeah, we don't know soft point. We don't know if it was power point. We don't know if
we don't know what type of
jacket.
Exactly.
So, but you know what's funny is real quick. You know, this already happened. I remember this also happened in with the Butler shooting, right? Yeah. And it was people that immediately come out and go, "There is no way you can shoot." I think it was what was it, 160 yards or
142
like
yards.
132 yards.
Actually, no, I think you're right. 142 is where Charlie Kirk was shot. It was about 160 or so. To President Trump.
So first thing I did was I slapped my Hollow Sun red dot onto my my Saint Victor, and I went down to the range, and I took a 150 yard shot, and I just shot right on the target, and I shot, I think I did 10 rounds. Every single one of them hit the target. Yeah. And I was like, yes, you can, right? It's like the people that don't know what the heck they're talking about. They've probably never used a gun, don't know anything about guns. They're just saying things, but they are not saying them based in any type of empirical evidence or even studies. They're just saying things because
there's nothing scientific about what they're doing. Nothing. If you're going to study, number one, if you're going to recreate what happened to Charlie Kirk, you got to have the rifle, you got to have the exact type of rounds, and then you need to have some sort of, like, what was your sample size? Because it's a matter of statistics when it comes down to it. So, you know, and the other thing you talked about, bone density. When we look at what stops rounds. It's not a matter of density. Like if you take, I've seen people like, look, we shot a cow femur. That is so much harder and more dense than the spine. It has nothing to do with it. I can take a 1/4 inch piece of steel and shoot a round right through it, or I can take a 1/4 inch piece of Kevlar and, you know, depending on the round and what we got going on, it's not going to shoot through it, because what it does is it absorbs, it stretches, and it absorbs that impact, and it stops the bullet from passing through. So it's not about density. It's not about hardness.
Yeah, well,
It's about,
if you're in a pool and you are 6 feet away from the surface of the pool and somebody shot a 30-06 round at you, if you are 6 feet away, it will not hit you. So a live human body that's flowing with blood is probably going to have the fluids in the body would also absorb some of that energy. And again, yeah, we don't have the round, we don't have this, we don't have that. But you're talking to, we're two gun guys who already know this. And we're not necessarily trying to debunk all of the claims. The claims themselves are ridiculous. But having you on as an expert, having me on as an enthusiast who, I mean, obviously I know most of what, I can debunk every single argument they have because I've actually studied it. The layman that hears all of this, the reason why they're doing this messaging is just so that people have the narrative in their head. So essentially, they're using Charlie Kirk to push propaganda so that they can continue their conspiracy theory, because basically, if they continuously have people that are looking for the guy who really did it, according to them, right, then they can grift forever because they still haven't found the guy who really took out Charlie Kirk. It couldn't possibly have been the guy who was actually
well, and they want to establish the false premise, so that once we come to the conclusion that it's impossible that it was a 30-06, that means that everything else has to be false. And here's what I will tell you. Zach cannot tell you 100%. Like I don't have the evidence in front of me. I can't say 100% it was not, it was a 30-06.
Oh yeah.
What I can tell you 100% is that if you start off with the idea that it's impossible for a 30-06 to have the terminal ballistic results that we saw, like you are starting off with a false premise, and you are starting off with a conclusion and then looking for evidence. And that's not how you come to good logical conclusions. That's just not, nobody does that.
Okay, well, I want to switch gears here because there's a lot of talk also, you know, what we see online is pretty much everybody becomes an expert on everything, right? So they become a ballistics expert, they become, you know, like they become a virologist, and they become, you know, everything. But people are now, they're Second Amendment experts, right? And having you on would be a good way to sort of get the opinion of somebody who's trained people in firearms, who I'm going to make a bold presumption that you've probably in that training told people you want to use your weapon as a last resort, right? Yeah. So we just had the Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf thing that just went on that obviously wasn't a firearm, but we also have the Chud the Builder situation, right? And you told me that you're not really super familiar with it, but let me give you the highlights, right? So Chud the Builder was arrested because he got into an altercation outside of the court that he was at, and I'm sure you know the backstory, where he's a guy who runs around and, you know, antagonizes black people, what have you. But here's the part that I thought was very interesting, and this comes from sort of like a, you know, like if I had a person on here who trains firearms, right, I think that I would probably have that person agree with me that he was punched and he fired 7 shots in a few seconds, 2 of which went out into the crowd, right? And he also, according to reports, he was brandishing, basically pulling out the weapon before. Would you say, based on the fact that he, brandished, you know, used it as sort of like a deterrent and just almost emptied his whole mag, would you say that's proper use of a firearm if it was somebody who was probably well trained?
I would say that is highly inadvisable. That's what I would tell you. That is not. So again, once I got out of the military, I took a job with a federal agency. I was a special tactics instructor. We talked about the use of force and force continuum, and justified use of force. That is well outside the bounds of what I teach civilians, and even when it came to law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, you got the color codes, you got the threat assessment level, and usually, you want to just get away. You want to use it as a last resort, right? Yeah. And I think that most people would agree, unless they're biased or crazy, they'd agree that Chud, in the Chud situation, he was trying to use it as not necessarily a last resort. He was trying to use it as I have a right to, so I will. Right?
Yeah.
As opposed to what I think that most real, true 2A advocates and guns like if you, because here's the thing, if you have a bunch of let's say you have this irresponsible guy who goes out and he sets a legal precedent that this happens, right? Do you think that's good or bad for the 2A community? It's probably bad, because it's going to create some. I'm not saying that this would this would create like a bunch of people that go out and do the same thing, but it would probably have, some guy who would go, oh, so wait a minute. So if I get punched, I can go out and shoot somebody. And then it's just a slippery slope. So the reason why we have the Second Amendment, and I'm sure Gary knows this, and I've said this to my audience many times, the Second Amendment is there so that the citizens of this country can rise up and fight a tyrannical government, right? So a regulated militia, meaning well-equipped, not well-regulated, being necessary for the free state, has a right to bear arms. And the way that I interpret that is every single American should be able to have weapons on them in case a revolution is required. It does not, I don't think it means that you have the right to irresponsibly use your firearms, like brandish firearms, use weapons to threaten people, use them on other civilians, what have you. So that's why we have laws against attempted murder and, et cetera, et cetera. So there are laws that are firearms related. And then there is the Second Amendment, which is used primarily, it's made so that every free citizen should be able to have a gun, because we at any point could have to fight a tyrannical government. So separating those
and it's for self-defense too, and being able to protect your home. There's lots of I would
argue the Constitution is for self-defense, right? Where
the point here is that the founders understood the importance of making sure that the citizens were armed. Mm-hmm. The idea was really at the beginning of this that we weren't going to have some huge army. Like, the citizens themselves were the militia.
Yes.
And that hasn't changed. Like, we do have a standing military and things like that, but we still, we could still have a invading foreign force, and then now we have to fight them off. And the militaries can't be everywhere, just like law enforcement can't be anywhere. But going back to Chud the Builder, this is the example that is usually a straw man argument that the gun control people use.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's bad people everywhere, including people that carry guns. And so, he broke the law. That was not a justifiable use of force. And he makes the entire, he's going to cause blowback on the community. This is where the gun control advocates come out and say, see, this is what we're talking about.
Exactly.
So this is nothing that anyone on our side should be saying, hey, this is justified, this is right, this is covered by the Constitution. It's not. I mean, it's just not. He's a clown.
And that's what I was trying to say, right? Yeah. And what I mean is, right, when people use, so Chud's actually doing two things, right? He's bastardizing not only the Second Amendment, but the First Amendment, right? He thinks that his right to free speech means that he has a right to go up to people and provoke them and antagonize them, because he should be able to say whatever he wants. It's like, yeah, but everybody else in America also has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And when you're getting in the way of people's pursuit of happiness by, sort of trying to ruin their day, it's like their rights don't end where your rights begin. But also the way that he and others are trying to understand the Second Amendment, right? They basically are trying to argue that the reason you have a gun is if there is ever any threat to you at all, even one that you might create or a situation that you might put yourself in, you have a right to shoot the other person, but you really don't, right? That's why we have proportional response, and that's why, like I said, I'm not trying to separate self-defense and the Second Amendment as both constitutional issues because they rights because they are. But I'm saying the original intention of the Second Amendment is a very specifically purposed amendment that was created for a very specific thing, and then secondarily, because you have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and we have a constitutional republic, we make laws, then you should be able to, protect yourself from any threat from another citizen. But you have to follow the law and make sure you're doing it, correctly.
Well, let's be real. You and I are having this candid conversation. The reason that you and I are kind of dancing around this just a little bit is because we are both Second Amendment advocates.
Yeah.
But the problem is that like even us coming out here and saying that's wrong, we're kind of risking people from our side attacking us, saying suddenly you don't support and defend the Second Amendment.
Exactly.
Like just shut up. You're a dishonest piece of shit. That's not what we're talking about at all, and you know it. All you got to do right here is apply like the minimum amount of common sense and say he was wrong. And let's be honest too, what's really going on here? This guy is a content farming grifter. Yeah. That's what the real problem here is, and that's where all of this begins.
Well, I made the other point too, right? He shot off 7 rounds. I can't believe the guy survived, and Chud's lucky he did. But what if one of those rounds that went and skipped off a sidewalk just hit a little young kid on a stroller or something like that? Yeah. There's a reason why you and me have trained ourselves. I just did a training with Sheepdog Response not that long ago with Justin. I've taken the self-defense training course. I've taken competitive shooting courses, and I've probably taken half a dozen safety courses. And every single time I take the safety courses, it's almost the first thing they say is the very last thing you want to do is use your weapon. We're teaching you to use your weapon as a last resort. And the reason is because not only are you, trying to protect yourself, but you are trying to protect the people around you. And things can get really squirrely. You get into a scuffle and the thing goes off. All of a sudden, this 5-year-old little girl on a little pink bicycle with tassels, she caught one in the head, and you have to live with that for the rest of your life. So you always want to be able to know what you're shooting, what's behind what you're shooting. And you shouldn't just go around with this belief that because you have a gun, right, you're untouchable, right? You want to not use your gun. And yes, we are super Second Amendment advocates, but I do believe that we also have to risk being criticized by the gun community by saying, dude, can we have some level of basic, common sense when we talk about this?
Yeah, I mean, he's just being irresponsible. It's just like anything else. Like, when you abuse freedoms, unfortunately, it can affect the freedoms of others. And that's what we need to talk about. It's guys like him, why the dumbest among us, why we have why they've been able to justify some of the gun control measures. And I think all gun control is unconstitutional. I just want, I am a Second Amendment absolutist. I think we should all have machine guns. Yep. I don't think we should have to pay, get any sort of background checks or pay tax stamps for machine guns or cans or anything else.
Agreed.
But I mean, this guy, you have the right. You have the right to drive a car, and it's not a constitutional right, but we have the right to drive a car. You don't have the right to just run people over because they piss you off.
Well, it's why DUI laws exist, because drunk people get behind the wheel and they run over a kid, and then everybody has to follow the rules because of the irresponsible people on the road. And this is what we're trying to say. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. I think that all gun laws are unconstitutional. There is no such thing as a gun law. There are gun rules that they have criminalized. The ATF should be disbanded. Everybody should be able to buy a gun. You shouldn't have to register. You shouldn't be on a list, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, when you have a gun, if you have a gun, I think that you should responsibly use it and train yourself to use it responsibly. And the people that don't, we should, even though we're Second Amendment advocates, say, hey, he broke a law. He didn't break a gun law, right? He had a reckless endangerment law and an attempted murder law and something else. but it wasn't like he wasn't arrested because he had a gun. He was arrested because of what he did with the thing that he should have the right to have.
Yeah, I mean, and again, there was a lot of forks in the road that he came across and went down the wrong fork every single time. We should have conflict avoidance, we should have de-escalation, and then we need to use proportional force if force is used upon us. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So, if the other party is not using, I don't think any of us advocate bringing a gun to a fist fight. I think that's cowardly. I think that's silly. And he's doing more damage to the Second Amendment community than he is good. So
yeah. We're gonna get out of here real quick, shortly, because we're pressed for time. But I actually do have a story about that where this guy was trying to fight me, and I had my gun on me, and he's like trying to fight me, and he was like trying to throw, and I was about 5 feet from my truck, and I go, hold on. I went to my truck, opened the door, took my gun off, put it in the truck, closed it, locked it, and then I squared up with him because I didn't want him grabbing the gun off of me if we started running around to the ground, but I also didn't want to shoot him, but I still wanted to fight him. That's probably still irresponsible advice for people, but at the same time, at least I didn't just go, oh, did you just slap me in my head? Okay, bang, 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 bang. So
right.
Anyway, man, Garrett, thank you so much for coming on, man. I really appreciate it. Not only because I really enjoy talking to you, and you were gracious enough to have me on your show, but also because I couldn't think of anything to talk about tomorrow. So, why don't you let everybody know where they can find you, what you got going on, anything else that you want to mention, and then we'll let you out of here.
Yeah, no, you can find us everywhere pretty much at Paramount Tactical, and whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X. So make sure you go and follow us there. We do lives just about every single night. So make sure you come join us where you can jump in on the conversation. We cover current events, politics. We try to make it fun as well. So come check us out, and I hope to see you down in the chat.
Awesome, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, man.
Alrighty, that was Gary Melton with Paramount Tactical. Awesome conversation. Like I said, I'd like to try to get some 2A people on for Thursdays moving forward. I think that would be a cool way to do 2A Thursday. And we talked about the Second Amendment. We talked about self-defense. I have one more little thing that I just thought about, right? Because self-defense, even though it might not be with a with a firearm, right? I'd like to know what everybody's thoughts are on this. So, an Antifa demonstrator, reminder, Antifa has been labeled a domestic terrorist organization, gets in front of this truck, and I think the person in the truck dealt with it the way you should. Right. And some people may disagree with me. Right. But if you talk about proportional response, fear for your life, et cetera, when people like peaceful protesting is not impeding traffic. Right. And one of the main tenets of self-defense is if the person that you are feeling threatened by is impeding your ability to retreat from a situation. And if the only way you can get out of that situation is by just pushing that pedal to the right, I think that would be considered a self-defense argument in case that person got hurt or what have you. And I don't normally take pleasure in hearing the pain of others, but I have to admit, I kind of like the sound of this, right? I say the only time you'll ever hear me celebrating any type of pain or death is two things: pedophiles and terrorists. Antifa, they're terrorists. So enjoy the screams and watch this video. Oh, hold on. Where'd it go? Here we go. Why is it? Ooh. Naughty button. Ooh. Yeah, that arm's broken. Oh, that arm's dangling. That's broken. Ooh. 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 Ooh, welcome to the find out. Okay, one more time. Am I alone here? Am I alone in thinking that that's the best way to get out of that situation? Look, I mean, hey, here's the deal, guys. If you are in front of a multi-thousand-pound piece of machinery, right, and you're like, right, it's like if you're just one person, I guess maybe, then the person behind the wheel probably shouldn't try to run you over, right? Renee, good. But if like there's 5 people there, they don't know, that person behind the wheel doesn't know if those people are about to swarm the car, break the window, fire rounds into the car, what have you, right? If you put me in that situation, I'm pushing it to the floor, right? I'm not sticking around to find out if you're going to try to kill me. I'm being serious. I would be in fear for my life, right? I would be, right? I think that you should be. We have seen how these people have done protesting, quote, protesting for years now, mostly peaceful with fires in the background. We've seen Tyler Robinson. We've seen Thomas Matthew Crooks. We've seen the way that the left has become more and more violent. No way am I sticking around. I'm not going to even let you scratch my paint. Right? I'm just going to drive. I'm going to drive, and I'm going to hire a good lawyer, and I'm going to say, hey, I was in fear for my life. The only way that I could have got out of there was by hitting the gas. And I think if enough people do that, I think these people are going to stop trying to get in front of vehicles. The reason why it happens so much in where it happens is, Democrat-run cities, and the people behind the wheel go, if I do this, I'm going to get arrested. But you have a constitutional right to protect yourself. And I hope more people start doing it that way. What a hero. Black truck. Good for you. Anyway, Sean Farish is coming up next. Hope you guys enjoyed the chat with Gary. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. And I hope you guys enjoy Ungoverned. I will be seeing you tomorrow for our favorite day of the week, Fan Mail Friday. Let's do some quick shout outs. We got Brandon Farish is here. I saw Sean in here too. We got Funmon, Bad Moon, MAGA Metal Dude, One Sandman, Ruggies, October Chica, T. Hodges, Jenny, the 1 a.m. All right, there it is, 9 a.m. Central. I will see you tomorrow.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Thursday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGraw Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday. Moving in the right direction here. Still a lot of chaos that we're sorting through, but we're getting there. Getting there. I could say personally I feel a little better this morning than I have all week. What a crazy way Misfit ended his show. You know, I want to comment on that. I want to comment on that real quick. You know, this Antifa guy with the, probably broken arm because he was standing in the way of a car. I think Zach, I'm not going to say the word, I'm not going to say tiptoed around it. He didn't. Zach doesn't tiptoe. I don't think he knows how to tiptoe. Maybe he does when he's hunting. Maybe not on the internet, though. No. I'm with him when it's like I don't like get excited when I hear other people in pain. Right? I don't like that. It's a stressful sound. It is what it is. But I don't feel bad for that guy. And maybe I do look at things too black and white. I don't think I do in this case. Some cases, maybe. This case, I don't. I will never be in that situation because I will never put myself in that situation. Getting in front of a car and, terrorizing somebody on the road. It's just, and if I do put myself in that situation and my arm gets snapped, then, I'm going to be angry and it's going to hurt and I'm going to be in pain, but I would have deserved it. So this is what I like to call consequence culture. And if you screw around, eventually you're going to find out. And that guy screwed around and he found out. I have a feeling he's not going to do that anymore. And sometimes that's the way lessons have to be learned. We always hope that it doesn't have to come to the most drastic methods of teaching said lesson. But sometimes that's just the way the lesson has to be learned. I wish he would have learned, a different way. Maybe he could have been raised better. But that guy put himself in that situation, and that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Anyway, speaking of consequences, and this is again, I'm just citing news at this point. Speaking of consequences, Jake Lang, one more time, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I am going to talk about actual Democrats, not Democrats who cosplay as MAGA, because that's what Jake Lang does, and I've only been saying that for 2 years. So please stop falling for the grift. In January of this year, Jake Lang told a police commander, MPD, DC Metro Police, that he should be prosecuted and hung right in front of the Capitol. He told that police officer, "I stood against you with a baseball bat on January 6th, and you deserve to be put down like a dead dog." Quote, "We have the right and the duty to take care of animals like that who beat women." And so on and so forth. He was arrested for making those threats against a police officer back in January. I think he was also arrested for that stunt that he pulled with the ice. Remember when he kicked over the ice thing? Oh, how big and tough is Jake Lang kicking over the ice thing? So when you ask this question, like, oh, do you think the $1 million bond in this case is excessive? If this was the first time that he was arrested for causing a problem, I would absolutely say, sure, that's way too much. But it isn't the first time. It isn't the second time. It isn't the third time. And eventually, you got to get tough to teach people a lesson. What corrects bad behavior? One word in the live chat, go. What corrects bad behavior? When all else fails, what correct, and even before all else fails, one word, what corrects bad behavior? I want the live chat to answer this question. Because it's very simple. We use this word all the time. Sandman says jail, sure, Mark's Madness has got it. Ding, ding, mother effing ding. Brennan's got it. Ding, ding, ding. Consequences. And they have to be meaningful consequences, right? They have to be meaningful consequences. If the consequences don't negatively impact your life, your being, whatever, then they're not strong enough to teach the lesson. And in the case of Jake Lang, there have not been strong enough consequences. As a matter of fact, it has kind of been the opposite of that. What happens? All right, let me ask you this question. What happens when men throw money at women to take their clothes off? The women take their clothes off. Why? Because they're being rewarded for it. This is basic human psychology, okay? You have a behavior. The behavior gets rewarded, especially when it's rewarded financially. That incentivizes what? That incentivizes continuing that behavior. If you don't want women to take their clothes off, stop giving them money to take their clothes off on a camera, at a strip club, whatever, right? Like, strip clubs wouldn't exist if there weren't customers, right? Because it's a business at the end of the day. OnlyFans wouldn't exist if there weren't customers, right? Because it's a business at the end of the day. Jake Lang does the exact same thing every time he goes to one of these, events, if you want to call it that. He creates a problem. It's like the SPLC. He creates a problem, gets arrested, and then begs for your money, and people send him money. So he is no different than an OnlyFans girl, an e-girl, a cam girl, a stripper, a prostitute. That person is performing for money. Stop sending Jake Lang money. I guarantee you, take this $1 million bond in this case in Texas out of the equation. If you just stopped glorifying this guy, whether it's giving him clicks, giving him a platform, taking him seriously, the only time you would ever see if I wanted to do this, Jake Lang come on my show, is if I would grill him and say, but don't you understand what you're doing is bad, right? But I'm not even going to do that because he's just going to lie and it's going to be a wall of sound. So why even go there? Stop rewarding the bad behavior. I know there's a lot of people that they think that they are donating to fight against weaponization. That's not what you're doing. You are rewarding bad behavior. And the minute you stop rewarding bad behavior, and there are actual negative consequences for bad behavior, the bad behavior will stop. Rudy Giuliani, when he was the mayor of New York City, put on a clinic about this type of stuff. Broken windows policing. Just use the same mindset. You do something bad, I'm not going to reward you for it. You do it bad again, we're not going to reward you for it. And you're going to get punished for it. And what this does is it disincentivizes other people from doing the same crap. When that skank, Shiloh Hendricks, well, in fairness, I don't know if she's a skank. So I take the word skank back. When that idiot, because I know she's an idiot, Shiloh Hendricks dropped the N-word in the park, what that was last year, and everybody donated their money to her. And it was, Matty Flip-Flops, Mr. Walsh coming out. Oh, this is going to make it all stop. And it didn't. Look at Chud the Builder. Jake Lang is still doing all this type of crap. It incentivized bad behavior. In no world does rewarding bad behavior stop more bad behavior. That just doesn't make sense. This is it's a common sense. You can't even argue with it, guys. That argument can't be broken, nor can it be defeated. Don't reward bad behavior. I get it. There are things that Jake Lang may say about the spread of Islam that are true. Jake Lang may also tell me that water is wet. That does not mean I support everything else that he does. As a matter of fact, I say, hey, those are good policy stances. Those are good viewpoints. I actually like those. I'm going to find somebody else who stands for those things and promote them because they're not a grifter. They're not putting themselves, or they're not milking random people on the internet for their money every time because of a sideshow. I'm going to find someone better to rally around than a Jake Lang. Right? You can say the same thing about the woke right. They're rallying around Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden. You can't find somebody better that's critical of Israel than Hunter Biden? Really? Hunter Biden, Thomas Massey, MTG, these are the people you have to rally around and you can't find someone better? Is there really nobody better with that viewpoint? That should tell you a lot. The fact of the matter is, if we stop rewarding bad behavior, you will see less bad behavior. It's never going to be perfect. You're never going to be, we're not going to live in utopia. I'm not trying to sell you that idea. I'm trying to say we can do better when it comes to what we choose to reward. And if we continue to reward bad behavior, the bad behavior is just going to get worse. And it's going to get more frequent, is my point. Okay? Consequences, Jake Lang's facing them right now with this $1 million bond. Again, if this was a one-off, I'd say that's a little much, but it's not a one-off. He's threatened cops. He's gotten arrested multiple times. He's caused altercations. Everywhere this guy goes, there's a problem. It's not because, oh, wow, everywhere he goes, there's a problem. He must be getting targeted. No, he's causing the problem. He is doing what the SPLC did, okay, according to that indictment. The SPLC, what did they do? They created the problem to then beg for money as the solution. He is doing the exact same thing. He is creating the problem, getting arrested, and then playing the victim, even though he is the reason why he got arrested. Who made Jake Lang outside of the courthouse say that he wanted Carmelo Anthony hanging from a tree? Nobody. He chose to do it. He knows what he's doing. I know what he's doing. I've known his act for years. I've been trying to warn you about this. All I'm saying is, I told you so. Please listen and let's learn from the mistakes that some have made all across the J6 community, etc. They tried to help him. That's fine. You can't help a guy like this after a while. The system is going to have to do what it's got to do now. Maybe he'll learn. Maybe he won't. I hope he does. But he is not an asset to this movement. So, oh, he's a warrior. He's not a warrior. He's a grifter. He's a grifter. He would not be doing these things if he wasn't profiting from it. Okay? Period. All right. That's where I am on that. We're going to talk about the Democrats going absolutely bat soup crazy. Jasmine Crockett, Mika Brzezinski, Graham Plattner. There are some unseasoned boiled chicken breasts that we're going to have to get to today. We've got an update on Iran. Today is the last live show of the week. I was supposed to go out of town. I was supposed to be out of town now. But because of the feline civil war of 2026, that couldn't happen. And it is what it is. And we're getting better little by little, day by day. Okay? So I had a good pre-recorded interview tomorrow that you will all love. I know we don't love pre-records, but tomorrow the great Dylan Filion of Iowa is joining the show. It's an amazing conversation. I am so excited to share this with you. You know I love this guy like a brother. He is the man. He's working his butt off. And this interview, when we wrapped the interview, we were both so fired up about it. We're like, that was really good. Not to toot our own horn and like pat ourselves on the back, but that was really good. It's a fun interview. You're going to love it. So tomorrow is an hour with myself and Dylan Filion of Iowa. We can get an update on his campaign. And by the way, we're going to follow his campaign. We're going to have him on at least once a month and follow this campaign as it goes through the phases so we can all look at it and learn from it together. So if anybody here wants to run for office or wants to help somebody who's running for office, we have the blueprint right here on this show. So we're going to follow that because there's nobody working harder than Dylan Filion. He joins us tomorrow. Today is the last live show of the week. So we will have calls 631-527-4545, second half of the show. Before we get to all that stuff, let's get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms, my favorite people in California. Celebrate OFP Farms and Independence Day with OFP Farms celebrate Father's Day. Well, you can also celebrate OFP Farms and Independence Day with OFP Farms. Father's Day is approaching. It is 8 days away. Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is excited to welcome new arrivals, which means they are clearing out their final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. They are not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they're sold out, they will not be restocked. Use the code Sean. It's my name, and you got to spell it correctly because I spell it correctly. SHAWN for 25% off of all the men's beard products and America 250 items. SHAWN, 25% off men's products, men's beard products, and America 250 items while supplies last. Shop now before they are gone for good. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN, OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right, there you go. Next up. Let's start with this. The Democrats are defending the indefensible. And this is why some people have questions like, why are you so hard on people on your own side? Shouldn't you be spending all of your time attacking Democrats? Oh, I spend most of my time attacking Democrats. Let's be fair. I spend most of my time criticizing Democrats, attacking Democrats, and fighting against Democrats. But when I see Democrats defending the indefensible, the first thing I say is, thank God I am not like that. I will not defend the indefensible. I will not defend the Chud the Builders of the world. I will not defend the Jake Langs of the world. I will not defend the Carmelo Anthonys of the world. I will not defend people who, there's behavior. I don't think it's defensible. I will not defend that on either side. I will not look at something like Jake Lang and say, well, he says he's a conservative. He's a J6er, so it's all right. Because it isn't. Objectively, it's not. And we have to try and remain at least somewhat objective when we're looking at things like this. The Democrats are incapable of doing this. I want you to understand this. The Democrats are incapable of criticizing their own people. This is why the left is where it is right now. This is why the radical fringe that wants, socialism, they are racists. They are openly embracing domestic and foreign terrorism. They're anti-Semites, a lot of them. I don't like that term. I think it's used too much. Here he goes. He's defending Jews. No. But when you walk around and you start throwing around the word Jew as an insult, that's actually being anti-Semitic because now you're telling someone it's bad to be Jewish. If this is just about the government of Israel, then hold your criticism and all your fire for Bibi Netanyahu and that country's legislature. But you're not doing that. You're not doing that. Like, for example, Ukraine. It's a great example. Ukraine. Do I criticize Ukrainian people? Right? Like, for example, Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian refugee. I wasn't happy that she was killed. I wasn't thrilled just because I don't like how much money we've sent to Ukraine that Irina Zarutska's dead. I saved my criticism for Zelensky, Ukrainian government, the corruption over there. The people, they're just like us in that they're human beings in a tough situation. I feel for them. I don't want to see them die. That's why I want the war to end. Iran, another one. I despise the IRGC. I want the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I want them dead, wiped out, gone. But I don't want all the Iranian people to die. And unfortunately, in war, it happens. I understand that. And I would like to minimize that as much as possible. And while I'm impatient and frustrated with the way some of the Iran stuff has played out, the fact that we've been in a cycle, I have always maintained that I applaud Donald Trump's and I commend Donald Trump's restraint for the last 2.5 months to try and exercise every option to avoid putting civilians in Iran in harm's way. I commend that. Same with Israel Hamas. I don't want to see every Palestinian killed. I want to see Hamas, the terrorist organization that radicalizes many, many Palestinians, wiped out. There's a difference. And the Democrats, to come right back to where we started, they don't have the capability to do this. They see a crazy, radical fringe group of their party and they embrace it. They don't get it in line. They don't say, hold on. You're going too far. There is no Democrat Leadership Committee, the DLC, after Reagan mopped the floor with Mondale and destroyed the Democrats. They had to come back to the center. That doesn't exist anymore. Because they refuse to criticize and police their own. That is what makes us different than them. Please understand that. So it's not like, all you do is attack Republicans. No. I want to make sure that our house is in order, because we have seen what happens when someone else's house gets infiltrated by insanity and they don't get that in check. Their house goes upside down. I don't want our tent. I don't want our movement. I don't want our party. I don't want our house to wind up in disarray because we repeated the same mistakes that the left made and we didn't learn from it when we watched it happen to them. This is what I'm talking about. Jasmine Crockett. Because many conservatives, common sense people are like, hey, good, Carmelo Anthony should be held accountable for murdering Austin Metcalf. Jasmine Crockett actually put her face on camera and defended the actions of the murderer and tried to justify, well, black people suffer that. What? Whoa. I said this yesterday with that lady. What am I supposed to tell my 5 boys? You're supposed to tell your 5 boys, don't kill other people if they ask you to move. That's what you tell your 5 boys. Why is this so hard? This entitlement BS is killing me. You're not entitled to plunge a knife into another person's heart because they asked you to move out of a tent. And you're certainly not entitled to do that because of your skin color or the other person's skin color. But Jasmine Crockett, she doesn't care about that. This is a racist. This makes me angry. This makes me almost as angry as Carmelo Anthony killing Austin Metcalf. There's nothing worse than that because that's how a life has been lost. This is just some dumbass opening her mouth and spouting hot air and getting clicks and pushing the narrative along. Carmelo Anthony actually killed somebody, and that makes me more angry than anything else. Senseless loss of life. But you've got Jasmine Crockett normalizing this thing. You might have somebody listen to that and go, yeah, she's right. I should go kill a white guy today. Now you got a problem because of people like Jasmine Crockett. Now you got a problem. Listen to this. I got 4 instances of this, and it is just sickening. Here's Crockett. Well, Carmelo Anthony, what he did, it wasn't that bad because he only stabbed Austin Metcalf once. Listen to Crockett.
From everything that I understand, which I wasn't at the trial because obviously I got a day job, but it's my understanding that Carmelo ended up stabbing, puncturing, I don't know what this tool was that they talk about, knife, or some refer to it as a tool. He ended up hitting Austin one time, and it was about where he hit him. One time, 2 inches. This wasn't someone who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this?
How bad was it? The guy died! That's how bad it was! How do we have to have this conversation? How bad was it? Austin Metcalf is dead. That's how bad it was. She would have been out here screaming white supremacy if you gave a black guy a dirty look. How bad was it? A family just lost their kid. The hell are you supposed to do with that? Well, he only stabbed him once, and it mattered where he stabbed him. Yeah, because he freaking stabbed him in the heart. Oh, I don't know if it was a knife. Some people refer to it as a tool. What do you think? He stabbed him with a freaking screwdriver? She didn't stop there. She didn't stop there. Here's Jasmine Crockett questioning whether or not a knife is actually a deadly weapon.
Was it a switch? I don't know what he had. It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army.
Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would have argued the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
And that's
forgot he had it in the bag.
If it was one of the little, like I don't know, like I do think.
Well, that's why he went to his coach and was like, but I don't think I heard him that.
Holy cow. Holy cow. Did Carmelo Anthony stab Austin Metcalf in the heart? Yes. Did Austin Metcalf die? Yes. Then guess what, Jasmine? It was a deadly weapon. It's a knife. It doesn't matter if it's a Swiss Army knife. It doesn't matter if it has the little scissors. He died. Austin Metcalf died because of what Carmelo Anthony did with something that you and I both know is it's possible to kill somebody with a knife. Doesn't matter if it's a Swiss Army knife or if it's a switch or if it's one of them big old, like a Bowie knife. It doesn't matter how big the knife is. A knife can kill someone, and if you use it and stab someone in the heart, it is a deadly weapon. It doesn't matter how big it is. This is what I'm talking about with the Democrats. They are trying to normalize this. They're trying to justify this. The kid is dead. 17 years old. And we're now breaking down the size of the freaking knife? And there are Democrats who will not condemn Jasmine Crockett for that. The only one is John Fetterman. The only one. How could you, if you're a Democrat, allow this behavior to continue from your elected leaders and officials? How can you think this is okay? This is okay for them, though. Look at what they've done. Look at what they've done. Assassination culture, kill culture, and the violent evolution of cancel culture is the Democrat Party. They love it. They wish Trump died at Butler. They wish he died on the golf course. They wish he died at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. They celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. They're now rationalizing and defending Carmelo Anthony, who murdered Austin Metcalf. They were all giddy about Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO, getting assassinated in broad daylight on the streets of New York City. When I call them a death cult on the party of death, it's not for clicks. It's the truth. Look at the positions they're taking. They celebrate death. They excuse murder. They excuse assassination. They wish death on other people. They justify, well, Charlie Kirk said some hateful things. I can understand. You can understand killing him? This is the Democrat Party. They are defending the indefensible. And there's nobody on their side of the aisle that has any sort of spine to say, that's ridiculous. Chuck Schumer won't do it. Pocahontas won't do it. AOC won't do it because they either agree with it or they're too afraid to stand up to the radical fringe in their party. And that is what makes us different than them. I don't care how much heat I take for criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massey or some of these woke right influencers who went out to Kentucky and tanked Massey's campaign. I don't care because I know they are bad for our movement and we're going to police our own and not wind up in the exact same situation that the Democrats wound up with, where maniacs, lunatics, and freaks are running their party. It ain't going to happen here. Nobody on the Democrat side of things has any courage to stand up and condemn or get these people in line, right, when they say things like Jasmine Crockett said about the Metcalf murder. Nobody in the media is doing it. Nobody in positions of leadership are doing it. Nobody's doing it. And that's why they're a mess, off the freaking rails. And that is why I don't care what grievances you may have with the Republican Party right now. You cannot stay home in November. You cannot let these people who rationalize killing other people in cold blood to take power. You can't let it happen. Remember, in November, nobody stays home. I got so much I got to get to. I don't have the time. It's okay. I'm going to play. But let's do a quick break. Let me take a quick break and reset before I blow a gasket. I mean, again, the gasket's already blown. Let's be honest, guys. The gasket's already blown. Are you enjoying this? We agree. Am I too loud? Is this too crazy? Some people say, hey, you're getting too nuts. I didn't put the seatbelt sign on because I didn't. You know, it is what it is. Is this all right? Are we doing okay here? You want me to calm down a little bit? We're gonna do calls in a little bit. And I'd love to hear from you. All right. Quick break. Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com/Sean. Flint, Michigan. Lead. You got a problem. If there's lead in your water, it doesn't matter if it's a lot or a little, it's an issue. If Flint, Michigan taught this country anything, it is that the government's word on your water is worth exactly nothing. And Flint wasn't a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we purify every drop of water in this house with Cove Pure and the CP16. What the government doesn't tell you is that the lead testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. But here's the scary part. There is no safe level of lead exposure. None. Even low levels are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes that. It is certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants, which includes lead, but also PFAs, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. And setup could not be simpler. No plumbers, no drilling. You just put it on your counter, fill it up, plug it in, and it does all the heavy lifting for you. Brennan loves the hot water feature. She makes her tea instantly with it. She's also made mashed potatoes with it. I love the fact that you can dispense predetermined amounts, cold, warm, room temperature, whatever it might be. No need to measuring with the measuring cup. Cove Pure does it all for you, and then the water is safe. Listen, your city tested the water, said it's fine. So did Flint, Michigan. And we all know how that turned out. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water. So go to covepure.com/Sean, SHAWN. And because you're a listener of this show, guys, you're going to get $250 off of this thing. That is COVEPURE.com/Sean. Pick up your CP16 today. I love our Cove Pure CP16 unit. It is amazing. $250 off. It's a great deal. It may feel like a lot up front, but it's an amazing investment for your family's safety. Purify your water with Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com/SHAWN for $250 off the CP16. Okay. I see the live chat saying, you're speaking for most of us. You're expressing how we feel. I never heard Sean so mad as yesterday and today. Remember in November is a good tagline. I've been using that one for a while. Spicy Sean is my favorite. Sean from Indiana 73. Sky04 says it's all good. It's freaking frustrating. You're doing just fine. Calm makes us lazy. You're great and right on today from Carol Bees. Speak says, you do you. I'm scrolling in the opposite direction. Janmar7, I feel the same. Dunlap and McGroin says, it needs to be shouted. Denise says, you're doing just fine. Gary says, perfect. Mark's Madness says, perfect. Mark's Madness only said that because he wants my pork chop recipe. No, I'm just kidding. So there you go. Folks, we're going to continue to play the Jasmine Crockett clips because I want this to be, I need this to get to people. I need normies to see. Normies don't think what Carmelo Anthony did was acceptable. So if they hear someone like Jasmine Crockett, who thankfully is being replaced, she's gone, saying that, well, you got to point to the Democrat Party and say, okay, that's her, but nobody's looking at what she said and say, I don't think you should be saying that. Here's another one. This one is just as bad as the other videos I played of Jasmine Crockett. Listen to this.
Black women, especially black women who have black male children, live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way. And we're going to have just some real conversations about race.
The Metcalfs haven't spent a day in fear and agony? I'm not going to shout it again because I've already shouted again. Folks, Austin Metcalf, he was killed. What, do you think they're just okay with it? You think they're just fine with it? They're not living in agony? They lost their kid. His twin brother does not have a twin anymore. What the hell is she talking about? One more from Crockett. One more. This one might be the worst one because here she is again, like justifying the killing. One more.
If a 300-pound man is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down.
Hold on. A 300-pound man? Austin Metcalf was 17. I mean, he was a big kid. He played football. But he wasn't 300 pounds. Let's roll it again.
If a 300-pound man is beating me.
And he
like,
hold on, stop again. One more time. Austin Metcalf was not beating Carmelo Anthony. So she's framing this in a way that is not in any way, shape, or form accurate with regards to the scene between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. One more time.
If a 300-pound man is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down, I'm not limited to fist. You know, I would argue that even the only time we go into things like people's hands being considered deadly weapons is typically like if they're a professional boxer or that kind of stuff. But I think by the time you start getting to like football player, good argument. Good freaking argument. We're not talking about like the golfers. We're talking about football players, right? Like this is what they are trained to do, is to inflict like serious physical contact. And it's my understanding that the decedent was that.
What? First of all, Austin Metcalf was a high school football player. He's not in the I didn't say it, but I bleeped it just to make sure. He's not in the NFL. He's not in the NFL. He's not a professional football player. He probably, he's a varsity football player. What? This is what they're trained to do. They're trained to play football. It's a game. It's a game. It's a child's game. Yes, it could be a violent game. But if you're telling me that football players are trained to use deadly force, that's the argument that she's making, with their hands, then how come more football players don't just die on the field? Are we living in the real world here, Jasmine Crockett? The answer is, this is Jasmine Crockett. The answer is no. justifying what happened. As if Metcalf threw punches. He asked Carmelo Anthony to leave a place that he wasn't allowed to be in. He was suspended from school. He brought a knife to a track meet. He was under a tent that he wasn't supposed to be under. And here's Jasmine Crockett defending the murderer. Not the alleged murderer, the convicted murderer. And that conviction came back quicker than a frickin' Elio's pizza in the microwave. It was done already. Boom, in and out. Remember the Elio's pizza? They tasted good, but they're so bad for you. Unbelievable. And my problem, while I have a huge problem with Crockett, I expect this from Jasmine Crockett. My other problem, and the problem that I have with this whole narrative surrounding Carmelo Anthony is that you have Democrats defending the murderer, and I know there are Democrats on their, in their tent going, to come out and say, listen, it's a tragedy, but there's no defending Carmelo Anthony killing another person for being asked to leave. Where are they? They're not there. And they won't be there. That is why I take this so seriously. When I see bad behavior in our tent, I call it out. Well, you attack Republicans too much because I don't want to wind up like they wound up. Please understand this. All right. All right. We're going to take one more break. We're going to go to silent. And then I'm going to do one more. We're going to do one more. Not Crockett. We're going to get away from the Metcalf story and into election. I want to do a little election fraud. I got some news from the USPS. This is pretty interesting stuff, actually. So let's get to a word from our friends at Silent. Then we're going to dabble in USPS for just a second. Just a second. And then we'll do calls. 631-527-4545. 631-527-4545. Thank you, Mark's Madness. Just, Sean, you have to call balls and strikes no matter what side it comes from. That's it. And if somebody in my tent, if somebody in our movement is bringing us down or doing something that I think can bring us down, I'm going to say, hey, I think that could bring us down. Like we did it with Andrew Tate, like we did with Candace Owens, like we did with Alex Jones, like we've done with so many other people who have gone down this crazy road. We've got, and we do a good job of this, we've got to police our own, because once we don't, we'll just have two insane parties in this country. Right now we have an insane party and a, almost useless party, but at least the useless party isn't obsessed with killing the insane party. And I don't mean to say useless as if, what's the point? We have to put more useful people into positions of leadership, which we're doing. The primary cycle this go-around has me very, very optimistic. All right, let's get to a word from our friends at Silent. Folks, let's face it, your phone is a tracking device. You know all about it. Your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they are all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the worst part about it is they don't ask. They just take your data. And they're not supposed to do that, but they just take your data. That is why Silent exists. They're filling that void. They make Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean, SHAWN, to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Say it with me, folks. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Redneck says, put your devices in silent sleeves in an airport. There are hackers who can get into your stuff. Yes. Yes. Okay. Daisy Duke, I appreciate this comment also. Sean, I love your passion, conviction, and integrity. We need more Sean. Say, I don't know if we need more me's, but I will say this. I think the world is doing bad enough with one of me, right? But I will say this. Thank you. Appreciate that. And just do the right thing. That's all. Do the right thing. Say the right thing. Everyone makes mistakes. We can't get on each other for making mistakes. We could just say, hey, that was a mistake. Can you admit that was a mistake? Yeah, that was a mistake. Okay, cool. And learn from it and move on. All right. Here's a cool story from CNN. What? Yeah, but this is why we use CNN, because we go to these left-wing sources, okay, and see how they're talking about stories that would essentially be good news for us. CNN is reporting on this. Remember this Trump executive order that a judge allowed to stand last week about mail-in ballots? State election officials could soon face a stark choice: hand over voter lists to the Trump administration or risk losing Postal Service delivery for mail-in ballots. This is huge. The dilemma stems from the newly proposed USPS rules that seek to comply with an executive order President Trump signed this spring to crack down on mail-in voting. If courts let the order stand, it would give the federal government an unprecedented role in elections and could put even more voter data in the hands of Trump officials searching for supposed election fraud. The proposed rules lay out new conditions that states would have to meet to send ballots through the mail, including giving the agency lists of all voters set to receive mail-in ballots. 23 led Democrat states and the District of Columbia are suing, as are the Democrat Party leaders and nonpartisan voter advocacy groups, setting up a potentially active summer of high-stakes judicial rulings. The Trump administration cleared an initial legal hurdle last month when a federal judge in D.C., who's overseeing one set of the cases, declined to block Trump's executive order, allowing the Postal Service to begin implementing it. So in other words, if a state does not turn over their voter list to the Trump administration, essentially for, what sounds like would be an audit, the USPS is being forbidden from delivering mail-in ballots in those states. And that is huge if this winds up standing 5 months from now. That is big. Now, speaking of election fraud, we saw what happened in Los Angeles. I want to play this from Mika Brzezinski again, showing you the left has absolutely no standards, and then we'll get to call. Actually, you know what? We will get to calls right after this. Let me put the number on the screen because I didn't realize it's already 50. This always happens, but that's okay. 631-527-4545. You could start calling now, and I'm going to play this Mika clip, and you will see just how hypocritical they really are.
President Trump amplifying baseless claims of election fraud in California. This continues as vote counts show his endorsed candidate, Spencer Pratt, has been defeated in the Los Angeles mayoral race. Trump took to social media yesterday, writing in part, quote, "Not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Rigged elections." Here we go again. That's how California counts its ballots every year. I'll speak slowly for those who are confused. But I think the bigger picture is there seems to be some sort of preparation going on here. That's just my analysis. But it doesn't feel good looking ahead to the midterms, the way these Republicans are behaving.
You're not alone in that thought, by the way, Mika.
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks for democracy. This is the stuff you see happen in a broken country, in a third world country, where they've not been able to govern effectively. Every time you call into question whether or not our elections are valid, you weaken the soul of the country.
What they're doing is letting a groundwork.
Yeah, what's really going on?
Two different and there's two different plays they could take while claiming conspiracies as we look towards November's midterms. They could claim irregularities, they can claim conspiracies, and actively take measures to interfere with the vote. Or they could say, well, the voting result is illegitimate and we're not going to honor it, and therefore not give the Democrats, let's say, the House of Representatives.
Absolutely. So what we're seeing now is a two-part strategy. One is before people cast their votes.
So you, on one hand, say Donald Trump can't talk about election fraud, but then you accuse Republicans of trying to steal the midterms. Cool. Nice to know that we're playing by two sets of rules still. Let us get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. It's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com. Jeremy's up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. 631-527-4545 if you want to chime in on any of that. Donald Trump made an announcement this morning about Iran. Of course, I'll wear this with my skeptic glasses on, right? Just a little like, hey, is this one of those threats again to force a deal? But he says the United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and other forms of defense, together with most of its offensive capability, are gone very hard tonight. At some point in the not-too-distant future, we will be taking Karg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States of America. That much is true. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. You see that on your screen. So, do we hit Iran hard tonight? Do we not hit Iran hard tonight? I think he's finally reaching that enough is enough point. I'm so sorry. I keep seeing you trying to call, and then I'm off the screen. Call one more time. Please keep coming in with the calls if you've got anything that you'd like to say. I know I'm telling you to call, and I jump over there, and there's nothing there. Here's some unseasoned boiled chicken breast for you, by the way.
I'll sing from here, and you sing from there. Together we'll sing down the walls everywhere. With love in our hearts rising up like the sea. Together we'll sing.
All right, I'm going to end the unseasoned boiled chicken breast. I'm sorry. We do have somebody connected here. Who do we have on the line? Hello, welcome to the show.
It's me, Cynthia from Florida.
What is up, Cynthia from Florida? How are you?
Okay, remember when Echo got the FIP?
Yes.
Well, his twin brother, Kilo, started peeing and shitting all over the floor. Oh, sorry, pooping all over the floor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, anyway, so Kilo's on Prozac. Then Oscar, who also had FIP, started urinating on the floor. He's on Prozac.
Oh, my gosh.
And Charlie with the blocked bladder, he's on Prozac, and he's spraying every so often.
Oh, my goodness.
So I got the Therapet things that you plug in, not the feel-aways. But
Okay.
I also got these calming beads. Amazon sells them. They're in an orange box. And knock on wood, I think that one's helping better. They last 2 months, the beads.
All right, we gotta try it. We have thankfully nobody's missing a litter box or anything like that. They're just not happy with each other. It's just gonna take some time, but we will look into some of those. We have the Fellaway pheromone things.
Yeah, I used to have them. They didn't work much at all.
Yeah, I mean they sometimes did, maybe a little bit, but we're working with that, and we'll take a look at some of those other methods. Though appreciate
They
the
also
tips.
put the potty pads down so they don't damage my hardwood floors. And knock on wood, it's gotten better. There
Good.
are times still somebody will pee, but it's less now.
Good.
I say, you know what? I'm going to strangle them all.
No, don't do it. As much as you want it, don't do it. I know you love your kitties, and we love ours too. We're just, we're taking it day by day, minute by minute. It's just this non-recognition crap because somebody decided, that their pet can just wander around freely and cause fights. Apparently, this cat has also bitten off another cat's tail in the neighborhood.
Oh,
so,
nice.
yeah.
Did the cat get into your patio or just
No,
outside the screen?
the cat fought through the screen. That didn't get through. But it was, and once that happened, nobody wanted anything to do with each other. And, it's insane.
They got scared.
The bottom line is, You got an outdoor cat. Don't let it in my yard. Because now if it gets in my yard, we're going to have a problem. That's it. And I was called a jerk on Monday for saying that, and I hope that person is happy, in their house without a civil war, because we have the feline civil war of 2026. But it is going to go away.
The
it's
beginning
fine.
of that Monday show, so I didn't hear what happened with the cats.
I didn't. I mean, it wasn't too specific, but it was. I'm not happy about it. But we'll see what we could do. We're going to work with it day by day. We're taking it, in stride, and we'll be fine. Everybody's going to be fine. It's just going to take some time. But I appreciate the tips. Thank you so much.
All right, goodbye.
All right, thank you. Have a great weekend. Cynthia giving us some tips on how she deals with her cats. It says it's not the cat's fault. Well, I mean, it is. Nobody else made that cat come in here and fight our cats. It's mostly the owner's fault. But, I mean, it's not like they just came in our yard and messed with our cats. This cat has beaten up other cats in the neighborhood. So this is what I would refer to as a bad cat. Okay? I'd rather not shoot at it. But, we'll see what happens. We're, not going to hunt it, but we got to keep it away somehow. So anyway, what do we got? We got 1 minute left. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I hope you all have a great rest of your Thursday. Be on Newsmax today around 6:30. And then tomorrow morning, you're not going to want to miss this interview with Dylan Filion of Iowa, 22 years old, advanced through his primary, running for office, Iowa House District 81. It's a great interview. It went by like this. It was fast. It's a lot of fun. It's very, you get some insight into how these campaigns run. So thank you for being here. Make sure you subscribe everywhere you get your podcast. And by the way, I'm just going to say this now. Monday morning, Bongino's not in again. So we're going to have the Army here again. Okay? So on Monday, I want to see everybody and their mother, biggest show of the year, coming up on Monday. Obviously, today's the last live show. We do have a show tomorrow. Dylan Filion interview Monday morning. We'll get your thoughts on all that and everything else that happens. Have a great rest of your weekend. Jeremy Herrell up next. Subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcast. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody. It is Thursday, June 11th, year of our Lord, 2026. Hey, guess what? If you didn't know, you're locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America, and I'm broadcasting from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. My name is Jeremy Herrell, a.k.a. the Hip Hop Patriot. And I'm so very glad that you are joining us today on Rumble, on YouTube, on audio. Please let me introduce to you the guy behind everything that your precious, beautiful eyes see day in and day out. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Damn Skippy on this Thursday. How we doing, my friend?
Well, what's going on with ATV family and Patriots? It's one day until Friday, my favorite day of the week, so we need to get through the news and whatnot and all that stuff, all this work junk. Anyway, hit the Rumble button, hit the share button. We got news to get to, and there's already some dumbasses over on YouTube. Let's get them.
Let's get them, he says. Wow, what a nice, welcoming hello from producer Eli. Welcome, everyone. Octubre is in the building. Tommy is here. How you doing? RJC, Fun Mom, Bad Moon, Barb Naylor, Sherry Welch, Redline Live, Kat, WB Patriot, Angel Grandmother, Tommy, Sean Maga, Erica Falkenberry is here, C. Ward, Doris, Betty, everybody on Rumble, Miss Kathleen, Crystal, good to see you all. It's me, 77, Arrow Pink, Kikalo, what is that? Press Peppy in the building. Never saw that name before. Love it. Let's go over to YouTube. Let's say hello to another one, Bites McGrowan over there. We've got Vet for Democracy. Isn't freedom of speech wonderful, my friend? Scott Rollins over there. How you doing? Good to see you, Scott. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. We've got Gooch Jenkins. We've got Ricky Smith. We've got Gary Graves, Waffle Jackson. We've got Bartholomew. Good to see you. Thank you for being over on YouTube. Jason Benzo, Esteb, and CRNE Papoose. Thank you. Sheila, God bless you over there. Robin, good to see you. Shinjin, and we appreciate all your viewership. Whether you love us, hate us, want us to succeed, or want us to die, we appreciate you being here with us on LFA TV. And if you are new to the program, please allow me to show you our official website, which is lfatv.us. Now, whether you're going over there to read through current updated news, it's always updated every hour on the hour. So no matter what time you go over there, there'll be current news for you to read through. You can sign up for our newsletter, shop on our store, or you can also become a one-time or a monthly donor straight right there on lfatv.us. No middlemen, straight to us. We'd appreciate it. Again, this platform has always been built by the power of the people. It is powered by the people. It always has been, and hopefully it always will be. We are about right now at about 40% of our monthly recurring donation needs. So if you guys go there, you can easily just click the donate section and you can donate whatever you want. Once a month, once a week, once a year. All the options are there for you. Also, do not forget, we also have a audio podcast as well, right there, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. That is where you get every day, Rise Up every day, Live from America on audio. If you're driving, if you're at work and you can't watch, maybe you can listen. That is the best place to get it, is at Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Whether you're doing it on Apple, Android, Podbean, Spotify, Pandora, wherever you get your audio downloads from, check it out. We update it daily. Sometimes we're a little late, but we pretty much get to it every single day. And also, don't forget, we have an official Facebook page for Patriot Pals, and we also have an official Facebook page for LFA TV. There's the Patriot Pals, and we have uploaded every single episode that we've done of Patriot Pals on our YouTube page as well. So if you're on YouTube and you want, we have a playlist that's just LFA TV Kids. You can click that playlist. It'll just go right through 1 through 9. Our 10th episode comes out on Saturday, and it's all going to be about the Boston Tea Party. So check that out for your kids. We're getting some really good momentum on Patriot Pals, and we'd love for you guys to introduce your kids, your grandkids, your nieces, nephews, or whoever around the house. We'd love for you to introduce them to Patriot Pals. It is a beautiful and wonderful adventure that we're on. Also, there's the LFA TV Facebook page right there. It doesn't have much traction, not like our page that we got taken away from us that had 650,000 people following it, but LFA TV right there. Just look it up on Facebook and follow both of those. All right? Okay, good. I think we can get started now, and I wanted to start with the UFC and the White House. So Dana White was asked the other day, what do you think about this lawsuit that was just filed in preparation and leading up to this UFC fight at the White House. And Dana White's response was that, like he always does, says, "Yeah, we were prepared for that. We were prepared for multiple lawsuits, and been prepared for even more than that. So we are over prepared for this. The fight will go on. The UFC will be broadcast from the lawn of the White House, and then of course there'll be about 70 or 80,000 people probably over at the Ellipse watching. I do want to show you some of the footage from the White House. We now have the UFC stage up. As you guys know, huge fan of MMA. I watched UFC 1 and watched all 300, and what are we at now since? So big plans for the UFC now as they've gone to the Sphere, now to the White House. What do you do next? Fight inside the Grand Canyon? Fight on the moon? When Dana White is your president of your company, who knows what's next? Let's go to the first look at the UFC Octagon outside the White House.
Get out of your way. Stand by behind you.
Pretty incredible. It's a pretty incredible structure that they built. I believe there's going to be 5,000 seats. What a background. What a background. What a structure. What an event. What an amazing achievement to be able to do something like this. It's not easy, especially with all the security of the White House. And I believe that they're, when they're warming up their warm out workout rooms, I believe it's actually going to be either in the Oval Office or it's going to be in a makeshift looking Oval Office. Here is another one just to show you the grand structure that they had to build. And of course, it's red, white, and blue all the way up the side. The top is all stars, and the blue color, which is the same color now that's in the reflecting pool. Really awesome. This kind of stuff is what makes you, proud to be an American, because you see all these people coming together.
Ha sido un sueño del presidente durante muchísimo tiempo ver construir Justin Guys en la noche del 14 de junio, día del cumpleaños de Trump, día de la bandera, celebra aquí en Estados Unidos. Ha sido un sueño del presidente durante muchísimo tiempo ver.
What a structure. What an amazing structure that is. And then one more view here, showing the outside area where it shows Freedom 250. Again, what a beautiful sight this is. If you're an MMA fan, if you're a UFC fan, you can't wait for this. Can't wait for it.
Nothing like this has ever been done at the White House before. I don't know, they kind of
Nothing like this has ever been done at the White House before, and will probably ever be done again. Why? Because the UFC is covering the entire cost. This is at no cost to the taxpayer. This is at no cost to the city. This is at no cost to anybody but the UFC. They have covered the entire cost, and that includes the ticketing over at the Ellipse. Everything. So that's really awesome. Bubby says, I was outside watering when I hear Jeremy's voice blasting from the UPS driver's truck. Eli, somewhere out there's a UPS driver who's listening to or watching Live from America right now, and they just dropped off a package at somebody who's also watching Live from America right now. Like I say, you never know who's watching, and a big shout out to that UPS driver. Is your name Doug Heffernan? Every time I think of a driver, I think of Doug Heffernan from The King of Queens. But pretty cool, right, Eli? Pretty cool.
Freaking awesome. Small world after all.
It's actually a pretty big world. I never understood that song, but I understand the saying, because you run into people in the most weird places that know who you are, that watch your show, or that you've run into somewhere in the past, and then all of a sudden you walk into each other's path at an airport or something. So thank you for letting us know that. Okay, let's get to our morning sponsor, which is, well, our own sponsor, Rise Up Coffee. Then we'll be right back for the Lord's Prayer.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Possibly the most patriotic commercial of all time. And I think, Eli, if we ever get to a point where that coffee is super successful, or LFA TV is widely and wildly super successful, I think that we need to get that coffee commercial on the Super Bowl. It would be the most patriotic commercial the Super Bowl had ever seen.
Oof. Damn, Skippy. Let's go on that one. That would be a freaking honor, too.
Yeah, it would. Absolutely. Especially since usually during the Super Bowl, they do some kind of, honor to the military before the game. So, pretty cool. That would be a really cool honor. Okay. And even though the NFL has gone to where it's gone, it has shown some signs of improvement. NBA, not so much. NFL has shown some signs of improvement, and that's only because people are getting back involved again and saying, hey, we're not going to allow this to happen to this game that we've loved for so long in this country. And they did pivot, so we'll see if they keep pivoting. All right, let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then we will get started with the first and foremost section of the day. Again, please, if you have not done so yet, reach down, hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down, and share for whatever reason that you want to have your friends come in to the live chat, whether it's to agree with us or disagree with us. We welcome it all. All right? All right, let's go to the Lord. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. And by the way, if we do have any veterans that are watching, or anybody who's currently in the military, or any military families watching on either platform, we salute you and we say thank you very much for your past, current, and future sacrifice to this country. God bless. All right, lift up your cups. Let's get busy. Yesterday, I told you the country needs the belt. What I really meant to say was the country needs the National Guard. The belt is what the country needed 5 years ago, so that we never got to the stage where we're at right now. The belt was something that could have been needed right around the George Floyd. The belt could have been used during the Ferguson, Missouri problem, where Black Lives Matter was hijacked by the Democratic Party and then turned into a political arm of one of our nation's top parties. That's where the belt could have been used. Maybe we could have avoided the George Floyd Summer of Love. Maybe we could have avoided these people thinking that they can just get away with anything, because think about it. When you and I were growing up, if somebody did half of what these juvenile hoodlum delinquents do today, there would be no, oh, you bail out on your own recognizance. There would be no, you get $100 fine and you go back into society. There was none of that. And because there was less of a tolerance for these hoodlums to just do whatever the hell they want in our streets, they thought twice about doing it. Now, they've been coddled so much in the last decade, absolutely over the last 5-6 years, that they just feel they can do whatever they want. They know that in blue cities, sanctuary states, they're not going to be arrested. And if they are arrested, they know they're going to be let right out. So for them, all it is likes, clicks, and views, and it's well worth it to go to jail so you can come out with a testimony and a story for a while, and the people that follow you on your channel to think that you are some, badass or some soldier out on the streets. What the country actually needs is, every time this stuff happens, every time you see a summer of love pop up, or one of these riots in the streets, or rioting because a team wins or whatever, you immediately should send in the National Guard and crack skulls. There should be zero tolerance for property destruction. There should be zero tolerance for assault. There should be zero tolerance for blocking roadways and causing economic destruction because people can't go anywhere. There should be absolutely zero tolerance for that stuff in the streets. And what happens is, if you show zero tolerance for that in the streets, this isn't a right or a left thing. This is a common sense, peace in the streets kind of thing. Once you show that there is no tolerance for that, it only takes a few times and then it stops. And all we have to do to understand if that's real or not is look at what we reported on yesterday at the courthouse in Texas. The police rolled through and they said, if anybody is here after this hour, everybody here will be arrested. And because that these delinquents know that when Texas tells you you're going to be arrested, that means you're probably not going to get out the same night. That means you're probably going to get a little bit more of a consequence for your actions than just saying, now don't do that again, as the hoodlums walk out with their pants around their ankles and a phone in their hands. Now, you might think that this is specific to a certain group of people, age, where they're from, color of their skin, but it's not. It's not. It's not specific to any group of people. It is these young, fatherless, uneducated, and I'm honestly saying uneducated, not to say that they're stupid or they're just ignorant. And they think everything is about them. They don't understand why they have freedom of speech. They don't understand why they have the freedom to be out there doing what they're doing. They don't understand why and I'm talking about like just being out, like say the Knicks game. They don't understand why they have the freedom to be out there and just screaming in the streets and stuff like that. They don't get it. They have no love of this country whatsoever. And sometimes you've got to beat it into people. You just do. Now, when I say you've got to beat it into people, I don't mean holding somebody down and beating them. I'm talking metaphorically. It needs to be beat into their skulls constantly, drilled constantly. This is not how we live. This is not okay. And if you do it, there's going to be consequences. You do it again, there's going to be worse consequences. You do it again, we catch you doing it again, and then 3 strikes, you're out. That's what needs to happen. Zero tolerance. Another thing that needs to happen, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, is we in our own communities, when we see this stuff happening, we need to understand there might be some consequences, because there probably will be, but we need to rise up in our own communities. Every time you see any of these like fantasy movies or any of these hero movies, it always comes down to the citizens rising up against the evil, right? Because the good guy never kills the bad guy, but they get the citizens to get enough courage to rise up against the bad guy, the evil guy. And then they're overwhelmed. They can't, there's nothing they can do. There are far more law-abiding, red, white, and blue-blooded, country-loving, God-fearing Americans than there are hoodlums in the streets. The only thing that keeps these hoodlums safe is the fact that we have police. if the police that they wanted to defund were not here tomorrow, they would all be in a bad shape. They'd be in bad shape, in a bad way. Flonky said, please put your sour pusses away and celebrate America with us. Absolutely. So I want to open up with this. A family-friendly event at the Sky Zone Trampoline Park in a quiet St. Louis suburb descended into mayhem on Sunday when more than 300 unaccompanied juveniles and teens showed up, overwhelmed the venue, and sparked at least 8 separate fights. These are these teen takeovers that are happening. Now, you might have heard about these teen takeovers from Judge Jeanine Pirro, civil rights. And that's Harmeet Dillon is civil rights. Judge Jeanine Pirro has been cracking down on these teen takeovers and threatened that in some circumstances, the parents could be charged for negligence. So all the way up to the top, everyone is aware this is happening. If you didn't see that, you might have seen a video of these teen takeovers where they just, like bees, they just swarm an area, whether it's a park, whether it's a trampoline park, whether it's a bank, whether it's a Target, whether it's a mall. They swarm it with the whole purpose of causing as much anarchy as possible. The chaos spilled into nearby businesses with gangs of minors damaging property, threatening employees and customers, and prompting a large police response. In one shocking incident, officers seized a butcher's knife from a 12-year-old girl who admitted that she took an Uber specifically to join the fights after seeing them promoted on social media. Now, Eli, so let's stop and think about that for a minute. I lost a Facebook page with about 750,000 people. I lost a YouTube page with well over 100,000 people. I lost an Instagram page with 100,000 people. I lost a TikTok page with about 80,000 people on it. All that because I was saying that the election of 2020 was stolen and wearing a mask and all of these draconian measures that they were taking during COVID were unconstitutional and not to follow them. I get my social media taken away forever. Took years to try to get it back, and then when they gave it back, they didn't give me my channels back or my pages back. They just gave me the ability to come back. Oh, thanks. Thanks. But these people, Eli, they're allowed to put teen takeover anarchist mayhem videos out. And in real time, a 12-year-old takes a butcher's knife, takes an Uber, and goes to join the chaos. And she saw it because of a video that was on social media. Those aren't taken down. Those channels are left alone. Makes you really think, why?
Oh, there's a whole reason for it. It's because Zuckerberg, that scumbag, changed nothing. He changed nothing. Like, I'm still shadow banned. Normally you would get your things taken down and get, restrictions and warnings and, little hits here and there. They don't do that anymore. They just keep you limited. And I report things every day. There's still threats for the president all over the place. Is he dead yet? And all that stuff. But ones that are actually threats, and I report them, and seconds later, we didn't take the post down. We left it up. It's totally fine by our community standards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or how about all the videos of animals being abused? You know what I mean? You look at overseas in India, you look at the videos coming out of the Middle East, there's constant videos of animals being abused constantly, dogs being beaten, dogs fighting, dog fighting rings. No, those never get taken down. Shrith Anadar is there probably, emceeing the whole event. Now the dog is going to attack the other dog, and now the other dog is going to bite the other dog. Either way, these dogs mean nothing to me. We experiment on them all the time. And back to you. That's all okay. I remember, I'm sure they're mostly taken down now, but crying out loud, I remember a time where you could go on the internet, and not on the dark web either, just on the regular internet, and type in and find people getting beheaded, like left and right. Like you could see the entire Middle East conflict from Sunni and Shiites and Hezbollah and Hamas and everything just online, like a reality TV show. Eli, can I get one?
BMW.
Yes! Absolutely. I love when he does that. All right, let's take you to some of the video that we have here. We have 2 videos to show you. This first one is going to be a local St. Louis Fox affiliate, and kind of give you the skinny of everything that went down. But then I also have some cell phone footage to show you as well. So let's get to that now.
Breaking up fights near an area trampoline park. Sky Zone in Shrewsbury hosted a 6-7 party yesterday to mark June 7th. As Fox 2's Chad Mira shows us, tempers quickly escalated as hundreds of kids were stuck waiting outside.
Shrewsbury police say there were 300 or so people lined up outside the Sky Zone yesterday. However, the event was already full, so they weren't allowed inside. Then several fights broke out, and that chaos spilled over to nearby businesses, including a Walmart all the way across the street. Shrewsbury police responded Sunday afternoon as several fights broke out in a matter of minutes. Hundreds of juveniles waited in line hoping to go to Sky Zone's 6-7 event. But with the business at capacity, they all had to wait out in the heat. Shrewsbury police said 8 fights broke out, and when police arrived, the large crowd scattered. Police say the teens went to nearby stores, caused damage, and threatened customers and employees. Then the crowd turned their attention to police. Officers say kids 10 to 17 years old yelled, made threats, and threw rocks at them. Police say they detained several juveniles and they were released to their parents. They shared one story of a 12-year-old girl who they said took an Uber to the area from Florissant and brought a butcher knife with her. In all the chaos, no one was hurt. Sky Zone shared a statement calling the 6-7 party a success. It said in part, quote, "Our rules are not optional. We cannot control who gets dropped off at our front doors, but we can control who is allowed to enter." It's referring to a rule that requires kids to have a parent or guardian with them. It's not the first case like this involving Sky Zone in our area. At the very same location in February 2025, police responded to a fight inside of Sky Zone. Then, last November, at the Baldwin location, police say things became disorderly when a large crowd showed up to an oversold event at their Sky Zone. Shots were fired that night. To give you an idea of what police were up against, they got that initial call around 3:40 in the afternoon. The scene wasn't cleared until 6 hours later. Reporting in Shrewsbury, Chad Mira, Fox 2 News.
See this scratch?
So, Eli, we literally have people over on YouTube, of course, because this is just all they do, saying all lies and misinformation. So are you saying that that didn't happen? That what we just reported and what the local news reported there, that didn't happen, that there's no footage of this happening, it's just straight up lies and misinformation. Is that what they're saying over there, Eli?
You know, Jeremy, as soon as you said somebody over on YouTube said all, I knew exactly who you were talking about, and it's that vet for democracy. That jagoff sits in there for 3 straight hours or more every day just going lies, 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 but he never backs anything up. I'm actually wondering if you're a vet.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I get it. We don't need to put too much time on these individuals, but it goes to show you how unwilling to even find common ground the left is. If you identify as a Trump supporter or in any way, shape, or form a Republican, you are the scum of the earth, and there's no common ground. They can't even find common ground on whether or not we should allow teen takeovers to happen or not, right? No common ground can be found. It's really fascinating, the world that we live in today. Here's some cell phone footage that's taken from Instagram, and we'll go to that now. If you can see here, there's some cell phone footage. Obviously, all these are teens, youngsters, so the video's blurred. Got some sound on that bad boy? Yeah, we do. There we go.
angry mob outside, a bunch of young teenagers, and they was mad and angry.
A symbol of Sunday Fun Day turning into absolute chaos. Glover says she was trapped in her car after leaving Shrewsbury Sky Zone's 6-7 day celebration. Shrewsbury police say the facility was not prepared for what happened next. 8 fights in a matter of minutes. Glover capturing the turbulent turnout on her cell phone.
And I was simply just trying to leave the facility, and I got caught in the chaos.
The venue reaching maximum capacity. The juveniles ranging from 10 to 17 not allowed in without someone 25 or older.
You could just hear in the crowd amongst cursing, you could hear them saying like, let me in, and that's not fair.
Sky Zone taking to social media less than 24 hours later saying, quote, "We are so sorry. We sold out before we could get everyone in. We cannot control who gets dropped off at our front doors."
They was literally just dropping them off and going about their business.
Shocking details coming out Monday as police say they had to take away a butcher knife from a 12-year-old who saw the chaos on social media and then came to join it. For those who just wanted to have fun, Rashida says she's disappointed in the minors and their parents too.
The event could have been real good, but it turned bad, and that's simply because the kids wasn't being chaperoned. Just be more active in your kids' life.
Now police tell me the 12-year-old caught with a butcher knife told them she brought it for protection. No officers were injured, and I spoke to an owner of my place who had to close early. He tells me this is a sign the community needs to step up.
Let the window up.
A battle of the
community does need to step up. That's what Eli, that is exactly what I've been preaching. The community, all communities, are the only ones that have the power to stop this. Yes, you can bring in the National Guard in some of these, not in this case, clearly, but like the riots going on in the streets in New York right now, the craziness that went on in L.A., the craziness that went on in Minneapolis and Chicago. Obviously, yes, bring in the National Guard, crack skulls. But for stuff like this, you don't bring in the National Guard for that, clearly. It is up to the community. There is a certain sense of responsibility on we that live in our communities. We pay police to honor, protect, and serve. The problem is they're outnumbered 10-1. Half of them don't do their damn jobs anyway. And what happens when the police don't do what they are paid to do, whether it be willingly or unwillingly? Well, then sooner or later, the community that pays the police to do this needs to get involved, and we need to start taking care of our own. Okay? In any level that means, in any manner that means for you. And that includes when you see people acting a fool, and I don't even care if it's protesting. If people have a right to protest, then you have a right to stop and let them know, right in public, exactly how you feel. The other day, I was heading up to the gym. It was actually right when I did the Facebook Live about the country needing the belt. And remember those 1960s Bernie Sanders style protesters that I parked my truck behind a few weeks ago? Well, they were up there doing it again. I literally pulled over, got out, walked up to each and every one of them and said, "You are garbage. You are what's wrong with this world. You are what's wrong with this country." Walked up to the next one. "You are garbage. You are what's wrong with this world. You are what's wrong with this country." Go do something in life. Nobody cares about 70-year-old Democrats standing out with a sign that says, "Uplift humanity, stop hate," while they hate everything about Trump and the people that voted for him. Here's the thing. Sunny Hostin says that 50% of the country voted for Trump. She's not correct. More than 50% of the country voted for Trump. Want to know why, Sonny? I know math is hard for Democrats. We've been talking about that lately, but let me bring it back, okay? Let me circle back like Psaki here. When you win the popular vote, that means you win more of, okay? More of. So 50% of the voters did not vote for Trump. More than 50% of the people in this country who voted for Trump. And since the left wants to say that we live in a democracy, that means we rule, you don't. You listen to what we say. You fall in line behind our policy based on the fact that you think we live in a democracy. We've been trying to tell you that we live in a constitutional republic, but you don't understand what that means, so let me break it down for you. We won, you lost. You cry, we win. We legislate, you break street signs and cop cars and destroy buildings and hurt people and assault people. There is clearly a difference between you and us. We are the ones that work and make the world go round. You're the ones that take everything and suck up the tea to the taxpayer. Sound about right, Eli?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. Covered it.
Good. I hope the left that's watching understands we're your masters of the universe. By the way, Eli, He-Man? Woo! Any 80s babies here? Any 80s youngsters here that loved Masters of the Universe and He-Man? Let me tell you what. You know how Barbie came out and it was all feminine and, you know, girl power and Barbie and this, that, and the other? Well, Mattel said, okay, since we did that, we're going to give you the alternative. And let me tell you, Eli, He-Man was all about masculinity. It was all about being a man. It was all about knowing when and when not to use the power that God gave you, the physical prowess that God gave you as a man. And when it calls for it, use it. That movie, if you have not seen He-Man and you were a fan of that as a kid, go watch it. Even if your kids were fans of it, go watch it. It's in the step of the right direction.
I haven't seen it. I can't wait to see it. Jeremy's already told me a lot about it, so if you don't want it spoiled, everybody get in the comment section right now and say, don't talk about it.
I've been spoiling it for Eli. Been telling him word for word what happens. I can't help it. I was grinning from ear to ear, Eli, when I walked out of that theater. I felt like a kid again. It was more than nostalgic.
I think they're finally getting it. They're finally getting it. Hollywood's waking up. Maybe.
And I got to say, Jared Leto as Skeletor. Psh. Mwah. It was about as off the cartoon onto movie screen as you could possibly get. Okay? All right. Now let's go from St. Louis to Hershey Park for another one of these wild and out of control hoodlum fights, whatever you want to call them.
Dozens of teenagers and kids were charged in an opening day brawl at Hershey Park. Cameras capturing the chaos at what's normally the sweetest place on earth. And this has been a 3-month investigation, and authorities are telling us tonight it's not over just yet. CBS 21's Yasmin Cowan speaking with the Derry Township Police Chief today, explaining how they went about charging that many people. Yasmin.
Sounds of excitement and thrill can be heard at Hershey Park as people are riding rides, but those sounds were replaced by chaos and families fleeing after a massive fight broke out involving over 50 people.
Working with various agencies, schools, school resource officers, juvenile probation, some county agencies to try to identify and make sure we had the right person.
When speaking with Derry Township Police today, they described the chaotic fight at Hershey Park on April 3rd, saying 55 people were involved. The 3-month investigation took so long, they said, because of all the video they had to comb through that was posted online and taken by witnesses. Derry Township Police Chief Garth Warner says both teens and kids were charged, ranging from 12 years old to 19.
Most people would think, okay, unless you're actually throwing punches, you're physically aggressive, then you're not involved. But that's not the case here. You have people that are, being charged with conspiracy, failure to disperse.
Police say 19-year-old Omar Ibrahim, 18-year-old Jerome Ross III, and 18-year-old Quanique Williams, who are all from Harrisburg, are the adults who were charged. Court documents state it was 7 p.m. when someone first reported the large fight, and Derry Township Police responded with multiple police units. We're told the fight broke out between multiple groups of people. Footage obtained from bystanders show families fleeing, some hiding under tables, other parents using their bodies to shield their kids.
And did you find it necessary to charge kids as young as 12 years old?
If they were involved, they were going to be charged.
Police say all 55 who were charged are facing various felony and misdemeanor charges, including riot, simple assault, aggravated assault, and more. Police did tell me that they're looking to charge more people as well. In Derry Township, I'm Yasmin Cowan, CBS 21 News.
So it just keeps happening. Thousands of kids, they said. Imagine that. At Hershey Park. Anybody remember going to Hershey Park? Or anybody ever been to Hershey Park? It's great. It's like any other tourist place. You know, people coming from all over the world. People visiting Pennsylvania to see the Liberty Bell. Maybe they go to Hershey Park. And I love the idea of what Judge Jeanine Pirro said. I do love the idea of what she said, that you know, in certain scenarios, we're going to charge the parents. Good. Because this all does come down to parenting. Now, my kids are not perfect. They've done bad things. They've done wrong things. But they understand, because they have a moral compass and a solid upbringing, that you don't go do this stuff. I've never had cops have to call me about stuff like this. My kids have never been involved in stuff like this. They've had opportunities. We lived in a liberal shithole in New England. Once a great place. They didn't do this stuff. They knew better. It does come down to parenting. And a father does need to be in the home. And that's the problem for half these hoodlums.
Following the charges, we reached out to Hershey Park to ask if the people involved would be permanently banned from the park and if officials knew who they were. A spokesperson sent us this statement saying, quote, "Safety is and will remain our top priority. The overwhelming majority of visits to Hershey Park result in enjoyable and positive experiences. When behavior falls short of our standards, we respond quickly and work closely with local law enforcement." They continue, consistent with Hershey Park's zero tolerance policy, those who do not abide by our policy will no longer be welcome on our property. More than 55 kids and teens charged after
Thousands of kids there. Thousands of kids seeing what happened. Kids as old as, or as young as 12 years old being charged with something. If they were involved, they'll be charged. That's what the police said. Now, I'd like Mick Buster, is that his name in the live chat on Rumble? I monitor all chats, so sometimes you'll see me pop in and out of chats. This show is built on engagement with the audience. There's no amount of triggering that you could possibly do as a troll. You trolls today are weak. You trolls back in the day used to be good. You really did. You really used to get under a lot of people's skins with the words, you know, homophobe, transphobe, pedo, Trump this, Trump that. But it's so old now because you do. That's all you guys do every day. I just want to let you know that we're going to allow you to stay in the live chat here in Rumble. And in YouTube, it's the Wild West. Do what you want. We're going to allow you to stay in the live chat here in Rumble because we want your view. We want your algorithm input. We want your algorithm, the algorithm to respond well to engagement. So, you know, with your assistance, that helps. But also, we want to show the world who watches this now and later exactly who the people on the left are. And one thing's for sure. We won the House, the Senate, the White House. Trump's 136 of 137 in 2026 on his political endorsements. We won the popular vote, the Electoral College vote. Trump won more counties than any other president in history. Nothing you can say to us takes that away. We dominated you in the election. We've been mentally dominating you since. And we will continue to dominate and make sure you don't get back in power. So, if you think you can beat us, you're welcome to try. Otherwise, I'm going to go back in old school Eli and say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but Democrats can never hurt me because we keep dominating. Really nothing else to say?
actually had that notion the other day too. I started wondering, wait a minute, why are we getting rid of these trolls even in the Rumble chat? Because it helps the algorithm. It's more viewers, so sure, hop in.
Yeah.
Just behave yourselves.
Yeah. Your Majesty is speaking. Well, we're Your Majesty's administration. We're his court, So the king says, watch your mouth. You better watch your mouth. Now let's go to the streets of New York and what's going on there. Before we do, though, Zohran Mamdani. Here's Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, the Muslim.
As a first step, my administration has made a $15 million investment in gender-affirming care over the next 2 years.
And that's the problem.
We will continue to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that trans and gender non-conforming New Yorkers can live with dignity, safety, and freedom they deserve.
Do you know who doesn't deserve dignity? People who don't know or don't want to know what their gender is. Kids, brainwashed all the time. I get it. Adults who don't know what their gender is, you don't get no dignity. What dignity should you have? It's ma'am. There's no dignity there. Most of the country thinks it's sick. Most of the country's okay with gay and lesbian, bi. That's fine. It's your life. You're an adult. Do what you want. You do your sins, I'll commit mine, and hopefully in the end, you've lived a decent life. But when it comes to this stuff, the whole brainwashing kids at such a young age to be gender fluid, or you can be a cat, or you can be a puppy, or you can be a unicorn, or you could be a fence post, or whatever it is, and then going through adolescence into 18, 19, and 20, how productive do you think that these people are going to be in society? Hell, they don't even know what they are. They don't even know the truth of who or what they are. How productive is somebody like that going to be in society? My administration, says Zohran Mamdani, invested $15 million, you mean of people whose money who live in New York? It's not your money. Into gender-affirming care. Look at this nonsense. Look at this. Look at this retarded nonsense. Look at this.
Y'all hear me all right?
Y'all hear me all
Peppermint,
right?
And I am so excited to be here for Mayor Mamdani's very first ever New York City Pride celebration as mayor.
Hey, it's man.
Happy Pride, everyone!
Happy pro-life
As a
month.
first step, my administration has made a $15 million investment in gender-affirming care over the next 2 years.
Hold up. Muslims around the world need to denounce Mamdani, Eli. Muslims around the world need to denounce Mamdani. Being gay, as somebody who follows the Quran, as somebody who claims to be a follower of false prophet, child raper Muhammad, you can't do the gay thing. See, in Christianity, we just say it's a sin. But it's your choice. In Islam, they burn you alive, boil your skin off, or throw you off a building. Shouldn't the Muslim community around the world, Eli, be denouncing Mayor Mamdani's statement of happy pride? Shouldn't they be like, just curious here.
I'm actually surprised there's not riots in the streets. That is ridiculously against everything that they believe. So how is this being allowed?
It's called tequila, Eli. It's called tequila. Tequila, whatever. They can lie their ass off to stay in power, and their prophet says it's okay. Imagine that, Eli. Imagine saying, I have a prophet. Peace be upon him. I have a prophet who says it's okay to lie and deceive. Think about that for a second. That's how retarded Muslims are. It's crazy. Let's finish this out.
And we will continue to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that trans and gender nonconforming New Yorkers can live with dignity, safety, and freedom they deserve.
Hey, Eli, can you look up the Quran or whatever, maybe even the Hadith, but can you look up in Islamic culture and writings, their spiritual writings, if homosexuality is legal, lawful, and accepted? See what the Quran says about that and exactly where people can go to find that? I mean, I'm just trying to stay consistent and respect their religion, right? Again, it can't be faith. They can't have faith like we have. They have to actually do works and follow a very, very specific law set. And guess what? Being gay is not one of them. Elisha, what do we have there?
So I asked Google, is homosexuality accepted in Islam? In Islam, experiencing same-sex attraction is generally not considered a sin, as it is viewed as an involuntary test. However, acting on those desires, such as engaging in same-sex sexual acts, is considered sinful in traditional Islamic jurisprudence.
Hey, Eli, ask it this. What is the sentence in Iran if you are found guilty of being a homosexual? That's maybe a better way to ask the question.
Let's see. In Iran, homosexual acts are illegal and can carry severe punishments, including the death penalty. Under the country's Islamic penal code, sentences vary based on gender and specific nature of the acts. For men, penetrative same-sex intercourse, livat, is a capital offense punishable by death. Other non-penetrable homosexual acts can be punished by 31 to 74 lashes. For women, same-sex acts between women, musaheka, something like that, are punished by 100 lashes. However, if the offense is repeated 4 times, it can be punishable by death.
So either Zohran Mamdani is not a Muslim, in which case the Muslim community better call him out for being a non-Muslim, or he's a gay Muslim himself, in which case his own religion says that he should be put to death. Eli, I would love for one reporter to challenge him and say, why would you say Happy Pride when it says here in the Quran? Why would you say Happy Pride when it says here in the Hadith that all homosexuals should be put to death? Is this true or not true? Because, hey, he says, Eli, his religion at his core is always more important than anything else. He said that. That his faith in Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad, to him is ground zero for everything. Everything else comes after that. So I got to ask, Mr. Mayor, what's the deal here? What's he going to say to that?
Yep, absolutely hypocritical to the highest level. He's already desecrated the New York office that he holds by taking out all the furniture and putting rugs in, and serving stinky-ass curry in the friggin' office.
I don't know if it's curry, Eli. I think it's actual shit. I think Muslims eat actual shit on rice or on a camel or on a goat or another. I don't know. I don't know what they eat. It's halal? Is that what it is? Halal meat?
Camel dick or something.
Yeah, spotted dick, Eli. All right, let's take a look and see how things are going, shall we? On the streets of New York over a basketball game. Let's go look now. Yeah, that looks warranted. That looks justified, right? I mean, after all, putting a ball in a hoop is priority number one. The Knicks won that game, by the way. You're still seeing these riots in the streets of New York over a basketball game. And that's what happens when they win. The streets are out of control. Youngsters are out of control. And they need to be physically handled. The cops aren't willing to do it. Zohran Mamdani is allowing it to happen. The real men of New York need to step up. Or else this stuff is going to continue to happen. And the young, beta male, low IQ male presence in the city is going to continue to grow into this. Or descend, I should say, into this. Over a basketball game. Oh, free Palestine. There you go. What a bunch of third world shithole losers. Beating a taxi? So you wonder why insurance rates are so high? It's because of delinquents and illegal aliens. You know what the left calls that? You guys are racist. Okay, cool. We're racist. How about that? There you go. Make you happy? We're racist. We don't like these scumbags. They should not be in our country. And the ones that are legal should be in jail. Ready? Are you happy now? Eli, we're racist. Ooh. You're racist too. And bigoted. Yep. And homo sapien phobes. And straight phobes. And white phobes. And white male phobes. And nationalist phobes. You guys hate more than you claim that we hate. We don't hate these people. We think they're disgusting and we don't think they should be in our society acting like that. I bet you if these people came to your home, these Palestine and third world shithole Islam Muslims, and they did this to your home, I highly doubt that any of you lefties over on YouTube would come out and go, yeah, do that. Here's some spray paint. Hey, here's a baseball bat. Bust my house up. Don't forget my car in the garage. Go in there and bust that up too. You guys are welcome to do that. And by the way, before I started this segment of today, Eli, I said they come in all colors, all shades of skin, and I was talking about hoodlums. Then I got into the Islamic problem. Now I'm back into the hoodlum problem. I don't care what color they are. What are you going to call that? You going to call that racist too? Eli, what's the name from the Democrats from somebody who doesn't like criminals and teen takeovers and hoodlums? What's that? A age phobe or teen phobe? Or I don't know what name that I should be called for not thinking that this is okay and not wanting this to happen in my neighborhood. It's got to be a name for that, right?
Deplorable?
Yeah, I'm deplorable. Absolutely. What?
You know, I just saw a clip with Jerry Seinfeld the other night. It was actually a pretty good one. This dumbass walks up to him. He's like, yo, man, Jerry Seinfeld, can I get a free Palestine? Can I get a free Palestine? He goes, ha, it doesn't exist.
I know, I was going to actually play that here in a little bit. Tony over on YouTube said, hate, racism, poorly educated, mixed in with stupidity equals MAGA. And we still beat you. And we still beat the brakes off of you. Imagine being so bad and hated so much by the country that somebody who embodies hate, racism, poor education, and stupidity wins everything. Boy, you must be really bad.
That's true. Hey, just to let you know, there seems to be some type of hazardous materials incident going on at the Pentagon. If you want, I just sent you the article about it.
All right, well, we'll get to that here in just a minute. Let's go watch more of the craziness that the left just seems to love, I guess. Think about this. You see what the title of that video said, right? The Spurs can't leave the Garden. So now, Eli, the left seems to be okay with the supporters of the Knicks attacking the other basketball players. So the San Antonio Spurs, who are playing the New York Knicks, are now going to be attacked because they're the San Antonio Spurs. They can't leave. It actually got worse, to be honest with you. Here's the Knicks vandalizing the Spurs bus as it pulls in. Again, imagine being the players on the bus. I'd be like, I'm not going out playing. I'm out. Fuck this city and these losers. See ya. Who would go through that? Look at this. Look what they're doing. Ripping open the stuff so their suitcases fall out. That was before the game. Those are Knicks fans. See how far New York has fallen? It's an absolute garbage city. Why would anybody want to go there and spend money to tour New York City? This Muslim that's running the city has already cost the city billions more while screaming that they're losing money. But he just told you he's spending millions on LGBTQ, gender euphoria, fucking weirdos. Sorry about my French, but it's true. And then you've got a basketball team coming in. When's the last time the team players were attacked themselves and banned from, or tried to stop them from going to or from the arena? And Democrats are okay with this. How about the San Antonio Spurs star player, Victor Wembanyama? He gets hit in the head with an egg getting off the bus, trying to get into right here. We'll watch this. I'm going to span that for you. Here he is right here. You'll see him get hit in the head with an egg here. Well, one second. Sorry about that. All right, got it pulled back up. Here you go. Just want to make it large enough for you guys to see it. Watch this. Right there. Why would you even play? There's the first one. Here comes the second right there. At that point, I'd be like, this is not a safe environment for us to play. They beat our bus and ripped open the luggage compartment. Now they're hurling things at us. I know it's just an egg. I'm sure it didn't hurt. That's not the point. Imagine advocating for this. Imagine saying there's nothing wrong with this. And then they took it a step further and they just started fighting cops. That happened too. Here's another cell phone video. shoot down. Over a basketball game. Now I know that the left is going to go, well, if you don't agree with violence against cops, then what about January 6th? What about January 6th? What about Pearl Harbor? What about the Civil War? Huh? What about the protests, civil rights protests of the 1960s? What about D-Day? What about Napoleon finding the crown in a gutter? What about Alexander the Great? What about the Amalekites and the Jews? Oh, no. What about them? What about them? You going to live off January 6th for the rest of your life? I'm not even going to sit here and tell you about the thing called a Fedsurrection. People are done with that. That right there, the whole January 6th stuff, goes over like a fart in church. Nobody even cares anymore. Literally, nobody cares anymore. And they're going to get paid. You watch, one way or another, those January 6ers, they're going to get paid, and I welcome it. Good. Good. I welcome it. Maybe I'll get a little chunk of that. Here's more of the hoodlums. If any, there's another video here we're going to show you that says, call the National Guard, please. This is from somebody's cell phone footage down there. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If I ever saw a video where my kids were involved in any of that, they would get their asses whooped. I don't care how old they were. But, normal, hardworking families, black or white, they'll never have to deal with this. It's the deviants of our country that raised this, that's responsible for this. And sooner or later, it's our community's fault for not stopping it. For a basketball game. And then what Eli was talking about, here's Jerry Seinfeld saying Palestine doesn't exist, and it doesn't. Tell me where Palestine is on a map.
What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
Palestine doesn't exist. Nowhere on a map. No government, no military, no nothing. Palestine is a made-up place, like Eternia, Eli. Maybe they should make a movie called Masters of the Muslims, which would be us, the Christians. Maybe they should make a movie of that. And we can have made-up places in there, like Palestine, right? Why not?
I have the goat.
I have the Quran. Gets transformed into, he points, Eli, you know how He-Man points his sword at Cringer and Cringer becomes Battle Cat? That's what happens to the Muslim. He points his sword down at a sheep and it becomes a mighty goat. And then he bangs it. And then he points the sword at a little doll, and it becomes a little girl, and he bangs it. And then beheads both of them.
We're going to have to make it rated R, but I bet we could make that cartoon happen.
I have the Quran. Allahu Akbar!
Allahu Akbar!
Yeah, exactly. Points it down at the little sheep. It becomes a a wife-worthy goat, points it down at the little doll that's an inanimate object. It turns into a little kid, and he marries it, names it Aisha. Eli, I bet you they have their own version over there. Master of the Muslims. Allahu Akbar!
Osama!
Oh, that's hilarious. Eli, we might want to make that cartoon just as a joke. Ilhan Omar could be like Evelyn, right? Right? Evil Ilhan? Good one, Muhammad.
I like that. Evil Omar.
Yeah. Oh, my Lanta. Oh. Castle Grayskull looks like a mosque, right?
Raggy Rashida.
Rob Trips goes, by the power of Goat Skull! Yeah, you should. He gets on the goat and starts riding it. The other ride, right? All right. Dang. Woo! I thought, Eli, we're acting like it's Friday over here.
Nothing wrong with that. It's my favorite day of the week. Let's get right to it.
It's Friday Eve, right? I wonder how the people over on YouTube are holding up. Let's see. I love Muslims. Tell me you're...
Not exactly the proportionate response we were looking for, but all right.
Tell me you're retarded without telling me you're retarded. Shinjin says turns the sheep into a goat. And then he said, I love Muhammad. You would. I bet you don't know what gender you are. Eli, somebody's a court low on gender fluid.
By the way, which Muhammad do you like, seeing as how every single Muslim out there names their kid Muhammad? There sure are a lot of them. Which one? Can you narrow it down?
There's only one Jesus. There's a lot of Jesuses. There's only one Jesus.
Don Scipieth.
And he really does have the power. All right. Take a quick break here, and then we'll come back to this as soon as we can. Chaz says goat riders in Dubai. Eli, sometimes this channel gets a little bit off the rails. Father's Day is coming up, folks. What happened? What'd you just laugh about? Did you see something funny?
I was thinking of a new version of that Door song. Goat riders in Dubai.
Riders in Dubai. All right, Father's Day is coming up, and there is a great deal over at the Chicago Steak Company. Now, there are three different put-together packages that you can get here. You can get the USDA prime fillets. You can get the ultimate gift assortment. Check this out. Look at all of the stuff that you get with the ultimate gift assortment, and then you can get the Chicago bestseller, okay? Anybody who spends $179 or more with Chicago Steak Company right now will get the following here. You'll get the best grillin' Dad apron. You'll get a bottle of their signature steak seasoning. You'll get 16 free 6-ounce premium Angus steak burgers, and you'll get free shipping, and you'll get a $25 account credit for the next time that you shop with them. Now, if you're looking to get something really good for your father, this is going to be really good. Trust me. All dads want the best steaks possible, and USDA Prime is the best. Aged up to 6 weeks, top 2% of beef, and 15,000 5-star reviews. All you have to do is go to mychicagosteak.com. That's mychicagosteak.com/LFA. One more time, mychicagosteak.com/LFA, and you'll get 4 gifts along with your purchase. So the apron is probably going to be your dad's favorite outside of the steak, is the apron. So check it out today, mychicagosteak.com/LFA. And you shouldn't even have to put a promo code in because it should bring you right to that page, okay? Also, want to talk to you guys about Done with Debt. Done with Debt has been here for 4 years, and they usually come in the beginning, at the end of every first quarter, going into the second quarter. A lot of people have done their taxes, gotten their taxes back. They're looking at ways to put their money towards, different debt that they have to try to get out of that debt, because the whole game here is trying to lower your monthly bills, right? Lower your monthly obligation, and there's nothing worse than paying tons and tons of interest with little principal forever. If you have high interest credit card debt, if you have unsecured personal loans or anything like that, reach out to Done with Debt today. Your journey to financial freedom starts with Done with Debt. 888-322-1054, or go to donewithdebt.com and fill out the questionnaire on the right-hand side and speak to a trained debt professional today, okay? Donewithdebt.com, clearing a path to your financial freedom. Thank you, Done with Debt. And thank you, Chicago Steak Company. Now, Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony. Austin Metcalf's family, as we thought, are being flooded with death threats. Now, I want you to think about this real quick, okay? Austin Metcalf did not kill Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony is still very much alive. Locked up, but very much alive, right? So the only people that lost their lives are people from the Metcalf family. The altercation that the two got into should not warrant somebody calling for the death in either of their families. The stabbing of Austin Metcalf at the hands of Carmelo Anthony is the reason why he is in the situation he's in right now. A jury found Carmelo Anthony guilty in a court of law. Now, the left is always talking about, as far as Trump and January 6th and all that, follow the law, follow the law, follow the law. Okay, well, they did. They gave him a proper court case. They gave him a proper prosecution. They offered him a proper way of defending himself. $600,000 plus came into the Anthony family, and they used it to buy a house. And they left their son high and dry. You would think that the supporters of Carmelo Anthony and the black community coming out to say that this is a legal lynching would direct their anger at the Anthony family. How dare you not give this young, poor black man or kid proper defense? But instead, Austin Metcalf's family is being flooded with death threats. People are saying they are going to desecrate Austin's grave after the murder conviction of Carmelo Anthony. Now, I want you to think about the family here. They cannot go and put this boy to rest anywhere, because as soon as somebody finds out where his tomb is, where his tombstone is, they're going to come and desecrate it. They're going to come, spray paint it, urinate on it, break it, dig up the son's body is some of the threats coming in. We're going to find his grave. We're going to piss on it. We're going to bust the tombstone. We're going to dig up your boy's body. We're going to burn. Like, what? Why is this okay from any side? Hostile messages. Someone told the family of Austin's twin brother, Hunter should have also died, and Austin effed around and found out. And like I said, people are showing up at the family's home, taunting them, telling them they're going to do this stuff to their son's grave. Law enforcement is reportedly aware of the threats. According to TMZ, one explicit threat told the family that Austin's identical twin brother Hunter should have died, and Austin effed around and found out. Other messages threatened to show up at the family's home and finish the job. Others are talking about soiling the boy's grave. No suspects have been named and no arrests have been announced. The latest wave of harassment comes on the heels of the shocking video footage showing a mob of deranged Carmelo Anthony supporters physically following and verbally assaulting the Metcalf family as they left the courthouse. Has anybody seen those videos? It's sickening. The family's leaving the courthouse. The police were escorting the family to a certain extent, then they just backed off. The family got into their car. People swarmed around it and started saying that the other son should be dead too. Like for some reason it's their fault that the jury convicted Carmelo Anthony. Here's what the father had to say.
Justice is served. You just do a big softball and knocked it out of the park. Thank you for making it so easy for me. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever. Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever is a long time. What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income and soak up as much money playing victim to line your pockets?
Let's go.
And then abandon him when he's at sentencing or victim impact? You just left him up there by himself?
Wow.
Amazing. Amazing.
Wow. So true.
What about you, Drew? What kind of father are you? You want to talk about what kind of father? All right, let's talk about what kind of father you are. Let's talk about your arrest. Let's talk about your warrants.
Ooh.
Oh, was it drugs? Coke? You did? Tell me some other shit. Let's pull it up. Because I'm welcome every one of you to pull up my criminal history. Someone who tried to make up some bullshit saying I'm a sexual assault person, guess what? If you're convicted of sexual assault in Texas, you have to register. Please check the registry. Please check my background in criminal history. It's not there. How?
You know what I love about what his father said? Austin Metcalf's father? You're using your son as income, and you left him high and dry. What kind of father does that? Is there anything else that needs to be said there? That's the mic drop right there. Your whole family is criminal. You have warrants. Or had warrants. You're using your son as income to buy a house. And you left him high and dry. That right there, he lies the cold hard truth without having to even get use foul language, which I've even used today.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. I've wanted to. I've been holding back as much as I can.
Yeah. So, the video. If you haven't seen the video, we have the video of his family leaving the courthouse. I believe this is the one right here.
They are leaving right now. Here they are.
Hey, we glad Austin dead. I'm glad Austin is dead.
Stop. You hear that? We glad Austin dead. I'm glad Austin dead. You mean you're glad Austin is dead? Sorry, you need to come with subtitles for me to understand Ebonics. We glad Austin dead. I'm glad Austin dead. I understand the family just wanted to get out of there, but I would have said that. You don't come with subtitles. It's hard for me to read, understand Ebonics. Did you just say that you're glad that Austin is dead? May God have mercy on your soul. Listen again.
They are leaving right now. Here they are.
Hey, we glad Austin dead. I'm glad Austin is dead.
bullets at my head. And the guy in the back is his brother.
This is brother right here.
Let him leave. Let him leave.
I'm glad Austin dead. We glad that boy dead. Wow. Are you glad that your education system failed you as well? I'd be more concerned about the fact that I can't communicate properly in society. What is it that you're meaning to say? I said we glad Austin dead. Still can't understand you. Need an interpreter. Maybe I'm John Fetterman. Maybe I need a device. Can you Eli, doesn't Google or something have those speech translators now where somebody says something in another language and you say it into the phone and the phone translates it for you? Isn't that a thing nowadays?
It is, but I don't even think Google could translate whatever the hell they're saying.
Imagine that. Hold on. Can you say that again? We glad Austin dead. We're mad at your dad. Nah, that's not what I said. I said we glad Austin dead. It's bad and it's bad. Google doesn't even know what you're saying. I wonder if that's racist to say, Eli. Because I remember a certain little white girl who said, "Catch me outside, how about that?"
Absolutely every single solitary thing today is racist. And if you check with Vet for Democracy over on YouTube, everything we say is lie, 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 lie.
Catch me outside, how about that? How about that? Black Panther agitators were there. The family's representative, Dominic Alexander, blamed the jury, which he falsely labeled as all white, despite the presence of non-black minority jurors, and vowed to fight the conviction on appeal. Again, under what circumstances, I don't know, especially if it is on record, which I'm sure it is, that the black potential jurors who were asked if they could be non-biased in this said no. So there were potential jurors that were black. They just admitted that they could not be non-biased. The Next Generation Action Network contributed $10,000 towards legal fees. What's that going to do? Pay the taxes for the family's house they bought? And I know, and what I don't understand is the "we're going to kill all white people" sentiment now. It's like, what did I do? As long as you're not Muslim, I didn't say nothing about you. Here's Carmelo Anthony's grandmother pushing more of a race war or race rioting, trying to pit two sides against each other based on the color of the tone of our skin.
A white person can hit a black boy and get away.
Wait, that's it.
Yeah. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
They send a message. Yeah.
We love y'all.
It ain't the end of the road.
We love y'all.
That's his uncle.
We know the bias, racist.
Y'all done became my family too. Y'all done brought us too.
You did a good job. We seen everything. Riot, we got railroaded.
I'm from Baton Rouge. I promise you. I know how it is. I moved out here from Baton Rouge. The same school.
We love y'all.
We love you.
We love y'all. We love y'all.
Hold on. That's the family. I gotta put y'all from my city. Hey, hold on. My Baton Rouge
We
people,
love
man.
y'all.
We love y'all. My Baton
Let
Rouge people.
them free
My Baton Rouge people.
Carmelo. Free Carmelo. Free Carmelo. Free Carmelo. Free Carmelo. Free Carmelo. We love y'all. I'm telling you. Y'all got the last say so. Y'all got the last say so. Y'all got the last say so.
Actually, Collin County had the last say-so because the boy's in jail. So, the judge had the last say-so. Thou shall not murder. Sounds like God did have the last say-so. And that boy is exactly where he needs to be. Racist, biased, prejudice, racist, bias, prejudice, racist. Now, when I say that Muslims and people of Islam are disgusting, that's not racist. That is bigotry. I am a bigot towards a terrorist organization in this world claiming that it is a peaceful religion. You don't have to take my word for it. Look at everywhere they live. And look at the places that used to be good that they migrated to and took over. That's all you got to do. Don't take my bigoted word for it. Go look for yourself. Facts are facts, and I don't like the outcome of those facts. Lefties on YouTube, you're bigoted against Trump supporters, right? You don't have to know a guy for you to hate him or not. All you have to see is that red hat that says "Make America Great Again." That's why you lefties on YouTube call Will Johnson a coon and an Uncle Tom when he comes on his hour. See? You're bigoted too. Everybody's a bigot. Newsflash. But racism means that you don't like an entire group of people because of something they can't help. The color of their skin. That is the left. If I were to say something that put all black people of all shades, as long as you were darker than me, and I were to put you under one umbrella and say, I hate all of you because you were born that color of skin. If I were to do that about black people and say, you guys are all racist towards me, you're all racist, all you want to do is kill white people, they'd say, yeah. Yeah, all those people anyway would say, yeah, we are. And then the other group of people would say, black people can't be racist because it has to come from a position of power. Okay. All right. Racist, biased, prejudice. Summer of Love 3.0 is on its way. I hope you know that. As a matter of fact, I did a little video about that this morning. Like to hear it? Here it goes. Sounds a little something like this, talking about the Summer of Love 2.0. Bring that up here for you. 3.0, excuse me. Eli, we already had the Summer of Love 2.0. Now we're about to have the Summer of Love 3.0. Oh, I didn't put the video out yet. Oh, good. I'll put it out after the show. I'd filmed it, but I hadn't put it out yet. I'll put it out after the show. I'll just tell you now. It's Summer of Love 3.0. It's on its way. And we know it's on its way because everything else is dying down. The protests about ICE are dying down. The protest about Iran is dying down. Gas is coming down during the blockade, so you can't really bitch, moan, and complain about that anymore. The end of the war is coming soon because Donald Trump is absolutely crushing Iran right now. And you want to know what they want to do? They want to disrupt. They want to disrupt everything before the midterms, and they want to destroy the World Cup. That's what they want to do. They want the whole world to say, wow, America couldn't even get its shit together for some games. You seen New York lately?
Hey, weren't you on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Seriously. No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
He was on jury
No, he
selection.
wasn't. He's a vet. He's a vet, dude. He's a vet. He's a vet. He ain't been on jury selection.
I ain't worried about
right?
that.
Fuck you.
You gonna die.
Quit, dude.
You on jury? When you on jury?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
You on jury selection?
He wasn't.
You was on jury selection? Oh. Not for Anthony, not for Carmelo Anthony. Oh. All right, my beat. I thought you was on jurisdiction for Car.
Oh, so you could just punch him then. You're bad.
My beat.
Yeah.
Man, what?
That's the guy right there. Eli, you saw when he was filming it, the 20% battery came up on his phone. You know what that was the equivalent of? You know what that was the equivalent of? Smoke detector going off in the background of his house. Beep. Chirp. Chirp.
An absolute scumbag piece of shit. If we don't get a handle on this, more of that crap's going to start happening, a lot more than that.
Oh, that's the thing, Eli, is it's been happening. It's a trend to walk up and just punch old people standing in the streets, old white people, men and women. They just walk up behind them and they sucker punch them right in the side of the head. I know that everybody here is not a fan of, like, comic book movies. And I know that people here aren't a fan of violence in movies. But Eli, John Bernthal and his portrayal of the Punisher, especially in the latest episode that was just released, goes to the heart of everything I'm talking about right now. John Bernthal plays the Punisher. The Punisher has had his whole family wiped out by the cartel. And there's government agencies involved in it and all that. He was a hit. His wife and his kids got killed. So he goes on this tear. And he doesn't care what happens to him, but everybody that was involved in that hit on his family is going to die. He takes it upon himself for vengeance. Obviously not the right thing to do, but I'm getting to a point here because there gets to a point where we may have to do what Frank's doing. And I'm not talking about killing everybody. But after Eli, he wipes out everybody that was involved in killing his family. He's got nothing left to do. He's got no purpose. He's a Marine. He needs to have purpose. He's done all these tours. The latest episode shows PTSD in a way that will make you cry your eyes out when you watch it. Your jaw drops to the floor. The portrayal of the PTSD that soldiers who've seen combat go through. And that's what the whole episode's about. Eli, it's gotten so bad for him now that he's so desensitized to death and to destruction that he's literally just walking through the streets while people are getting raped, mugged, robbed, and everything. Riot-like conditions like we've been showing you all morning. And he's just Eli walking down the street like this. Just doesn't even care. And then he gets purpose because he sees that one of his veteran brothers, who happens to be homeless, and the only thing he has is his dog that he cares about. And these individuals like this start terrorizing the streets, doing like teen takeovers and stuff like that. And one kid, white guy, by the way, walks up, punches him, does the sucker punch thing like what's going on with the older folks right now, grabs his dog, Eli, and as he's trying to get up all bloody and his Marine hat falls on the ground, he's like, no, please. And he grabs the dog and he throws it right into an oncoming bus. Kills the dog. At that moment, Frank Castle realizes, I now have a new mission. And that new mission is to go after these people since the cops won't. And it's not good when he catches this guy, Eli. He looked over at his Marine buddy and he got a hold of this guy and he says, is this yours? He says, that's my hat, Marine. And he goes, and that's not the only thing he took from me. And then it's bad news bears for that guy. What I'm saying is, evil needs to be stopped in its tracks, and the police aren't doing their job anymore. So something needs to happen. And I'm not saying it needs to happen like a TV show. But something needs to happen. Eli? Agree? Disagree?
Our connection cut out there for a second, but if you're saying start.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to have a little connection problem there from, 1,000 miles away. But we'll figure it out. Tina says, kind of like the John Wick movies. Kind of, yeah. Kind of, absolutely. I'm going to go over to YouTube here. I'm going to read some. Robbie says, black fatigue is getting old. Bill and Leslie said, since you snowflaked out and blocked people, I'm blocking you, to somebody else. I don't know what that means. Ted Scheckler says, Trump is a little boy who cried we won the war. He's also your president, a billionaire, and he beat the brakes off your entire party. Vet for Democracy says, Trump is a fraud. Cool. It must get tiring saying the same thing. Nobody cares. Another one, Bites McGrowan, says, Trump and MAGA, and put some hearts. Absolutely. Robbie says, Trump is the GOAT. Absolutely. Brian says, Kathy thought you were praying. Very unchristian-like of you. Not sure what that means, but I don't really know what goes on over there. Kathy says, I love you, Jeremy. Well, thank you, Kathy. Over here on Rumble, here we got S. Gomez says, you're looking so handsome today, Jeremy. Stay strong. God is with you. Absolutely, and thank you for the compliment. Pissed Off Lady says, we need the Equalizer. Ooh, that was a good movie. That was a good movie, too. AV says, hate to say it, but it may require killing, not by choice, but by necessity. Hope I'm wrong. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. Samuel said the Department of Education showing results lower the grading curve to the ground for low IQ people. Yep. Yeah, and guess who started that? A Republican. Guys, does anybody here remember the No Child Left Behind initiative by Nancy Reagan? That's her fault. You could thank a Republican for that, by the way. Then, not too long after that, Democrats started going, hey, schools are a breeding ground for brainwashing. So let's just get them from the cradle to the grave, right? From the womb to the tomb. Ann Kay says, showing my age, but the movie Death Wish was great. Eli, wasn't that with Charles Bronson? Wasn't Death Wish with Charles Bronson?
I believe the original one was, yeah, and then I think, what's his name, from Expendables did a version too.
You mean Sylvester Stallone?
What the hell's his name? No, the guy that talks like this.
Jason Statham?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he did his.
Yeah. Yeah, those, but again, ladies and gentlemen, like, Eli, hold on. Before we move on to some more news, what was that other movie with Michael Douglas where he just finally had it with the crime in the streets?
Falling Down. I love that movie.
Eli, get me a clip. Send me a clip of Falling Down. I want to play it. Yeah, I loved that. Here's Carmelo Anthony's parents. Now they're on a press tour. Of course they are. Of course they are. They're on a press tour claiming victim in front of any camera they can find. Here they are.
Family is also talking tonight. They believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, sat down to break their silence and to let the world know how they're feeling as their son begins his 35-year sentence for murder. Despite what a jury found, his parents dispute their son ever wanted to kill Austin Metcalf.
My son is no murderer. My son didn't intend to hurt anyone.
But he did.
My son was defending himself. And that's what hurt so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds made up already, so me. Really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claim there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you looked at the news all last year, he was already convicted. If you look at it, it was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
He says the threats of violence against them continue.
People want us dead. That's what.
After they still got what they wanted.
Oh yeah, I'm sure people want you dead. Yeah, prove that.
People want us
Prove
dead.
it.
They want our family dead.
Prove it.
And now they're preparing to appeal.
They did a number on us.
A judicial process they believe wronged them.
We didn't get justice. A lot of things that were missed that should have been handled a certain way. However, we couldn't say anything. We did what was instructed. We was told, so we just did what we was told.
Ken Molestina, CBS News, Texas.
Well, Anthony.
Again, you're just doing what you're told. There's an L in that word. It's not toad, like you got towed. I told you. Eli, you asked me. Accents are one thing, okay? That's one thing. But the inability to speak English in this country is mind-boggling. And somebody will go, that's racist. It's racist to say that people can't learn words properly. And I even understand slang. Like, I have no problem with I'm finna do something, right? I'm finna go here. I'm fixing to go there. No problem with that. But when you can't even put out a sentence and say 50% of the words correctly, that is the problem. That's one of the many problems with this country. We have academically failed our nation's youth. From kindergarten to college, we have failed them, which is why we have put out Patriot Pals. Right, Eli?
Well, I mean, Jeremy, you have to understand, black people don't have access to phones or computers or education. The left told us that, so how do you expect them to learn how to speak?
No, absolutely. But it isn't just black people, Eli. And I understand what you did there. I saw what you did there. You basically showed how much the left is hypocritical. But it isn't just black people. It's young kids in general. They can't speak without saying bruh 50,000 times. And trust me, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. We said dude, but we didn't say it like bruh. Bro, you like, bro, bro went over there. And I said to him, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. And bro, you got it. I'm telling you, bro, he was like, I'm doing it. And I'm like, bro, you do that and we're going to have problems. Bro did it anyway. I was like, bro. White kids, black kids, purple kids, red kids, blue kids, they're all retarded. The academic system has failed our nation, and we as parents have allowed it to happen. And you can't even blame it on the influence of rap and hip-hop, Eli. You want to know why? Because last year, 2 years ago, for the first time in 40 years, there was 0 hip-hop or rap songs anywhere in the top 100 Billboard. 0. And that didn't just happen one day. That had been phasing out. It's the school systems. It's what they allow. It's how they affirm. It's the No Child Left Behind bullshit. I was in a parade the other day for America's 250th birthday with my truck. Eli, I got a participation, little banner or something. This little bookmark looking thing. I participated. I was like, I don't even want that. You know what I mean? I don't want that. I don't want a little, something that says I participated. I don't give a shit. That's the problem. with this nation. Everything is a participation trophy. We took winning and losing away from everybody. Now everybody's a loser. And we allowed it. We parents allowed that to happen. And what do you get? You get somebody like this with a law degree.
Rep. Crockett, you might have seen that Carmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years. I want to get your reaction to the trial and the verdict.
My heart breaks for so many reasons. And so I was just speaking to a student that is shadowing me who wants to be a public defender. And so it takes me back to what actually made me decide to get into this legislative work in the first place, because I know that our systems are broken. And what we saw with that verdict is the evidence of a broken system. Now listen, everything that I understand, which I wasn't at the trial because obviously I got a day.
So you weren't at the trial. So what? The Democrats love saying this, Eli. What evidence do you have that it was a broken trial, a broken system that caused a mistrial like that? What evidence do you have? Anyone? I would have stopped right there and said, what evidence is there that the system is broken? He was afforded a trial. He had a jury of his peers. If you're mad because the jury didn't look the way you want it to look, maybe you should look at the people who decided that they could not be impartial in any way. They were afforded an opportunity. He was able to give a defense. There was a time for cross-examination. There was time for opening and closing arguments, and the jury deliberated, and he got found guilty. To me, that is the opposite of a broken system. That's the opposite. And then proceeds to say, well, I wasn't there. No shit, Sherlock.
Job. But it's my understanding that Carmelo ended up stabbing, puncturing. I don't know what this tool was.
So why are you talking about it?
Knife, or some refer to it as a tool. He ended up hitting Austin one time, and it was about where he hit him. One time, 2 inches. This wasn't someone who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this? 35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining, and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know, who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared, or the fact that honestly anybody else who did something with such a small object, all I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon because the blade was not long enough, that they wouldn't even say, well, maybe this was more so something that looked like manslaughter.
Well, some people might say, why are you even bringing a knife like that to a track meet?
Yeah, people may say that, but walk a day in my shoes and then respond. Because we as black folks say, why is it that people need long-armed guns when we are...
Walk a day in your shoes? You look like you're doing pretty well to me. You got a different weave in every week. Your eyelashes, you look like you could literally flap them like a bird and fly away. That costs money. Your nails always be done, girl. Your nails always be done. I saw a video once where you was talking about how your nails matched your toenails, and you just got them did, and you just got your hair did, right? Those suits that you're wearing, those are expensive. You and AOC, you got new suits on all the time, pantsuits, looking like little Hillary Clinton's, right? It looked like she living pretty good, Eli. Walk a day in my shoes and then tell me not to carry a knife. What?
You don't know what it's like being a black person in America. In 2026, first and foremost, F you, you little scumbag, said the representative of one of, a representative in the United States government. That's a pretty good job. Just like you said, Jeremy. Nice shoes, nice clothes. And what are you talking about? You don't have to walk around. That's why we need... You stay most of your time probably in D.C., so are you saying it's not safe? It is now. But even when it wasn't safe, people were coming and attacking? No, they weren't. No, they weren't, you scumbag. You've got people protecting you. And nobody gives two flying shits about you, excuse my language, anyway. So nobody's ever going to attack you. You're not worth anything.
Hey, you know what? She's never walked a mile in a white man's shoes. Either. Or a white woman's shoes. She doesn't know what it's like to... She doesn't know what it's like to try to make a marriage work and keep dad home. Does she? That's hard work. She doesn't know what it's like to be a white Christian male in today's world where everything we say is racist, bigoted, homophobic, something. I guess it's our fault that people hundreds of years ago with the same color skin as we did something, so we're blamed for it all the time. Eli, you know what else? I don't get a job just because I'm white. I don't get pushed to the top of the file just because I'm white. There's no DEI for me. If so, let me in the NBA. Right? Can you imagine me in the NBA, Eli? 5'8", 250, trying to go up and down that court playing with those guys? I'd get smoked, but what about DEI? What about DEI? What about equality and equity? I've never had equity into an NBA team. I've never had the equality of being able to make millions of dollars for putting a little ball in the hoop or kicking a pigskin. Try walking in a white man's shoes and let me know how hard that is there, Jasmine.
They're going out and having a First Amendment protest, but people say that's their right. They are allowed to do that. And again, it wasn't against the law for him to have it. It may have been prohibited by school rules, which he wasn't at his school at the time, but it definitely was not against the law.
So you think race played a role in the verdict?
Oh my God. I know Collin County, so absolutely. Collin County is right north of Dallas County, and I can tell you that I have had cases that I felt like played out differently because of the counties that they were in. And unfortunately, that was not the county for a black boy.
So if this were a white boy in his exact same position, you don't think he'd get a 35-year sentence?
I would guarantee you it wouldn't have happened. I don't even know if he would have been convicted, because if a white boy would have said that they were afraid of a black boy...
Hold up. Wait, Eli. Daniel, was it Perry? Eli, what was the name of the guy who tried to save the other people on the subway and put the black guy in a chokehold? Boy, he got thrown in prison pretty quick, didn't he? Wait, what about Derek Chauvin? What about Derek Chauvin? He did what the police academy taught him to do. Daniel Penny, I think it was, Eli, right?
Yep. Yeah, I just looked it up. Man saves people in subway by choke holding perp. Daniel Penny.
Yeah. And he went to jail. Look at Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin's still in prison right now. Eli, can you look up how many years Derek Chauvin, Chauvin, can you see how many years he got? Oh, and by the way, Daniel Penny was a Marine who saved people. Boy, they really threw the book at him, didn't they? Pretty sure Derek Chauvin got like life in prison. He did what the police academy taught him to do in that situation. Unfortunately for him, he had a crackhead, meth head, baby-killing wife beater underneath him who died because of a drug overdose. Look at him. I'm just proving Jasmine Crotch it's wrong here, Eli.
22 and a half years for holding down a scumbag, druggie, abuser, all the while he was saying, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Yeah. Hey, but at least he's still sober. Right?
Something tells me that that jury that didn't have any black people on it, they would have believed him in his sphere.
Well, there's so many different opinions on this case. I mean, even your Republican colleague, Randy Fine, I mean, he's saying that he should get the death penalty. Your take on that?
Again, racism.
Again, racism. While she sits up in hearings and says that white people are the biggest risk to this world. Now, do I think the kid should have got the death penalty? I don't know. I'm not just going to jump off and say eye for an eye, that person died, so this person should die. It's not up to me. It's not up to any of you. But if I were to give my opinion, do I think this kid should have got the death penalty? Probably not. I doubt that he premeditated wanting to kill that specific person on that specific day. I know other people would say life for a life, eye for an eye. I get it. But it's hard for me to say, I get that Metcalf no longer has a life either. But it's hard for me to say, let's add another life to that from a kid who's a teenager and he didn't sit at home and premeditate it like, writing things on bullets like trans kids do. I don't know. It's a hard one. If you were to ask me, this boy's life is in your hands, do you say that he should die for what he did, or do you think he should spend the rest of his life in prison? Hard for me to say that one. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe. I'd have to be a juror and have to get all the information, but maybe if we're living like that, just eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, life for a life, yeah, then for sure. But, I also agree with redemption and I also agree with forgiveness. So, now if this boy was Muslim, I'd say yes, because he'll never learn. But, I digress. Last clip of Jasmine Crotchitch, and then we'll move on to some more important stuff.
Like, there are people that argued about the escalation, okay? Because self-defense is, I want to say eye for eye. It's the easiest way for me to do it, as I'm trying to basically, explain it very simply to y'all or whatever. That's basically what it is, right? Like, you punch me, I punch you back. You cuss me, I cuss you back. You slap me, I slap you back. You shoot at me, I shoot you back. So that's a very simplistic way, but obviously we have different levels of force.
Okay, hold up. If that's the case, then Carmelo Anthony should be dead today. Right? If we went that way, by her logic, then life for a life, Carmelo Anthony should have got the death penalty. I mean, she said it, not me. I don't have to tell you that he should or shouldn't have. She just did. I mean, unless I misunderstood her. I mean, it is Jasmine Crotchitch. Hold on.
To y'all or whatever. That's basically what it is, right? Like, you punch me, I punch you back. You cuss me, I cuss you back. You slap me, I slap you back. You shoot at me, I shoot you back. So that's a very simplistic way, but obviously we have different levels of force, which is why us, most of the time as Black people, feel away. Because, Black people just be walking down the street and they be like, but I feared for my life. And you are a whole trained officer and you were scared.
So Jasmine Crotchitch says that Carmelo Anthony should be dead. In her point of view, life for a life. Agree or disagree with Jasmine Crotchitch? Let's see the chat. Let's see what the chat says. The Metcalf family can attend parole hearings and deny Carmelo early release if not mistaken. They can. They can't deny it, but they can give their input, absolutely. Scriptdoll says, I'd love to slap her in the face. Sherry says, I lost some brain cells. You wonder if some of these people think that, know what they're saying when they say it. Did you just say that Carmelo Anthony basically should be dead? Because you said, you slap me, I slap you. You cuss me, I cuss you. You yell at me, I yell at you. You shoot me, I shoot you, right? Well, if that's the case, then Carmelo Anthony should have just shoved Austin Metcalf. Because didn't he get shoved by Austin Metcalf. So shouldn't that have just required a shove back? Shouldn't have just been a teenage boy, testosterone-filled fight? Instead, it turned into a loss of life because a boy stabbed another boy. And that's where we are today. All right, now we're going to get into the FBI raiding a tax assessor's office and more. But first, Golden Crest Metals. Thank you to Rich Jacoby. Thank you to Golden Crest Metals. My wife and I got our second installment of silver that we've ever bought a few days ago. I was like a kid on Christmas. Remember that feeling that you used to get when you used to run downstairs and you'd see all the presents under the tree and you'd be like, yes. Well, that's how I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for the silver show up. It finally showed up. And it came, I ordered 60% of my investment in coins and 40% in bars, because those specific coins and those bars were the two most sought after and most sought after and most wanted and desired forms of silver. So those are the ones I bought. So it'd be far easier to sell when I ever go to liquidate them in 20 years. But I'm keeping it for 20 years. I was so happy to get it. And I'm telling you guys, now's the time to buy again. Now is the time to buy again. Let's go look at silver price right now. Yeah, see, it's down about $15 from where I bought our installment from. And I'm not even worried about that. Don't even care. Because I know where it's going to be in 20 years. Right now, it's only $64 an ounce to buy silver. Gold, right now, down to $41.02. Buy the dip. Always buy the dip. Let's look at oil future prices. $82.47. I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, Golden Crest Metals. Rich Jacoby and his team. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or you can watch the Crest Report here on Saturdays. Now, what do we do on the Crest Report? On the Crest Report, we tell you everything that's going on in the gold, silver, palladium, and platinum world. Why things are priced the way they are right now, what caused that to happen, what is in place for it to go either up or down in the weeks to follow, what countries are doing, what banks are doing with gold and silver. All of that is information for the investor who wants precious metals. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Reach out to Rich Jacoby and his team of awesome people today. And buy the dip, okay? Buy the dip. All right. The FBI raided a Democrat-controlled California assessor's office and an assessor's home, hit with 3 federal search warrants amid corruption, favoritism, and sexual harassment scandals. Boy, it's always those pesky Democrats, isn't it? And now we heard we were going to be getting some FBI warrants happening in California, mainly surrounding elections and what's going on right now with their elections. But we'll take this one too.
In the East Bay today, targeting elected officials. The search warrants were for the Contra Costa County Assessor's Office and 2 homes. NBC Bay Area's Valina Jones is live in Martinez. And Valina, what do we know about the investigation?
Well, the FBI is telling us this is all tied to an ongoing investigation, confirming that they executed those 3 search warrants at those 3 different locations that we know are connected to the county assessor's office, as well as their top leadership. More than a dozen federal agents served search warrants around 7 Tuesday morning at the Contra Costa County Assessor's Office, as well as the homes and vehicles of outgoing County Assessor Gus Kramer and Assistant Assessor Vince Robb. Kramer, who denies any wrongdoing, says agents seized his phone and laptop.
It's the same powers that be trying to intimidate people who, in my opinion, probably know too much, and they're trying to silence them.
Kramer says he doesn't know what prompted.
Stop for a minute. So, if the FBI comes after government officials, then it's powers that are trying to be the powers that be trying to silence people who know too much. Is that your assessment of what it means when the FBI and the agencies of the government come after you? It's because they're trying to silence you because you know too much, trying to intimidate you. Where before have I seen a bunch of FBI agents descending on somebody's home because they might have information that could hurt them? Starts with an M, Eli. Rhymes with Schmar-a-Lago. I can't really put my finger on it.
Mar-a-Lago?
Ding, 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 ding. Just like that $7,000 Jew money, Eli. You win the gold star of the day. Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, I remember when they raided Mar-a-Lago looking for Crossfire hurricane documents.
Did the searches, but believes they could stem from conflicts he's had over his more than 30 years in office, including conflicts with disgruntled former employees and the Board of Supervisors after he sued them, claiming they violated the Brown Act. The search also temporarily shut down operations at the assessor's office.
We would have given them everything they were looking for. Instead, they're wasting taxpayers' dollars going through literally mountains of people's records and pulled in unnecessarily.
Rob declined an on-camera interview but says he's unaware of what investigators are seeking and maintains he has done nothing wrong. According to unofficial election results, Rob is expected to replace Kramer when he retires later this year.
I'm not going to be around in 6 months. I don't care. They can accuse me of, kicking the dog. It doesn't matter to me.
It will when you're charged.
The important part is Vince is elected. He's going to do a good job and serve the taxpayers well.
Kramer has faced controversy in the past. In 2019, a civil grand jury accused him of willful or corrupt misconduct related to allegations that he created a hostile work environment. That case ultimately ended in a mistrial. In a statement, Contra Costa County says, quote, while there are certain limitations on the board's authority because the assessor is an elected official, the board is focused on ensuring the integrity of the assessment process and will explore all available options for its continued operation. Kramer says taxpayers should not be concerned.
I want them to be assured that everything will be okay. It will not affect them. And
it already has.
I've been accused of some pretty heinous things over the years, but I've always been exonerated. So I can rest assured that will be the case this time.
You've been accused of some pretty heinous things over the years, but you've always been exonerated? Eli, I don't know about you, but I've only ever gone to court for something that I'm accused of that I actually did. I've never been accused of heinous things over and over and over again, brought to court and then exonerated. Usually it's because I did something. If you've been targeted for many heinous things, there's a thing called where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, that's about usually the way it's supposed to work. You do something bad and then you go to court.
Yeah, they usually just don't, you know what, this guy right here, we're going to go after him just because we want to. Hey, Eli, by the way, you know what the chat said? The chat said, you look a lot better with hair. Start growing it out and stop being bald.
I mean, I see what you guys are saying. I appreciate it, but I haven't turned my head to the angle yet where you'd see my bald spot, and I'm very self-conscious about it, so that's why I shaved the head.
Rogaine. Eli, you know what I always thought? I thought Joe Rogan should have his own Rogaine line. They should hire him, Joe Rogaine. He should have his own, you know what I mean? Because he's bald, right? And he's bald because he was going bald. That's why Joe Rogan and Dana White shaved their head. They've said it before. Joe Rogan would be the perfect spokesperson for Rogaine. And you could have your own self-brand, Joe Rogaine, and you could watch his hair grow over the 4 months that he uses it. Make millions.
Yep. Total missed opportunity, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. Aldi's, you need to have your own brand of nuts.
Aldi's nuts. Not only that, Eli and I also came up with it. Actually, I came up with it and I told Eli about it, but I digress. Pat me on the back. I thought that Lyft, the company that picks people up, Lyft, and takes them places like Uber, I thought, Eli, that Lyft should hire Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And throughout the entire thing, they're doing Arnold Schwarzenegger quips, like all of his one-liners that he has, you know? And then when he stops to pick up the family goes, Mom, Dad, the Uber's here. And he stops and rolls down his window and goes, it's not an Uber. It's not an Uber at all. You know, like it's not a tumor. Oh, it'd be perfect.
Come with me if you want to lift.
That's right. That's right. Come on. Get in the car. Right? Come with me if you want to lift. It's not an Uber. It's not an Uber at all. Would you like some of these Aldi's nuts?
Get in the Acura.
Oh, that would be hilarious, dude. You and I need to, I think people need to hire us, right? I think people need to hire us. We could do wonders for some of these people. But you're right with all these nuts. Would you like some peanuts? No, thanks. I got my own, but I consider it carry-on. No, peanuts. Oh, what brand are they? Aldi's. You mean to tell me you have Aldi's nuts? I'll take them.
Would you like some more nuts? No, I have all these nuts.
I have all these nuts I need. All right. Staying in California. That's funny, though. Buckle Brush, you're right, though. Arnold is a loser. Screw your freedom. Get the shot. No, 100%. 100%. I was just overlooking that for a minute. Because it would be a good idea. You know, most of the world still thinks he's amazing. Screw your freedom. Didn't he, sleep outside in a tent somewhere to try to prove a point? What a dumbass.
I hate that story so much, and it's etched in my head. He was like, I went to this, when I was younger and I was in my acting career, in my prime, I went to this place and these people said, oh, you can stay here whenever you want for no money. And then the building changed ownership. It's owned by different people. And I went back and I was like, hey, they said I could stay here whenever I want, so can I have a room? And they're like, no, we're different owners now and you have to pay. And he was like, yeah, so I went outside and I curled up outside in front of the statue and in a sleeping bag. And I said, I'll show them. I'm like, okay.
Wow. These Hollywood actors in there, give me, because I walk on, red carpet. R-Star said sleeps out in tent when he's worth $500 million or more. Jag off. Exactly. It's like, what point are you trying to prove? Come on, give me the room. Give me it now. No, you have to pay for it like anybody else. It's like $150. Wow, that's outrageous. Screw your freedom. Screw your hotel. I'll sleep outside. And by the way, can I just say this? I know we're talking about news here, but how many years has that guy lived here? Huh? You think he could, I don't know, speak better English?
That's what absolutely blows my mind. I just don't get that. I will say this for Arnold, though. When he did get his citizenship, I don't know if you ever saw the picture.
Oh, yeah.
He had an Uncle Sam hat. He had a vest that was American flag clad. He had flags all over the friggin' place. He was proud.
No, he came legally. I'll give him that. He did everything. He learned the language. I think his first movie here was Hercules. And he couldn't speak English very well, so he had very, very minimal, lines. And or did he have to learn it and actually say the lines? And he didn't even know what it meant.
I think I read that one was actually completely dubbed over, and he didn't know that was going to happen. But no, they dubbed over his entire voice with someone who
had
right. An American accent.
Yeah, that's right. Because back then, you wouldn't have known what to do with this. But after a while, it became big. Anyway, California Republican governor candidate Stephen Hilton is open to having Spencer Pratt work on his campaign and possibly even in his administration. Oh, that would be great, actually, for Spencer Pratt. If Spencer Pratt, I think they're still counting votes, right? Pretty much they're still counting votes, I think. But either way, I would love to see Spencer Pratt work with Steve Hilton, then push him over the top. That would be great, but it is California. Unless we start cracking down on this election fraud now, it's probably not going to matter anyway, but...
Would you consider having Spencer Pratt go around the state and campaign with you or for you?
100%. He made such an incredible impact. It's an absolute travesty that Los Angeles as a city won't have the same choice that the whole state will have. He laid out incredible plans. Of course, everyone talks about his amazing campaign ads, and that's true. But they forget that he had incredibly strong substantive policies, especially on homelessness, which I said at the time, that's exactly what we need, not just in LA, but statewide. Yeah, 100%. I'd love that. He represents the kind of energy we need.
Steve, if your campaign for governor could be summed up in 2 words, what would they be?
Change is coming. That's 3.
Shouldn't have said that. That sounded like the Biden thing. I got 2 words for you, pal. Made in America. Remember that one? I got 2 words for you, pal. Made in America. How about that one? Anyway, speaking of the fraud that's going on in California, a new report claims that homeless people on Skid Row were paid to vote specifically for Karen Bass or Nithya Raman for mayor of LA. We already knew Skid Row residents were getting paid, but what we didn't know is that they were getting paid to vote specifically for a specific candidate. That, ladies and gentlemen, is against so many laws, state and federal. But here we go.
You live in Skid Row?
I live in Skid Row.
Oh, and then did they come down here and try and pay you to vote?
Yes.
Oh, on a ballot?
Yes.
Oh, how much they pay you?
$5.
Oh, and they said, here, come and vote for these candidates?
Yes, sir.
They told you who to vote for?
Yes.
So they told you to vote for Karen Bass or Nithya Raman?
Karen Bass.
Did you vote for Karen Bass?
Yeah.
For $5?
Yeah.
Did you vote?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? For Karen Bass?
Yeah.
Karen? They told you to vote for Karen?
Yeah. They had to sign a little thing.
Boy, she is all messed up. That's
how
heroin.
much they pay you?
It was like $2.
$2? Oh, to sign off on a thing to vote for?
Feel bad for these people, man.
They say, oh, do you want to vote for Karen or Nithya? Or they just tell you to vote for Karen, huh?
They was really promoting her, man. They gave you an optional choice, but they tell you who they want to vote for.
Or they tell you who you want to vote for. So like, yo, we'll give you $2, but you got to vote for one of these people.
Well, you know, I'm a barterer, man. So I got $4.
And you're like, yo, give me $4 and I'll do it.
Yeah, why not? Sure.
Yeah, so they do this for everybody out here?
Yeah, they come out here all the time.
How often do they come down here?
Probably like 3 times a week.
3 times a week?
Hell
To
yeah.
get the ballots?
Yep.
Wow. Damn, so you know other people too that voted too?
Actually, anybody that's registered, dog eat dog.
Wow. And that's from the California Post. So now we have people who are saying on camera, I don't know if they'd be willing to swear to it in court, but yesterday when Chris Cuomo was berating Bill Asaley for his experience in investigating criminal election interference, you would have thought that none of this was happening. You would have thought that none of this was even evident or present. The way Chris Cuomo's talking says only a dozen times has there ever been something about election fraud in California in the past. Well, there's 3 right there. They said they come down 2 to 3 times a week, and he spoke to 3 people there at that time. You think they're coming down 2 to 3 times a week to get the same signatures over and over again? No. They're coming down 2 to 3 times a week to get different people to vote for specific people. That is election fraud. That is, if these people are willing to sign a sworn affidavit or go to court and testify to that, well, then guess what? The people that are coming down 2 to 3 times a week, well, they've got some splaining to do, and then they can say who they work for, and they can say who they work for. So when Bill Asaley said, we're conducting an investigation, Chris Cuomo's response is, oh, but you haven't conducted one. No, we're conducting it now, but you haven't finished conducting it. No. Well, so that means then you have not conducted an investigation. No, Chris, I know it's hard to understand because you're a Democrat and your brother's a murderer, but listen, we are in the investigation now. We're literally in it. I don't know how much more in it can be. Look at me. I'm in the investigation. I'm standing in it. But just like the lefties on YouTube, the argument makes no sense. And I'll bet you that those methed out homeless people that we just watched, I bet you they're lying. They're just lying, said Democrats. If I, as a Republican, find out that there's somebody out there doing this and saying, vote for this Republican candidate, I will pay you, I would want them locked up. Because that's not legal. You know what is legal? Voting in California without an ID. That I say go do. Just like ballot harvesting, where it's legal. Let's go to Morning Mika here, and let's hear from her wise point of view.
President Trump amplifying baseless claims of election fraud in California. This continues as vote counts show his endorsed candidate, Spencer Pratt, has been defeated.
Stop. President Trump did not officially endorse Spencer Pratt. Lies. That's a lie right there. What are we? 12 seconds in to a 2-minute and 55-second clip. 12 seconds into the reporting, Eli, and you've already got a lie. Now, President Trump was asked on a tarmac whether he would endorse Spencer Pratt or not. And President Trump stayed out of that, knowing that his endorsement would actually hurt Spencer Pratt. But he said, oh, if he likes me, I like him. If he likes me, if he's common sense, I like him. Of course I'd want him to win. But there was never an official endorsement by President Trump of Spencer Pratt. So 12 seconds in, Morning Mika
in
lied.
the Los Angeles mayoral race. Trump took to social media yesterday, writing in part, quote, not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had, rigged elections. Here we go again. That's how California counts its ballots every year. I'll speak slowly.
Do you think that's how they should count their ballots every year? I'm speaking slowly. Have you ever wondered why that they all of a sudden just started doing this within the last decade? It wasn't like that in California in 2008. It wasn't like that in California in 2012. It wasn't like that in California in 2004 or 2000 or 96 or 92. It wasn't like that then. So ask yourself, why is it like that now? Speaking slowly to a ditzy fake blonde. Why is it like that now? I can tell you the answer. It's because California changed their laws to make it impossible to count on day one. Now, why would they do that, Mika?
It's just my analysis, but it doesn't feel good looking ahead to the midterms. Feel good looking ahead to the midterms, the way these Republicans are behaving.
You're not alone in that thought, by the way, Mika.
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks for democracy. This is the stuff you see happen in a broken country, in a third world country, where they're...
What stuff do you see happening in a broken third world country? Because they get their counting done in one day. So what are you talking about? This stuff is stuff you see going in a broken third world country? You're absolutely right. Like when Venezuela did it. Like how Cuba does it. California is operating exactly like a third world broken country. Not the response to California not being able to count in one day. You know why they're saying this? You know why they're mad? Because they know they're about ready to lose the midterms. So they're already saying that the Republicans are rigging it while telling you that you can't rig elections. See the hypocrisy and the retarded back talk here that you're having, the back and forth talk?
Been able to govern effectively. Every time you call into question whether or not our elections are valid, you weaken the soul of the country.
What they're doing is laying a groundwork.
Yeah, what's really going
on? Two different plays, and there's two
laying
different
the groundwork for what to
plays
win?
They could take while claiming conspiracies as we look towards November's midterms. They could claim irregularities, they can claim conspiracies, and actively take measures to interfere with the vote. Or they could say, well, the voting result is illegitimate and we're not going to honor it, and therefore not give the Democrats, let's say, the House of Representatives.
Absolutely. So what we're seeing now is a two-part strategy. One is before people cast their votes, one is after. The before, things like redistricting is going to be a real issue.
Now you finally get
Voter
it.
repression, having ICE or other troops around and so forth, making it really hard to reach polling stations in largely Democratic districts. That's the pre-vote process. Then you have after the votes, how do you ensure the integrity of the process? Don't be surprised in November if we see voting machines and ballot boxes seized. And so forth, in order to prevent fraud. But what we're going to find is local officials may find themselves no longer in control of mail-in ballots. And then, as you're right, this could end up in the House or whatever. So what we're seeing is a multi-phase, multi-pronged strategy. Here we are. This is the 250th year of this country.
And we're finally
here we are. We're meant to be
track.
honoring, celebrating the Declaration. And we probably right now are facing, in some ways, the most concerted assault potentially, hopefully won't happen. But these rumblings, this is really worrisome stuff. This is preparing the ground, as you say, for a serious pushback against, I think, a free and fair election this November. So people ought to take this seriously.
Well, he's right about a couple of those things. And I've been telling you for months, I don't understand why it's so hard for people to see this, but I told you, we were not going to let cheaters back in power. It's not going to happen. And we will literally not certify a fraudulent slate of electors. And we will confiscate machines. The DHS, they've already said they're going to do it. We will monitor mail-in ballots for fraud. We will hold the USPS accountable legally and by criminal law if they decide to break the law and go against President Trump's executive orders that the DHS said they're also going to enforce. You see, the Save America Act doesn't need to be passed into law if you understand the way the Constitution is written. But because we have all these interpretations today, we need the Save America Act passed into law. But if we just followed the actual constitutional law of how voting is done and how disenfranchisement is against an amendment in the Bill of Rights, every one of us were disenfranchised in 2020. You know how many people's civil rights were violated then? You're not going to get back in power. Period. It's not going to happen. And we told you that for months now. That is our plan. That's absolutely our plan. The left is screwed. We won. And now we're going to make the rules up. Welcome. How it works. Beat us. Beat us. I have a video here of O'Keefe from O'Keefe Media Group. This video from O'Keefe Media Group showing literal stacks of ballots found in a library. Look at this. Look at these ballots. Found in a library. Look at all that. California election fraud, cash for ballots. Homeless people bribed with cash and drugs in exchange for registering to vote and signing election petitions caught on camera. Undercover Skid Row. We were just talking about it. And that picture right there, James O'Keefe said, multiple California ballots found inside an LA County library. We received this picture from within Stevenson Ranch Library near Santa Clarita, California. The photo allegedly shows multiple ballots inside the library's own safe. Why would they have all those ballots? Isn't that weird? But again, the left, those are lies. They didn't find those. President Trump said, you're not going to believe how crooked the 2020 election was. Trump said the full files on rigged election of 2020 are coming out really soon. That's what I'm waiting for. Because I can sit here all the live long day and tell you, which I have multiple times, about the 2020 election, and you're not going to believe it even when you see the files. I get it. It's just your MO. But we don't give a shit what you believe or not. Because we're already in control.
NAFTA was the worst trade deal we ever had. USMCA did one thing that I loved. After 6 years, it comes up for renewal. I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest with you, the United States does much better. Hey, we don't need anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has, but they need everything that we have. And they have to treat us better. You know, with Mexico and Canada, we have trade deficits. We should have surpluses with them. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything that they have. So the primary thing that I got, it was a much better deal than NAFTA. Much, much better. It was sort of a good deal. But it was a great deal for one reason. It gave the right to terminate. And who would have thought that I was, you know, they just didn't want to have it during the 4-year period when I was president. So now they made it so that I wouldn't be president. And because they rigged the election, the second election, as you probably hear and probably know, most of you know that happened, and now it's been proven, and it will be proven as time goes by even more so. We have things that you won't believe. When we release the full files, you're not going to believe how crooked the second 2020 election was. But who would have thought that it comes due in my term? I mean, this was, thank you very much. So it was very important that we be able to do that. So we're talking to them. We'll see if we do something.
Oh, we'll believe it, sir. We already know it. We've already said it a million times. I could say it in my sleep, all of the things. And there's so many pieces of evidence and proof that I could say it for an hour and still not get it done. Okay, Suzanne, I'll check it out afterwards. Trump demands that Congress immediately add the Save America Act to his $350 billion Pentagon reconciliation package because it only needs to be a simple majority, 50 plus J.D. Vance. But you have people like Tom Tillis, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and all these other idiots. They won't do it. Although I guarantee you, if you're going to get the vote from Susan Collins, now is the time to do it. Now is the time to do it. Threaten her with a loss to Graham Plattner. That's what Tom Tillis is so afraid about. Tom Tillis is so afraid that Susan Collins is going to vote with us because she's literally in cycle right now. So he's like, oh, I can't believe you're doing this. We might be able to do this. I say don't sign any bill unless the Save America Act is attached, period. Sign nothing. Deadlock, gridlock DC. Not like it matters anyway. It's always gridlocked anyway. The only stuff they pass hurts us anyway. President Trump is turning up the pressure on congressional Republicans demanding immediate action on generational investment in America's military and election integrity. President Trump issued a thunderous demand Wednesday night ordering Republicans in Congress to stop playing games and immediately advance a massive new reconciliation package that pairs $350 billion in new Pentagon funding with the long-stalled Save America Act. And guess what? If that loser and the parliamentarian doesn't want to do it, then John Thune should fire her. He could do it today. This would be the third major reconciliation bill of Trump's term following the tax cuts focused on the big, beautiful bill and $70 billion immigration enforcement funding package he signed yesterday morning. The legislation could pass the Senate with a simple majority, just 50 votes plus J.D. Vance, being the tiebreaker, completely bypassing Democrat filibuster and Senate parliamentarian roadblocks that have already killed previous attempts. See that, folks? You attach it to the $350 billion reconciliation bill, bypassing any filibuster needs, bypassing Senate parliamentarian roadblocking or anything. You just put it in there and tell all your senators, everybody votes for this, or I'm stripping you of your assignments and your committees. Yes, Collins did say she would. She was remember I told you the other day that late that night she made it the 50th vote. So all you have to do is just do it. And Democrats will never, ever. Hey, Republicans, you're corrupt, right? So many of you are corrupt. You want to stay in power, right? So if you're corrupt and you want to stay in power, then why wouldn't you sign the bill? Why wouldn't you vote on it, pass it through with the reconciliation, get it done? President Trump said no other president has ever been more committed to both rebuilding the great military and saving our great country. And now is the time to make it happen for generations to come. I'm hereby calling on Republicans in Congress to immediately advance and pass the forthcoming $350 billion reconciliation bill known as Recon 3.0, which at the request of our great Department of War will include the Save America Act as well. No games, no delays, no weakening, or no weak compromises. Do this ASAP. Raise your hand if you agree. All voters must show a photo ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship. No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. No men and women's sports, and no transgender mutilation surgery for our children. Save America. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Finally, let's get it done. Now, staying in the election conversation, Jenna Griswold of Colorado. How many Coloradans do we have watching right now? Jenna Griswold and Jake Tapper here crying on news about Tina Peters being released. Cry harder. How about that?
Address the claims that Ms. Peters makes in that clip we just heard about Colorado's voting machines, flipping votes, and the rest.
Absolutely false. And I think that the fact of it is she gets out, immediately goes on Bannon's show, and continues to push out the lies and falsehoods she's been pushing for years. And make no mistake, these lies have been used to fuel conspiracies, but also fuel the threat environment. And Jake, I also think that her comments shows she has absolutely no remorse. Granting clemency to her was a grave injustice to Colorado, our democracy, and election workers all across this country. It was a bad idea. And I am hoping for the best, but Tina Peters shows herself time and time again. She has no remorse. And if I would guess, she would do her actions again.
Please address the claims that Ms. Peters makes in that clip we just heard about Colorado's voting machines, flipping votes, and the rest.
Absolutely false. And I think that the fact of it is she gets out, immediately goes on Bannon's show.
What's the matter? Why are you crying? You crying because you know you're screwed? Crying because you know you couldn't keep this woman locked up anymore for something that she did to make you look stupid and expose your crimes, Jenna? Huh? Why are you so mad? You know, if you put a cape on, you could be super mad. You know what's happening here, Eli? I'm looking at political content on Rumble and YouTube. Okay, not ours, everybody else's, and I see that everybody's kind of like, you know, the passion for politics has kind of slowed down a little bit. People got fatigue. I've seen it everywhere. Like, we're still number 4 on Rumble, but everybody's down about 30-40% in their audience numbers. And I've been watching this happen for a while, and I've been talking to people about it. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, wow, we finally have them on the run. We finally have control of every portion of government. We finally have an opportunity to make it so Democrats can never win again. We finally have indicted individuals. We finally have the border closed. We finally are in the best position that we've been in, arguably, in 30 years, maybe 40 years, as a party. We've taken over the Republican Party. We have one of the best presidents ever at negotiating and getting things done. And everybody is sleeping. We're in a moment right now where you could crush them to death. Their entire party could be destroyed for decades to come. And people are silent. Not you guys watching. You all are here. We're still fighting. But people got sick of fighting. And what happened is we won, and people just fell off. And we have an opportunity to put them away for good, to put the bullet in the head, figuratively. And all across the board, Republicans and people around the country are just chilling because they want their lives back. I get it. But guess what? It's not in the cards. Because you're not going to get anything back if you don't crush this party. So I'm really ashamed in a lot of Americans. All those Americans for years who have been fighting, who've just given up and walked away. And it will be their fault if it comes back.
Absolutely, dude, 100%. Damn Skippy. I gotta say, I'm sure you guys see me in the chat all the time lately. You know, share. I'm sure it probably gets pretty freaking annoying, but we need the word out. We need your help to keep people engaged and informed so that everybody knows what's going on. The problem is everything has been politically fatigued right up the freaking
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
I call the butt.
Oh, I agree.
It's everything. You can't talk about a controller without it, relating to something that Jimmy Carter did. You can't talk about this shelf over here without somebody bringing up something Obama did. And it's getting to the point where it's so ridiculous. So we get that everyone is just exhausted with it all, but Jeremy's right. Now is the time to stick with it because we're in a better place, arguably, than we've ever been before.
Oh, and trust me, I want to get to a place where I don't have to do this job anymore. This job has brought nothing but don't get me wrong, there's been about a bunch of benefits to this job, meeting all these great people and helping save the country twice, actually 3 times, and continuing right here, but nobody wants to be done with this more than me. Nobody's sick of politics in our lives more than me. I'm over it. But I don't want the last 10 years of our hard work to all be undone because of laziness and complacency. We have the opportunity to crush them right now. And people are just like, Trump won, so I'll let him do all the heavy lifting and I'll just sit back. That's what Suzanne said. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Meanwhile, people like this walk around smiling.
What if I ask
because
you
there's
about
not enough
House
people to
Oversight
put pressure
Committee
to crush this
referring
woman.
You to the Ethics Committee for an investigation over your financial disclosures. Are you under an Ethics Committee investigation?
No.
Yes, she is.
No.
Yes,
we go over this all the time.
Yeah, well, there's more reporting about the possibility of that over the 29 million
There's
differences in the
possibility
financial.
that it might rain on this sunny day. So.
Hey, Congresswoman.
Yeah. See her just walking around smiling, looking like a freaking, look at that. Walking around looking like a banana in a hijab, a banana wearing a hijab, smiling like nothing can stop her. She is under an ethics investigation. She absolutely is. She's also under a fraudulent criminal investigation as well. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. See? What do we used to have, Eli? 5,000 to 7,000 live viewers in Rumble and all that, and so did pretty much everybody else. I'm looking at everybody's pages right now. We're down about 30%. Imagine if that 30 to 40% was back. Imagine how much more we could get done. It really is disheartening as a soldier who's been doing this for this long. And I mean a political soldier, not a soldier. But we've been fighting, all of us have been fighting for so long, and I just can't see. I'll tell you why. Here's why. Ready? This is why.
At this point can ask us to take the moral high ground.
There you go.
That is over at this point.
That's right.
That is over. It's a choice. I am sorry. Democrats have always fallen in love, and Republicans have always fallen in line. It's time for Democrats to stop that nonsense, put emotions on the side. Let's be strategic. Let's get some power. Yes. Let's take over the Senate. Yes. Let's take over the House, and let's right the ship. Let's get our country back. I am sorry. Republicans at this point can ask us to take the moral high.
For all the people that said, I fought, I got him, helped get him elected, now I'm done. If this happens, it's your fault. And I know you're not watching anyway, but maybe you guys could pass the word on to me. I see him every day, online, still talking about it, but not being involved. You got to get back involved. You got to engage. You've had your time. You've had your break. You've had a year and 4 months, 5 months. You've had your break. Otherwise, you know their plan. They're coming as hard at us as we came at them for the stolen 2020 election. They're pissed. They're mobilized. Here's more of Sonny Hostin's hypocrisy.
For years, this president has shown us that he is a misogynist, that he is homophobic, that he is racist. Yet 50% of America saw all of that and looked the other way to their brothers and their sisters and said, I'm going to vote for him anyway. And that is really disheartening because for me, that means that you are selfish.
I am someone that believes in character. I am someone that believes that morals matter. But because of the state of this country, if I lived in Maine, I would hold my nose and I would vote for Plattner. I would.
There you go. A black woman, or kind of, who always screams racism and says you don't know what it's like to be a black person in America, says that she would hold her nose, meaning that she would just look the other way and vote for a Nazi racist. That's what they're willing to do to win again. And Republicans do what Republicans always do, even under Trump. They sit back and they watch it happen. And then they go,
when you need him. Where is Big Pappy?
And then they go, what happened? What happened? What happened? Oh, what happened? Oh, I stole the election. Yeah, they did. And you let them do it. It's like you let them do it when you thought Trump was cruising to a victory in 2020. Engagement wins. Too big to rig. Look what happened when everybody was out fighting. They couldn't cheat enough. They couldn't kill him and they couldn't put him in prison. That's the mentality we got to have now to crush them. But we don't. We don't. We let them come back. We give them mercy. We let them come back, as we always have done. And this is really a moment where the Democratic Party could be broken for decades. So, hopefully people understand that. Hopefully people start getting that sooner rather than later. President Trump says that Bill Pulte will take over as acting DNI sooner than expected. Said he's working closely with the transition team with Tulsi Gabbard. And the entire field of Republicans and Democrats in D.C. do not want Bill Pulte in the national as the DNI. Why? Well, because he's all about the 2020 election fraud. President Trump announced on Tuesday that FHFA Director Bill Pulte will step in as acting Director of National Intelligence on Friday, June 19th. That's in 8 days. Pulte was originally expected to take over after DNI Tulsi Gabbard previously announced a June 30th departure. However, Trump said in a statement on Truth Social that Pulte is working closely with Tulsi and will actually be on the job on the 19th. And here are some of the names floated to Trump for a permanent position in the to be the director of national intelligence. Elise Stefanik, CIA Deputy Director of the CIA, Michael Ellis, are also in the running to replace Bill Pulte after his temporary job there. You guys already know about Elise Stefanik. You know what her background, her pedigree, where she comes from. Other names are House Intelligence Chair Representative Rick Crawford is another one. Crawford declined to comment on any of the speculation that he or Stefanik would be named. He said, look, I'm just doing my job. So those are some of the names that have been put out there. Again, President Trump will nominate whoever he wants, or he'll keep Bill Pulte. But we already know that Rhino said, Bill Pulte, no way. Because why? Well, because they know. They know that he's gung-ho on the 2020 election stuff. So we'll see where that goes. I wanted to play this video before we get ready to close up the show today. This is a kind of give you a little bit of inspiration. This is a 12-year-old kid, 12-year-old Christian boy, who's speaking who fought hard for his school's gender agenda, joined President Trump at the Museum of the Bible, and he said something very, very amazing. I'll let him tell you, because he can tell you better than I can. 12-year-old boy with President Trump talking about Jesus.
Hi, I'm Shane Cias. I've been a Christian my whole life, and Jesus means everything to me. When I was in 5th grade, my school forced me to teach my kindergarten buddy about changing his gender using a book called My Shadow is Pink. The book said you can choose your gender based on feelings instead of how God made us. I knew this was not right, but I was afraid of getting in trouble. After my family spoke up, the school treated us badly, and kids started bullying me and my brother because of our faith. And the school did nothing to stop it. It hurt a lot, but I kept trusting God. I believe kids like me should be able to live our faith at school without being forced to go against what we believe. I hope no other family has to go through what mine did. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Great job. That was delivered well, wasn't it?
Sure was. It sure was, sir. Trissy says that's child abuse. It absolutely is. And I'll guarantee you that school did nothing to the people picking on him and his brother over their faith. Guaranteed. Last video of the day. Eli, did you know that every year the Republicans play the Democrats in a baseball game? You knew that, right? Like a charity fun baseball game. Did you ever see those before?
I actually have to admit that I never have. I didn't think even a quarter of them could get their lazy asses out there and move around.
Well, the Republicans basically always win. Steve Scalise got shot by Stephen Scalise got shot by a what do you want to call it? A Bernie bro. Not too long ago.
Absolutely. And Pete Aguilar, 10 games, 7 for 24 with a .292 batting average here, 5 RBI, and 2 stolen bases.
And there's a roll stabbed right there at short. Very nicely collected as we take a break. Brad Finstad with the move. Absolutely.
That's nice. See that?
Quick break. Thanks to the speaker for joining
Republicans.
Also number 3 in leadership.
Hold on. There's another one.
Is going to clear the bases. And the GOP is on a roll, 11-0.
The onslaught is on here. And Yaz when you need him.
Where is Big Pappy?
There's a shot that could fall into the gap in right center field, and it does. And we've got runners moving a mini. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score.
See, we know how to count, Eli. 1, 2, 3 runs. I'm surprised the game wasn't put on hold so they could go back in the back and come up with more runs that they found later.
Well hit ball. That's going to drive home a run for the Democrats. In fact, it'll drive home a couple. Make it 11-2 with 2 outs.
11-2.
As Min has a 2-run single.
You know, Dave Min had an RBI.
Hold on, I think there's one more clip here.
June night.
Watch
that
this.
One struck
Watch
to
this.
left field. What a dive!
Oh!
Oh, what a great
Eric
play.
Schmidt.
What?
Amazing catch down the left field line.
Did you see
The
that
Redbirds
catch?
would be proud of a play like that.
Give that man
Look
a
at the
glove.
nose.
Wow, and he roughed himself up here a little bit when he hit the warning track on the side there. Now I wonder if Marionette Miller Meeks, the team doctor, might have to come out.
Marionette Miller Meeks is somebody that I would be running against in this district in Iowa if I decide to run. Anyway, Eli, it looks like we win in elections. We win at the ballot box. We win in court. We just win. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, there are right ways and there are wrong ways. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Will Johnson, not Will Smith, is back today, and he's up next here on LFA TV. Keep your family and your friends and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never stop spreading that gospel. Reach out to everybody that you know and tell them it's time to get back in the fight and stop being lazy. Peace.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, I'm back. I'm happy to be back. Happy to be here with you. Let's get into it. The Culture Wars. what's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Wow, I've been out. I'm glad to be back. There's so much to talk about. The world is going crazy. And did you hear? The color black has been found guilty. Guilty. Not the criminal, not the crime that took place, but the color has been found guilty. That's the only thing that matters here. The color's been found guilty. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen. It is absolutely stupid. Now, they're actually out here saying, and what I'm talking about is Carmelo Anthony, found guilty 35 years for murdering Austin Metcalf. 35 years. Up for probation, 17.5? But they're saying that he's going to do an appeal on it because it was all self-defense. And they're saying that because he didn't have any black black people on the jury pool, that it was unfair. He wasn't judged by his peers. This is what they're telling everybody. This is exactly what they're saying. You have a buzzing sound? I'm not sure. I'm hearing it too. I'm not sure where that's coming from. I'll work on it, okay? I'll work on getting rid of it. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but I do apologize. I've been gone. I come back and stuff is like acting up. But you can hear me though, right? Can y'all hear me? Or is it just too bad? Is it really terrible? I'll work on it. You should be able to hear me, okay? Just ignore it for a second and I'll see if I can get it fixed. Just ignore it for a second, okay? But let me talk about this because I have to share some of this information with you. So there's an attorney that's actually out here saying that, talking about the Austin boys, or the Metcalf boys in this case. One was Austin, that's the one that's gone, and the other was Hunter. He's still here. And I want you to listen to what this evil tyrant attorney that was at the courthouse had to say about all of this. She straight up says, and I'm gonna go ahead and tell you because just in case you can't hear it, she straight up says that they're domestic terrorists. White, how did she say it? Domestic racist terrorists. And all this is about is what I've been telling y'all for how many years now, that they're trying to create another George Floyd episode. That's all they're trying to do. They want another George Floyd episode. Yeah, it's too bad that Austin can't appeal because he's dead. 100%. 100%. It's disgusting.
Are domestic racist terrorists. Those twins, that's what they were. Those twins are domestic racist terrorists.
Yeah, could y'all hear that? She said that the domestic terrorists. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. And it's because the color in their minds was found guilty. The color in their minds was found guilty. That's all they care about. For them, nothing else matters. It's all because of the color. All because of the color. For them, it's all because of the color. So how did we get here? We got here because of stupid people like Jasmine Crockett and the Democrats, how I have mentioned multiple times. Oh, look at that. I got rid of the buzz. Oh, okay. I know what it is. I know how to get rid of it altogether. Give me a second. I'm going to get rid of it. It's going to go away. Okay. I'm going to get rid of it altogether. It's going to come back one more time, but then I'm going to get rid of it. Okay. I'll get rid of it. Trust me. Because it sounds good now, right? Oh, yeah. It's about to be on. Because now there's going to be no distractions. You're going to have your full attention talking about this insanity that we're seeing. Now, Of course, this same lawyer or attorney, what have you, she goes on with Roland Martin. And Roland Martin is a total race baiter. Roland Martin is one of these guys that loves to have the whole racial issue causing problems in our country, wanting black people to constantly believe that they're victims in all of this. He has this whole agenda to have people believe this. Nothing else matters to him, because if you are black in America, that you are a straight up victim, according to him. Nothing else matters. Nothing absolutely matters to them. Okay, hold on one second. Y'all hear the buzz is coming back? Okay. I'm about to kill it all together here. Hold on. I told you it was going to come back, because I figured out what it was. And it's about to go bye-bye altogether. And it's not going to return again. I told you it was going to come back. There it goes. And it's gone. You see, I told you. Okay, so now. Uh-oh. Roland Martin. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. He's a race baiter, and all he ever does is come on and lie to everybody as much as possible, because that's his whole agenda. That's what he does. He lies to everyone, and he pushes racism throughout the entire existence of his life. Ever since I've seen him, he's been a race hustler. That attorney I just showed you was on in front of the courthouse, and she was screaming, saying that these are domestic racist terrorists, just putting a label out here because she's upset about the verdict. She's upset about what took place. So I want y'all to listen to what she says in this clip. Listen to what she says.
First and foremost, the one thing that I would ask for people to do at this moment is pray for the Anthony family, because they have been legally lynched for the last year.
Oh my goodness.
And more so by this slaughterhouse of a courthouse, as well as the family of the Metcalfs. So the energy right now is very white supremacy. They have shown up to be the pigs that they display with hate.
Are you hearing this?
They are celebrating the loss of life and the loss of freedom. So that's the energy. We have a devastated family who didn't know that they was going to have to let their son go back into a holdover, because we have an overzealous prosecutor who lied throughout this trial, who put on liars as witnesses in order to be a saving grace for the white community so that they can win an election. That's what it feels like right now.
We already see the prosecutor made clear that he wants it to be a long sentencing.
What I heard from this man today is indicative of why it's important that it's people that look like us that are in courtrooms like that. This man disregarded human life the entire trial.
Did Carmelo Anthony disregard human life? What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with this situation? What is wrong? And I look at this information, and, you know, I've been out a couple of days and all this stuff exploding, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I've constantly said something's wrong with our society, but there's something truly wrong in the black community. This dude should have walked away. I've been constantly saying, I've been putting little short videos out there everywhere saying he should have just walked away. I put a short video out there and I was explaining how, and a lot of y'all seen it, probably not most of y'all, but a lot of y'all have seen me go out on doing Man on the Street, Some of y'all have seen me get hit. You see me get punched. You see me get pushed. You even see me get kicked. And you'll most definitely have seen me get called all of these colorful names. But not a single time have I ever tried to take the life of someone, one of these leftist, lunatic, racist liberals that have pushed me and hit me and kicked me and done all this stuff to me. Not a single time have I ever tried to take one of their lives. He should have walked away. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. There's been times I've been out these locations and I've been armed. Maybe with a knife or something else that I may or may not have had. And guess what I've done? I walked away. I walked away. But for them, simply because he was black, they're trying to say that, oh, he was defending himself. And the level of lies that have come out with this story is remarkable. Because we know what happened now, based on the testimony, but they don't care. Oh, they're just lying. They're firsthand witnesses to all of it. I wasn't there. But these people were firsthand witnesses to all of it. They're telling everybody what they were saying, and it just so happened that all of the witnesses were telling the same story. How does that work? But all of them, because he was black, Carmelo Anthony's black, they're lying. The world we live in today, the truth is considered the lie to them. And the lie is what they want to hear because that's what they want. They know it's a lie. They don't care about the truth. George Floyd was a hardcore criminal. George Floyd, they wanted, oh my goodness, justice for George Floyd. Forget about all the criminal activity that he caused. Forget about the fact that he put himself in that position. There's justice for George Floyd. Carmelo Anthony did not have to stab Austin Metcalf. Did not have to. Not only did he ruin the Metcalf family of a loss of a loved one, a son, he also ruined his life. And now you have to be held accountable for what you have done. See, what it really comes down to is accountability. They do not want people to be held accountable for their actions, especially if you're black. If you're black in America, you should not be held responsible. And look, it's just bringing up all this stuff that I've talked about in the past 6 months. See, there's this thing, black people, and I realized this listening to white liberals. Black people, according to white liberals and even to black liberals, black people do things, violent acts, because that's just the way they were brought up. They don't know any better. So we have to give them a pass. We have to allow for cashless bail because this is they're accustomed to this lifestyle. This is who they are. This is what they do. How many times have y'all heard me say that? And this is exactly the same thing. He should get off because this is the custom in the black community. And as you've all heard, and you all know, if Austin was black, we wouldn't even be talking about this story right now. Or it might have been, an episode of violence that happened on a school ground, but we wouldn't be talking about it right now. They wanted to get this black dude, black thug, they wanted him to get the pass for killing a white male. Because again, it's all about color. I got so much to talk about this. Let me finish playing this. I got so much to share with you on this. It's ridiculous.
He invoked race. He equated Dallas County as being the ghetto, opposed to Frisco being safe. They propagandized a photo of the deceased with black people around praying, saying this is community. They used us as a prop in order to pitch their lynching. This man has been known to be an overzealous prosecutor when it comes to us. He see us as what was the statement that free labor. That's what he see us as. So I'm not surprised that this prosecutor, who has unethical background, would get up there and ask for the max when he know that this was self-defense.
I mean, she's doing a lot of cutting. I mean, she's axing everybody left and right. Come to find out, this woman here has a criminal record herself. So she doesn't have any room to talk. She doesn't have any room to talk. To my understanding, allegedly, that she was doing some fraudulent activity, some financial fraud. She got hemmed up in that. So, of course, she's going to go over Roland Nolan because she's black. There's got to be a black issue. They want people all over the country to fight each other. This is what they want. They want everybody fighting each other. They want everybody at each other's throats because they want a racial war. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Now that I got rid of the buzz, does the audio sound good? I didn't even look at the comments here. The audio sound good now? Sound good? I had to tap it. Sound good? Let me ask you a question. Where are all, and maybe it's out there. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see everything. Will Johnson is not all seeing. Will Johnson doesn't see everything that happens in the world. So maybe some of y'all have seen the video of a white liberal coming out saying that this is racially related. All white people are bad. Where are the white liberals? I haven't seen them. I want to see them. There has to be one, right? Where are all the white liberals out there saying that we need to stop this injustice against black people? He was wrongfully imprisoned. It was self-defense. I'm not saying that there aren't any white people out there saying it. I'm just not saying it for some reason. Is the algorithm keeping Will Johnson from seeing the videos of white liberals saying that they're standing with solidarity of black people? You know how they do it. Have y'all seen them? Said my white liberal neighbor finally took down his Carmela sign. just now. Yeah, I can believe it. Probably butthurt and still want to say that Kamala Harris won. But I'm just curious. How many of y'all have seen the videos on TikTok, on Instagram, whatever, where they're out there saying that the injustices that we're seeing is because of the white people in this country? I mean, someone has to see something, right? Right? It has to be happening somewhere. Is no one seeing it? Has no one seen it? I mean, I'm looking in the comments here. I haven't seen any. I mean, I've been looking. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying there aren't any out there. Maybe the algorithm is just keeping Will Johnson, because they like to say that they're allies with black victims, white liberals, because this is a mechanism that they use to control black people. We're allies with black people. We're allies. We're standing with them in solidarity. Hear it all the time. But I've yet to see any of them come out and say that injustice is happening. Everybody knows with an active brain cell, know very well that Carmelo Anthony should have never pulled that knife out. And the story is that he had his hand, and y'all know the story. I'm just going to go really rough on it right here. He put his hand in and when he was asking him to leave, he said, "You're going to make me, you're going to make me." And this is something that I've experienced myself from these black thugs. I'll never forget it. This whole thing made me think about one time I was hanging out with my buddies and we went to a fast food joint. I'm not going to say the fast food joint name. No promotion for them. But I went to this fast food joint. It was a taco joint. I went to a taco joint. Probably not the one you're thinking. But I went to a taco joint and came out and getting ready to get in the car. And these two black dudes walked up to us. I'm driving into my car. I'm getting ready to get in my car, and I got two of my buddies with me. And we're getting ready to get in the car, and these two black thugs walked up to us because we're just minding our own business. We're laughing about something we're talking about. We came out of the taco joint, getting ready to get in the car and leave. This black thug walked up to us and said, "What's so funny?" I don't even know. We don't even know this dude. He go, "What's so funny?" And he got his hand like he has a pistol. And this is how they act. There's so many times I've seen this. This is the reason why when people walking down the street and you see some black thugs walking towards you, and they don't even have to be black thugs, but if they're not in a suit and tie, for the most part, even yours truly, Will Johnson, I'm going to be cautious. Or either I'm just going to cross the street. I'm going to tell you, I'm tired of these naggers. I'm tired of them. I'm so sick of it. It shouldn't be happening. Should not be happening. But I'm at the taco joint, getting ready to get in the car, and he go, "What's so funny?" And we go, "What are you talking about? We don't even know you. What's so funny?" He wanted to shoot somebody. He literally wanted to shoot somebody. And there's been so many cases of black thugs, black people end up in prison because they want to have people believe that they're bad. I'm strong. I'm tough. Say something. That's the same thing I'm telling you without me being there. Because it's a custom, it happens so much. It's like a custom in the black community for black people, specifically black males, to act like they're real tough, like they're strong, like you can't stop us, like you're not going to show everyone to get everyone to believe that I'm weak. See it all the time. Happens all the time, and everyone listening to me, you know very well what I'm telling you is true. That's the reason why every time some black thugs, a group of them especially, let me cross the street, let me bounce into this store. Because 9 times, well, we'll say 7.5 times out of 10, they're up to no good. 7.5. I don't want to say 9 times out of 10 because there's been a couple of times I'm walking down the street and Will Johnson never jumped anybody just to be jumping them. Me and my buddies, we never did that. Not all of us are like that, but sadly, in the black community, a lot of that happens. It's a sad thing. I don't like it. So, of course, all this is going down and they're actually calling for violence against white people. And how many times have I told you? How many times have I said it? That you need to be cautious. You need to prepare for what's possibly coming. I don't want the rioting to happen. But I don't think that they're going to let this go. And you see how the liberal media, you see how they're kind of edging it on. They're not really, it's a little interesting. They're not inciting the violence like they used to, like they did with George Floyd. They're not all on, maybe I'm just missing it, but they haven't been inciting the violence, utilizing black people to go hit the streets and riot the way they normally do. I'm not saying they're not going to gear up on it. They just got other things that they're trying to deal with. But they're probably going to try to at some point. Would not surprise me. But then you have all of this.
35 years. If he was white, we wouldn't even be here today. It would have never came to court. It would have never been no handcuffs. We wouldn't be here today. But because somebody didn't know how to go get an adult like we all are taught, somebody's life was on the ground and somebody's in jail for something that should have been self-defense. That shit crazy. Self-defense. They said we supposed to know how to act around white people. What the fuck is that?
And I do apologize for the language, but again, do you hear? This is exactly what I'm talking about. What do you mean how we are supposed to act around white folks? How about you act with dignity? And just because you pull your pants up, tighten your belt up, put on a jacket and a tie, does not mean you're trying to be white. Oh my God. Yes, I'm calling out God. People, this is the same ignorant stuff I constantly see in the black community, time in, day in, hour, month, year, over and over. It happens so much. Black people are so into their emotions right now, they can't stand themselves. They want justice for someone who took the life of a white person simply because, like in the past, when white people, and this has happened, no one is denying it. When Democrats pretty much controlled everything and they were killing black people and white people because you were voting for it on the Republican ticket, and then they would go to court about it, and then they would, oh, you're being judged by your peers, which we're going to talk a little bit about that too. You're being judged by your peers, and it just so happened to be majority of the people in the jury pool happen to be all white, and that happened. Democrats made sure that happened to convict the black people that they wanted to put in prison. It was another means of slavery. That's how they converted it. But today, talking about the jury pool, the 3 black people that was going to be on the jury pool said, nope, I'm not going to do it. Y'all have always put us in jail, and I'm not going to put him in jail. He's innocent. In my book, he's innocent. So you just kind of excuse yourself at that point. But they don't want to acknowledge that. They don't want people to know that.
What is that? What is self-defense? Is self-defense not somebody touching you that you don't want touching you and you defending yourself? What is self-defense? Murder? Murder? Hold on. The same guy that saved the life? The same guy that saved the life? You should have taught your sons to go get a motherfucking adult like we know how to do. But that was in his motherfucking face. You don't get the... Put murder on somebody's child, because that could have been your motherfucking son. That could have been...
And I apologize for the enhanced language. I do, but I wanted y'all to hear this. You're adults. We're not censoring anything on here at this point right now, but I just want to say, I do apologize for it. Bad Moon. I vote they can have their own laundry mats. I have washer and dryer in my home. I'm with you. Let them have their own. I don't want to go hang out with them either. I don't want to hang out with these naggers because they nagging everybody. I don't want to hang out with them. I don't want to. They're disgusting. They're repulsive humans. Listen to this. Instead of being angry because he was found guilty for something that he did, how about we do this? And I've actually mentioned this once before, and they've hit me up and said, Will Johnson, you're trying to be white. You're trying to appease the white man. Let me tell you what they say when I say this. I mean, I've told you what they say, but let me tell you what I say to give them the reason to say that. How about we teach the black youth to be respectful, not to have violent tendencies? Does any of that sound remarkably stupid to you? Teach them to be respectful to one another, to their peers, to law enforcement. Does any of that sound bad to you? But what they tell me, oh, Will Johnson, you're trying to be white. So let me get this straight. If I'm doing the right thing, I'm not breaking the law, I'm not trying to be violent, and I want to have respect for others and myself, that's whiteness? Oh my God. Yes, I'm calling out God again. Do you see the problem here? It is the most insane, stupid thing ever. These black people constantly kick and scream, talking about we want to be equal. And then when they're treated as equals, they don't like it. Because ultimately what they want to be special privileged. They want the black privilege. They want black supremacy. This is what they want. Can we be honest about it? Let's just be honest. They want to be set up on a pedestal. Give us what we want. We get to break any law. We get to do anything that we want to, because supposedly all of you as white people have oppressed us all this time. And, we just need to get what we want. When reality doesn't work that way. If you want to be equal, you commit a crime, you do the time. If a white person did the same thing, guess what? He's going to go to jail. It happens all the time. They're going to go to jail. Austin Metcalf told Carmelo Anthony, dude, I'm not going to fight you at the track meet. I'm not going to fight you, dude. But you got to go. I'm not going to sit there and fight you. You got to go. But Carmelo Anthony took it upon himself. And now you have these ignorant black people here. Oh, and let me say thank you really quick. I saw this. Bagel Boy, the Carmelo Anthony parents, the way the Carmelo Anthony parents and grandparents are behaving is all you need to know. That explains everything. Why get a race baiter like Dominique Alexander to represent you? N-word, please. They didn't have the N-word. I said that. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate it. And look at that. I've been waiting to do that. Did y'all see it? Did y'all see it? Because, before I always had the balloons. And I said, it has to be something where I can, change it up from the balloons. And I was like, this is more appropriate. So I've been waiting to share that with you. Look at that. That's beautiful. American flags. Thank you so much for that Rumble rant. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So that's what you're going to see when you bless us here on LFA TV. I'll do it one more time, just because I couldn't wait to do it. I was waiting for someone to bless the network. And as soon as someone blessed the network, I said, oh, there it is. Opportunity to do it. All right. Let me play just a little bit more of this. Okay. Just a little bit more. I'm not gonna kill you with all this, but I just want to share this with you because it's educational.
Anybody motherfucking care. 35 motherfucking years. Mother's a motherfucking mother. You should have said don't give that man no motherfucking mess. They said 5 to 99 to life. You should have said 5. Because you know that shit wasn't trying to go down like this. 35 years.
Hey, I went to school over here in the same fucking school. I had the same problem. I had to fight every fucking day. Every day. And my friends, I couldn't deal with none of my problems at school. Outside of school. Dead.
You know what? No one, I don't believe that dude. Every day I had to fight. Every day I had to fight. Well, he's probably fighting other black dudes. Fighting other black dudes because he's trying to allude that he's having to fight white people every single day. Every single day I'm having to fight white people. White people every day. I wake up and got to fight white people. Dude's lying. He just want everyone to look at him. Oh, look at me. Look at me. I'm here too. Put me on camera. That's all that is. I don't believe a single thing that he's saying. I don't believe a single word. Dude, a straight up line. Straight up line. Well, there's actually more of the stupidity that's taking place. And, oh, look at that, Kit Kat Mar. Thank you so much. Blessings to you. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that. We get to do it again. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for blessing the network. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Couldn't wait to do it. Couldn't wait to do it. Listen to this nut job. Here's another one.
Lives don't matter. Fuck white lives. How about that? I'm saying that. Because y'all want to play these games. Y'all want to play these crackhead
what
games.
Game?
Fuck white lives.
What game?
How about that? I hate the white people because I like pussy. You know, hungry black people wearing that pussy. That's the one I hate. Yeah, I know.
Look at that. And then here comes the white guy. I said, look, I don't hate you. Let me hug you in peace. I don't hate you. And look at him. He don't want to do it. He don't want to do it. Here's the white guy showing up. Isn't this what they want? I mean, or am I just confused? Isn't this what they want? They want white people to be loving, compassionate, sharing, peaceful. And here we get one right here after he's saying that he, F white people. And here's a white person after hearing him saying all this, obviously the reason why he wants to give him a hug. And how does the black dude react? How does he react?
White people.
I'm on this up. That's it. Hold this up. There's a guy holding this up. You know why people are talking.
Look at that.
You're actually surprised to get black and fuck with a white person.
They don't want anything. They want violence in the streets of America. They want the racial division. These ignorant, stupid black people have been indoctrinated by the Democrat Party. See, it's the Democrat Party that keeps the racism alive. We'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute, too. The SPLC. Paying white people to be Nazis. You can't make this up. I've had multiple people send me messages, and I've talked about this before. And they send me these messages and say, Will Johnson, you're just trying to do this to make white people happy. That's all that you're doing. And I don't even see the white people. I don't care what your color is. Your color is irrelevant. God just so happened to make you a particular color. So God made people different colors because it's his will, because he has the choice to make it. It's just the problem comes in, as I said multiple times, the problem comes in when you elevate one color over another. There's nothing wrong with seeing color. I see the wonderful colors. I'm not colorblind. I see the wonderful colors. Your color doesn't matter to me, but I see it, and I don't elevate one color over another, and I do not give seniority to one color over me, no matter what the color is, because the color is irrelevant. I'm not petty like that. I got other things I can be petty about, but trust me, I'm not perfect. I got little knick-knack things I can be petty with all day long, but your color is not one of them. So, I like the wonderful colors God made. Can you imagine being on a planet with the one same color? Everybody's the same color. Oh my goodness. Talking about looking alike. Every black person would look like, if all of us were black, we all look alike. Yeah, that's a true statement. We all do look alike because it's the exact same color. I wouldn't want to be on a planet that way. I love the fact that God has created all the wonderful colors. I do. I love that fact. Just like I love the fact that God created man and woman. There's only two genders. I love the fact that God has created women different from me. Oh, so thank you. Thank you, Jesus. But man. Oh, we got another one. LRG, love you. I love you back. Thank you so much. Common sense, common sense. A lot of times just speak the truth, and truth is common sense. But thank you so much. Look at that. Oh, I'm so happy to do this. I've been waiting. I actually have had this in there for 2 weeks. I've been waiting to use it. And I come back and y'all are blessing the network, and I'm loving using it. I mean, because it's so appropriate. This right here, it includes all of us. Talking about being inclusive. Right there, the American flag. That's all of us right there. And I'm so appreciative to you blessing the network. I'm so appreciative to it. Now, with that said, I've told y'all multiple times, here's another thing being common sense. Common sense is that you need to get ready. You need to get prepared for what's to come, because these people are straight up blatantly evil. Have y'all seen what's happening now is that random black people are finding white people that's typically by themselves or unguarded. And what are they doing to them? They're assaulting them.
Hey, bro. Weren't you on motherfucking jury selection?
Motherfucking bitch.
Weren't you on jury selection?
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, the hell you was.
I never been on jury selection. Get out of here, you fat fucking black bitch.
And this is, to my understanding, the caption says that this was in Florida, not Texas. Florida. And this ignorant black woman saw this white man sitting on the curb, minding his own business, walk up to him and hit him. I'm surprised he didn't get up and beat her down. She probably like 350 pounds. The reason why I load this is a big mammoth, Neanderthal woman. I don't want to get involved with her. So he just sat there. But that's not the end of it. That's not it. Here's another one.
Hey, wasn't you on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. Man. No, he wasn't. Seriously. No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
He was on jury selection.
No, he's a vet, dude. He's a vet. He's a vet. He ain't been on jury selection.
I ain't worried about that.
Fuck you.
You gonna die.
Quit, dude.
You on jury? Wasn't you on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
You on jury selection?
He wasn't.
Is there something wrong with this? See, these people that are assaulting these white people simply because they're white, saying that, oh, you on jury selection? you're on jury selection and just randomly hitting these people is the most disgusting thing ever. Now, talking about the jury selection, which of course, they don't want to actually acknowledge what happened, right? I brought it up a second ago. They have these black people on the jury selection. They always ask you questions if you're on the jury pool. For the most part, they always ask questions. Well, if you're presented with this, how do you react? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think, to try to fill out the person. The black people that they had on there were saying there's always injustice to black people. There's always injustice to without even seeing the evidence, listen to any testimonies. The black people that they had on there were saying, no matter what, he's just innocent. No matter what. No matter what, he's just innocent. And I'm sitting there looking at this and I'm like, are you kidding me? Oh, let me say this really quick. Sorry about that. Angie, thank you so much for the Rumble rant. Thank you so much for blessing the network. Let me give you some beautiful, look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so beautiful. Thank you. They never looked at any of it. They automatically just wanted to say that he was innocent. Same thing that these ignorant black people are doing out there right now. Self-defense simply because he was white. And then they try to say that Carmelo Anthony was being surrounded. He was being surrounded by all the people in the tent. So let's get this straight. They can't get their lies straight. First, they said that, he was welcomed. Well, first they said that he wasn't welcome. You got to leave. And then after, when the lies started flowing out, they said that, he was surrounded. After they said that he was welcomed, but then he was surrounded. See, the lies that flew out. So because he was welcome, but then surrounded, he had to take it upon himself to stab Austin in the heart. Had to take it upon himself to stab him in the heart. And then ran. Did not come back to the scene. They had to catch up with him. They had to catch back up with him. But he supposedly is the innocent one in all of this. He's the victim now. He's the victim. And then when you get black people like Will Johnson and like this young man that's actually looking at this information, looking at the evidence and calling it out for what it is, listen to how the black people treat this young black man because he's there not going along with the lies.
From Africa, I'm blacker than all of you, by far, actually. So you're African? Yeah, from the motherland, born in Africa. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick. Black people are not exclusively from America; they're from all over the world. All over the world. They're from Africa, Australia, Great Britain, not just from America. You know that. That's a death threat. That's a death threat, right? Get on video. It's a death threat.
What'd he say?
He said, I'm going to do this to you. What does that mean? Huh?
So they don't want him there. He's born in Africa. These ignorant black people here are not born in Africa. Because, they all say they're African American, never even setting foot on Africa. But they don't want him there because he's not buying into the lies. You committed a crime. You need to be held responsible for your actions. That's what it really comes down to. They don't want to be held responsible. They want to get a free pass. We deserve to get a free pass for all this criminal activity that we've done. We should get a free pass. And it goes on and on with all of this stupid stuff, on and on. More, it's like they find all these black people that's been race baiting all this time. Now, I don't even know who this person is, but she was in some Zoom meeting with Jasmine Crackpot. It's the only reason why I wanted to play it for you.
We also know now that, yes, Carmelo, no, he shouldn't have brought it.
He may have had a tool. So now the narrative, the story is that he didn't have a knife. He just had a tool, like, maybe a screwdriver or, a wrench, something like that. Not a knife, but a tool. Let me take it back because it's a short clip.
We also know now that, yes, Carmelo Anthony may have had a tool in his backpack that, no, he shouldn't have brought it to a track meet, but it was there. It had a 3.5-inch blade. But also in that backpack, he had snacks. He had school puzzles, and he had a cross. Oh, that's not.
Oh, he had snacks. He had a school puzzle, everybody, with Bernie's face on it. The purple dinosaur. He had a puzzle and some snacks. Probably a Twinkie or something. He had some snacks in the bag with a tool. Oh, maybe she's talking about like a Swiss knife, had the little scissors on it and, had the little bottle opener. Maybe that's what she's talking about. It had a 3-inch blade on it. To my understanding, it was one of those blades you pop it with the thumb and it pops out. It's not one of those that you go like this, because if they saw him, they were doing this, it'd be really quick. It's one he pulled out the bag, pushed a button, and stuck him. They said he did it so fast that most people didn't even see until Austin pulled up his shirt and said, he stabbed me. He stabbed me. A tool.
Not the kit of somebody who is thinking that day that he is going to murder someone. And what Congresswoman Crockett said so eloquently at the beginning about humanizing someone, that is so important. In particular, it's important for Black men because statistically, we know that in cases like this, Black men are more likely to be given harsher sentences than people who are white. That is just pure statistics.
Really? Did you know the Black population is probably now around 17% because of Roe versus Wade getting sent back to the states, so they've stopped killing all the Black babies like they were. It's about almost 17% now. But when it was like 13.6%, the population of Black people, and out of that 13%, 6% are men. 6% are men out of that 13.6%. Out of that 6% of Black males, they were committing 59% of the most violent crimes throughout the entire country. Did you know those statistics? Did you know that? I don't like it. It shouldn't be happening. We should have zero. We're all human beings on the same planet. It should be zero. But they were committing the most violent crimes throughout the entire country. Over Asians, over Hispanics, over white people, and there's more white people in the country, but these Black males were committing more violent crimes. That's the reason why it's like that. That's the reason why. And here it is with her on with Jasmine Crackpot, and I got to share some of this with you. It's just the level of ignorance from these people. And some people just get irritated and frustrated listening to it. I'm with you.
The bleachers after. And it only took one stab. I think everybody needs to understand it was not like it was multiple times.
So these are the facts that really should have been
honed in on.
Correct. Yeah. Because those are the ways that you look at intent, right? Like.
So because it was just one stab, there's no intent. But yet he had the knife with him, intending to stab somebody, because that's the first thing he went to in his bag. He didn't, you know what? She said that he had a cross in his bag. Why didn't he pull out the cross and hold it up? Why didn't he do that? If he had a cross in his bag, I mean, if I'm out someplace and someone's being rough with me and I'm gonna reach in my bag and I have a cross in there, I'm gonna pull the cross out if I'm gonna pull something out, right? To deter the evilness. I'm gonna pull out the cross. But they're trying to say that because he didn't stab him multiple times, he wasn't trying to kill him. I've learned this a long time ago, and I remember talking to this guy because I used to carry a pocket knife with me, as most people do. A lot of people carry pocket knives with them. It's nothing out of the ordinary. But I remember talking to this guy. He was ex-military, and he was saying, if you ever get into a knife fight, you don't want to do this. And that's what Carmelo Anthony did. You don't want to do this. He said, what you want to do is this. You want to slice. Because slicing won't kill the person, and slicing will get the person to want to back off. If you're not wanting to kill somebody. But if you're wanting to kill somebody, you do that. Because then you hit major arteries, hit the heart, the one major artery that we can't live out that in the brain, of course. If you do this, that's intent to kill. But this slicing, cut here, cut there, even a cut here, that's not intent to kill. Jasmine Crackpot doesn't know what she's talking about. They're just in here trying to defend the criminal. That's all they're trying to do. Defend the criminal. That's the only thing that matters to them. Defending the criminal. We're going to take a short break and we'll come back with more. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
All right, so I've heard a lot about justice for Carmelo, right?
Yeah. Justice for Carmelo. I would have stabbed that nigga too. Why he don't go? Hey, I would have did it to him. I promise I would have. I would have did it to him.
But why?
I would have did it to him and his brother.
Okay, but for what reason?
Let me tell you why. Yeah. Them little boys came looking for trouble.
Okay.
When you come looking for trouble, you don't know what fucking outcome going.
Sure.
You don't know outcome. You rob a bank. You don't know if you're gonna get the money.
Wait, somebody robbed a bank?
Hold on. Listen, real quick. Man, you want to play dumb, man. Listen.
No, I'm trying.
No.
I want to hear. Yeah. Let's talk about it. All right.
You can record it, motherfucker.
Yeah. No, I want to.
You rob a bank, right? You rob a bank, right? You might get the money. You might go to jail. You might be dead, right?
Right.
You fuck with the wrong motherfucker. It's the same way. Them boys were looking for trouble.
Okay.
You know what happened? He got stabbed and he died because he went looking for trouble. That's self-defense, motherfucker. So if you can't see that between your fucking little ass brain, motherfucker.
All right.
Do I have to whisper to you?
So
want me to whisper to you?
No, I just.
You want me to whisper it to you, motherfucker?
You can talk in.
You want me to whisper it to you?
Well, you're yelling right now.
All right, then, bitch.
You know,
play with somebody else, nigga. I'm a real gangster. Play with somebody else.
I'm just trying to get like some insight into the situation. There we have it, guys. From a real gangster.
He's just smiling too, from the real gangster. That's the same dude that I showed you in the video earlier saying, oh, every day, white people beat me up. Every day, those white people beat me up. Same dude. Now he a gangster. You see how he was acting? That's exactly my point, what I was talking about earlier. These black thugs can't hold themselves up with any kind of composure. They're just into their emotions. They're just absolutely angry, mad about, they don't even know what they're angry about other than the color was found guilty. That's what they're angry about. The color black in their minds, as I mentioned, was found guilty. Not Carmelo Anthony. He just, get caught up. Not the crime that he committed, but because of his color. His color is the reason why he's guilty. Here's another one I want to share with you. I meant to show this before we went to the break with Jasmine Crackpot. And I do apologize for sharing it, but I got to share some of it with you because she's a total idiot.
We need to probably say this 1,000 more times. The police ain't your friends. They not your friends. They not your friends. They not your friends. So please.
Oh, so now we're back to the police. What did the police department have to do with Carmelo Anthony? Y'all help me out. What does the police department or any police officer have to do with Carmelo Anthony? They tried to, like they did George Floyd. Oh, I'm telling you, this is what it's trying to get at. This is because of these racist police. She is trying to push it out there. And Jasmine Crackpot, because she is no longer going to be a House representative. She's no longer going to be in Congress. She got the major boot, the boot of the year. Not only she didn't even get the boot from the Republicans. We didn't even have a decision in it. The Democrat Party gave Jasmine Crackpot the boot. And because she has the boot, she feels she has nothing to lose. And she wants everybody to go out and fight. She wants the country to burn because she's no longer going to be there. Carmelo will have plenty of time on how to use a shiv. Bad mood, I don't think everybody knows exactly what that means. But you know what? You're 100% on spot. You're 100% on point, rather. I saw that when I had to save it for, I had to make sure I get that up there. But what did the police department have to do with it? Nothing. Not a single thing. The police department had nothing to do with this. But they're trying to lump it in there. And of course, they try to lump that in there, and everything else has to be about racism. It's all about racism. The reason why all this is happening because of the racist white people in the country. And the racist white people in the country that they refuse to acknowledge. The racist white people that they refuse to acknowledge are these racist white Democrats. That's the part that is mind-blowing. This is the reason why they're all out there getting their emotions. And see, I asked you earlier, how come I'm not seeing any videos of white liberals out there standing in solidarity with these black people saying, white people are the problem? Because anybody that's not into their emotions are looking at this. And also, these white liberals, they're hoping that these black stupid people will start hitting the streets and start rioting. This is what they're hoping for. I'm telling you right now, they're hoping for it. Here's another race hustler. Another ignorant black woman spending all her waking days trying to figure out how to make white people look bad when she's the one looking bad herself. And she don't need help from anybody.
Let this be a lesson to us, especially to teach our young black boys, because we have definitely seen this in our community where the slightest of things has touched off something that can't be reversed. So we need to be having conversation with our young Black boys about emotional regulation and decision making and discernment and wisdom. And those are not easy conversations to have in a world that sees them the way that they do, but we have to have them to save them, to preserve them. We have to have them.
And how do you think the conversation where she's talking about going to the young Black males should turn out? What do you think she's suggesting we should tell them? Because I've already told you, if you tell them have dignity, have respect, show respect for police officers, for your elder, show respect, don't be violent, don't act out. Oh, Will Johnson, you're trying to be white. You talking white. She's not telling him, she's not wanting to tell them any of that. She's wanting to teach them that all white people are racist. That's all she wants to teach them. That's what she's wanting to keep alive. The Black community are constantly telling their youth that white people are the reason why they are in the predicament they're in right now, instead of taking responsibility for their own actions. And I bet you if there's any trolls on here right now, I bet you they're hating me right now because they can't shut me up because what I'm saying is the truth. I don't like it. I want Black people to have so much respect for themselves that when we're walking down the street, that white people would want to walk with us. Because the Black people got respect for themselves. They're not out there trying to harm anybody. Why do you think Black people, and this is something that they don't want to acknowledge, why do you think that Black people, when they finally come up, when they were living in the hood, living in the projects, they finally get some money, they finally get some status, they move out of the hood? Why is that? They move out of the hood and happen to move into a neighborhood with white people. And the white people are like, well, caution, red alert, red alert, red alert. But then they find out that, hey, I'm not bringing all that hood with me. I'm showing respect for myself. I put on a tie. I go into the bank. How you doing today, Mr. Johnson? Because I have on a tie. I learned a long time ago. When I used to do IT, and I didn't have to, I could just wear like a button-up collar shirt and wear slacks and shoes. I was, and that was the dress attire because I was working in corporate. I was in a corporate world doing IT. Just as long as you have a button like a polo shirt on, slacks and dress shoes. And on Friday, we could wear jeans, but you still have to wear the collar shirt, no t-shirt. You can wear jeans and tennis shoes on Friday, Fridays. Oh, yeah, you get to wear them on Friday. It was like, cool. But you know what? I would still wear a tie and a jacket. I was still wearing a tie because I was showing myself the respect that I wanted. I wasn't expecting anybody else to give it to me. And what I learned is that when I would show myself respect and I would hold myself up to a certain way because I had standards for myself, people treated me that way. How you doing today, sir? Well, how you doing, sir? And it's a good feeling for people to treat you with respect. It really is. And I didn't have to go out and, you know what? You have to earn respect from yourself too. You know that, right? Come on, think about it. Because people abuse themselves all day long. And people abuse themselves with drugs. They abuse themselves with alcohol. They abuse themselves with pornography. This is abuse that you're doing to ourselves. We abuse ourselves with anger. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, by all means, I do look at the comments. Tell me I'm wrong. These are abuses that we do to ourselves. Holding on to anger against people, that is abuse that we do to ourselves. So we abuse ourselves. Tell me I'm wrong. So if we don't abuse ourselves and we respect ourselves, respect our bodies enough, people see that. People recognize that. And then they want to respect you because you're respecting them, because you respect yourself. You wake up in the morning, you have no respect for yourself, but I'm going to show respect for everybody else. That's a type of person I don't want to be around. Well, I want to share one more thing on this, then I want to switch over. And for those of you that are still tuned in, I am filling in for Loud Majority today. He is with his mother. We're going to keep prayers for him. And I think she's going in surgery today, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it was yesterday. Don't hold me to it. I've been really running around trying to get ready. But prayers for Kevin. I'm filling in for Kevin's hour, and I'm happy to be here with you. But I want to play one more thing for you, and then we're probably going to move on because I want to talk about the SPLC and the whole Nazism. And it's all racially related to with the Democrats. They're giving it a pass. You can't make this stuff up.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds made up already, so I mean, really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
Did Austin Metcalf get a fair shake? And she's on there crying, talking about show mercy, show mercy. You know the mercy being shown is that he didn't get the death penalty. Because we are in Texas. If this was about race, and this is like giving him the harshest penalty ever because he's black, why not give him the death penalty? Talking about Carmelo, because he gave Austin Metcalf the death penalty. So why not give him the death penalty? They can at least go talk to him between the glass. They'll be able to do that. They'll be able to write him letters. They'll still be able to hear his voice. But Austin Metcalf, never. The family will never hear his voice again. They will always wonder what his life would have been, who he would have married, no grandbabies, what job he would have had if he would have continued into the, his career, whatever that may be. They will never know now. And as it stands, Carmelo Anthony, he will have the opportunity to get out in his early 50s. He better get in his early 50s, and he can still have another 30 to 40 years outside of prison when it's all said and done. When it's all said and done. These people are not right. And it's pretty disgusting for what we've been seeing. Talking about the Nazis. I want to talk about the Nazis. And there's one Nazi that you all know about that the Democrats are in full support of. And it's the Nazi out of New York. Graham Plattner. I'm going to talk a little bit about that when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, On sale for $17.98. Wait on it. Mega sale only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
I have to mention, I know his accuser. I've known her for over a decade, who spoke to the New York Times. I believe her. I believe it's very credible what she's accused him of. He denies it. But we have to care.
So she knows the people that was abused by Graham Plattner. She knows one of them. And we have to believe her. Hashtag believe the woman. He says, I believe her. But what are they actually saying about all of it? Are they saying, well, remember, because they used to say it all the time, hashtag believe the woman. You have to believe the woman, no matter what. So now that she actually knows one of them, what are they saying about it now? What are they actually saying? And I want to show you another clip here of the Witches of the View, if I can find it here. Where they're, and this is what Sonny, they don't care about any of it. They just want to retain power. They want ultimate power. So they're willing to go with an actual Nazi, which we've all talked about this extensively, because of Trump. Graham Plattner hates President Trump. Graham Plattner is a Nazi, communist, socialist, democrat. That's all that matters. And we can get another seat. We got to take the Senate so we can impeach Trump. That's their only goal. They got to impeach Trump. And they're willing to allow the Antichrist to come in and join the Senate as long as he's going to be against President Trump.
At this point, can ask us to take the moral high ground. There you go. That is over at this point. That's right. That is over. It's a choice.
Oh, so no more moral high ground. That's over. We're not going to take the moral high ground. Has the Democrats ever taken the moral high ground? Have they? I mean, seriously, it's a legit question, is it not? How many times have y'all known for the Democrats to take the moral high ground? How many times? I've yet to see it. But she's saying it's over with. It's a short clip. I'm going to start it over.
Republicans at this point can ask us to take the moral high ground. There you go. That is over at this point. That's right. That is over. It's a choice. I am sorry. Democrats have always fallen in love and Republicans have always fallen in line. It's time for Democrats to stop that nonsense, put emotions on the side. Let's be strategic. Let's get some power. Yes. Let's take over the Senate. Let's take over the House. And let's right the ship. Let's get our country back.
Wow. I mean, she said it all right there. Let's get some power. Let's right the ship. Let's get our country back. Hello? The country never belonged to socialist, communist, democrats. It's never belonged. She's a straight up socialist. I mean, think about it. All of them are socialists. The country's never belonged to socialism. So it's not you're going to get it back. What it comes down to is that all of these evil people, these democrats, liberals, progressives, what have you, all under the same leftist umbrella, all of them can move to Venezuela. Nothing's stopping them. All of them can move to, Iran. I mean, hello, bye. All of them can move to countries that hate the United States of America, but they don't. You know why? Because they love the fact that capitalism has created, because of God's grace, capitalism has created one of the let me say not one, but the greatest nation known to man. And the Democrats want to take it and say that they created this while they implement socialism and communism. They want to say that they created this wonderful country that they hate so much. This wonderful country, according to them, is so racist, but because of them, is the reason why the country is so great, according to them. And that's what they want people to believe. And it's not. It's great because of the white people that came to this country and conquered the land. It's great because of people like President Trump putting America first. That's the reason why the country's great. And the Democrats can't stand the fact that the United States of America is great. So they want to destroy it. But this dude, Graham Plattner, straight up, the Democrats are giving him an excuse. Well, he apologized. He apologized for doing it. He didn't mean to be a Nazi. He didn't even know what it was, or he did know what it was, but it's okay now.
Actually campaigned with Plattner. You were a big supporter of his. You've been clear that you believe these women. So I guess two questions. One, why are you still backing him if you believe these women? And two, just to head you off at the pass, Republican Senator Jeff Flake wrote an op-ed in today's Washington Post, and he said Democrats are, quote, just wrong to think that these things, meaning Democratic legislative priorities or a check on Trump, that these things matter more than character.
Well, I do think character matters, but Graham has been pretty open that he served 2 tours of duty. He had post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, there are a lot of people who have post-traumatic stress disorder or serve, as you know, Jake, who don't have toxic relationships and don't make misogynistic comments. But he says that he was in a dark chapter of his life. He became an alcoholic, and there were years of acting in ways that he really regrets. And he asked for grace and redemption. And he thinks he's a changed person, a transformed person. I believe him.
He was an alcoholic? How many times did they go, Pete Hegseth is an alcoholic? How many times were they saying Kash Patel because he was at the Olympics with the hockey team and the U.S. hockey team won and Kash Patel's on camera having a beer? He's alcoholic. Oh my goodness, alcoholic. Here in this case, Graham is a certified alcoholic. They know he's alcoholic. He just said it. He knows he is, not denying it, but it's okay. It's okay. They want us to believe that Pete Hegseth is constantly having alcohol. Pete Hegseth is constantly drinking, but it's not okay for Pete Hegseth to have a drink or Kash Patel, but Graham, Nazi tattoo, abusing women, he gets the pass because we want the power in the Senate. These people were evil. They constantly say all these things about President Trump. They say about you and I, saying that we support President Trump means that we are Nazis or we're white supremacist sympathizers, et cetera, et cetera. They've said this about us, you and I, for years. And they actually get someone with a Nazi tattoo without question, and he gets a pass.
Well, I do think character matters, but Graham has been pretty open that he served 2 tours of duty. He had post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, there are a lot of people who have post-traumatic stress disorder or serve, as you know, Jake, who don't have toxic relationships and don't make misogynistic comments. But he says that he was in a dark chapter of his life. He became an alcoholic, and there were years of acting in ways that he really regrets. And he asked for grace and redemption. And he thinks he's a changed person, a transformed person. I believe him.
I believe him. I believe him. And I believe him. They don't care. This is like they don't care. But you know who's someone that's not buying it? And I'm liking John Fetterman. I mean, I really am. And I'm like beside myself that I'm even saying that, right? I mean, John Fetterman, if the Democrats were like John Fetterman, they would get more support from the American people. I'm just being honest with you. I mean, my goodness, John Fetterman is talking with common sense. And that's all we want. People, we can disagree with each other. That's fine. We can have different opinions about stuff all day long. That's great. We can view everything the way we want to in the world. That's the way it should be. But common sense needs to be the number one thing that we all agree to. Common sense. At the end of the day, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, et cetera, et cetera. 2 + 2 = 4. Common sense, reality check needs to be the number one thing that we all agree on. So John Fetterman is like, dude.
How would a Democrat describe P. Hustle if that was a Republican? And the terms that they would use, that would be true. That's exactly who he is. Now, you don't have to actually insult P. Hustle. You know, he has already defiled his own character and behavior. And, you know, he hasn't, it's not about redemption. This is a guy that's pleading after he got caught and lying. He lies about everything. He was in D.C. last week, and he lied to, you know, the people here in our caucus, like, oh, no, there won't be any more scandals. And then, of course, there is. And there, you know, he likes to rough up his ex-girlfriend. So, no, there will be more shoes dropping.
He liked to rough up his ex-girlfriend. And he's, and I mean, come on. He's saying Pete Hegseth. I think he was saying Pete Hexel, but he meant to say Pete Hegseth. You still have the speech thing going on, but he's still talking common sense. We get that. And you know what? We're not even concerned about that. We're not beating John Fetterman up because he didn't say Pete Hegseth, right? We're not beating him up. We know, we understand. He's talking common sense. And this dude went to the DNC, to the Democrats. Oh, there's nothing out there. And I love the fact that he did. He changed his voice. Oh, there's nothing out there. Everything's been out and open now. We're all good. We're all good. And then bam, another one dropped. Another one dropped. Another one dropped. And of course, we're not supposed to pay attention to it. And there's video of him on there basically, you know, just saying, well, I'm this and I'm that, and there's nothing out there. And I've had stuff happen with women in the past. You know, I've had these things, different things happen with women in the past, but it's not the same anymore. I'm a changed man. Even though I just got the tattoo covered up in 2025, last year.
And when politically motivated, serious and false accusations are made against me, Maine, you have my back.
Years ago, the mantra was believe all women. Do you believe her?
Yes. And I don't think our side should be attacking her. And I appreciate her courage from coming forward. But he says that he was in a dark chapter of his life. He became an alcoholic. And there were years of acting in ways that he really regrets. And he asked for grace and redemption. And he thinks he's a changed person, a transformed person. I believe him.
See, and this is why you can't believe or trust anything that these evil Democrats say. They're nothing but hypocrites. You can't trust anything that they say. Nothing that they say. If it's against President Trump, oh yeah, believe them. They can actually come up with women that never even existed and said, look, all of these 21 different women said that President Trump sexually assaulted them, that he verbally abused them, he manhandled them. They can say all of these things about President Trump and don't even have to produce a woman, and they will believe it. Hashtag believe the woman, even the invisible woman, the made up woman, the woman that answered the Craigslist ad and say, oh yeah, just admit that President Trump did something to you. You don't have no prerequisites required. You didn't even have to meet him ever in your lifetime. Just say it. Then they will believe it. But this dude, and you know what? These are not false allegations either. You know how we found out about it? His wife. His wife. That's how we found out. That's how I found out about it. Maybe you found out about it a different way, but I found out about his extramarital activities from his wife, of all people. But now he's saying, oh, they're all lies. It's not true. It's not true. Not true at all. But not everybody on the Witches of the View have the same point of view. Not all of them. Not all of them, apparently.
When you've shown me you have so much hate in your heart that you can literally wipe off full groups of people, and you name it, fill in the blank he has, that Nazi tattoo that he supposedly has covered up and said he didn't know what it meant, but many ex-girlfriends said he used to proudly call it what it is, a totem cough, which is a Nazi symbol.
Yeah.
He has shown us who he is. There is no way in my life I could sleep at night turning my face to all of that. And I don't know who can. I wish some of the Democrats would stand up. This was the party of Me Too. Women have made accusations. They have not been proven yet, but weren't we supposed to listen and hear them? Literally, we were in a time of anti-Semitism, the numbers of anti-Semitic hate, and this guy proudly wore a tattoo for years. All the things he's shown us, and we're going to say, well, this time, because we might agree with his policy, we can turn our heads. I cannot turn my head. I hope other people would join me in that.
And he also...
Look at that. One of them trying to be sensible, because if it was the other way around, they would never go along with it. But then there is this here. And of course, on the Communist News Network, they're like so happy to have this on here. This lady here, the one directly here, apparently her parents or grandparents, which one of them, she's going to say it here, was Holocaust survivors, if I'm not mistaken. But she's Jewish, and she should not be supporting any Nazis. It's like Will Johnson supporting the Democrat KKK party, right? It's like, it would be like the dumbest thing, especially after knowing that the Democrats are the party of the Klan. And then I support them. That would be like stupid on my part after knowing the truth. But listen to this. She knows the truth, and she still supports Graham.
You are a military veteran. You are the daughter and granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. What do you make of his claims, and do you support him as a candidate?
So the good news is that I'm not a resident of Maine, and I don't make that choice for the people of Maine. I am hopeful that his candidacy is successful. My understanding is that he has been resoundingly chosen by the people of Maine for the nominee position. We could have a very long conversation about personal foibles, and we are in a world where we are unfortunately constantly confronted with them. I would love to make people understand that it's important to lead by example, and I do try to do that with my own life every single day. And so I will start by leading by my life, and in the way that I would like to see people be elected with the values that I have.
Oh. With the values that she has, but she's going to openly support this Nazi, when Nazis, the same tattoo was one of the Nazis in the concentration camps, but she's going to support him. It's like people that constantly say that they call themselves Christians, that they believe in Christ, they believe in God, and then when the Antichrist come onto the scene, and they're going to support the Antichrist after they know he's the Antichrist, and they're going to still support him, calling themselves Christians. Same thing. I mean, that's like the best analogy I can give to it, because like, who would support the Antichrist when they believe in Christ? This woman is supporting Graham simply because they want power. They want to control. They want to be able to sexualize the kids with all their perversion. Oh, yeah. Oh, I just saw that. Let me see if I can put that up on the screen. Oh, this is a good one here. Where is it at? Where is it at? This is a really good comment. Oh, it was a bomb comment. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Right there. We like our Nazis, not your Nazis. That's exactly it. Oh my goodness, that's exactly it. Because see, our Nazis, the one that they say we have, are not actually Nazis. They just say that to try to get people not to support President Trump and his administration or any MAGA Republicans, because they call us Nazis, but then an actual Nazi, they like them. So good, so good, so spot on, so spot on. Oh, yeah, right there. Another one. Rolling off fast here. The Bad Moon. must be George Soros' daughter. Or there's some relation there, if not the daughter or granddaughter. There must be some relation there or something, right? Would not surprise me. Would not surprise me. Good point. Good point. Absolutely good point. Okay, I want to share just a little bit of this. It's kind of long, but I'm not going to share all of it. This was the hearing that they were having up on Capitol Hill about the SPLC. And the SPLC, of course, got caught paying for hate groups. And you know, the one thing that really stood out to me is that Moms for Liberty. The reason why they labeled Moms for Liberty a hate group, because Moms for Liberty believes that a man and a woman creates a child and that children should not be mutilated. So because of that, they're saying that they're against the LGBT LMNOP community, P for pedophilia, that they should be considered a hate group because they don't want to go along with all that sickness. Dude, what is wrong with our society? And this dude, he's a CEO, if I'm not mistaken, the CEO, and he's on here. Yeah, the CEO. He's the interim CEO. And he's talking to Congress, and he's just blatantly just defending the perversion of the SPLC. Just straight up defending it. And also, I have a tab over here on my monitor where I have the SPLC website, and they have this image up there, and I'm gonna see if I can try to get it up on the screen. Normally when I show websites, it's from my other computer, and it's not working well. It's kind of taking the fritz. I'm gonna have to replace it because that's the one that's creating all that buzzing sound, and it's doing other stuff. So if you want to help me, I would greatly appreciate it. Let me know if you want to help me. But anyways, they have an image up here, and they have these guys holding these pillars. One looks like an ICE agent. One looks like Border Patrol. One looks like maybe possibly Putin. And the other one looks like possibly President Trump. They have it on the front page of the SPLC. And they have it saying on here, the year in hate and extremism. What? And that's what it looks like. Let me play this, and I'm going to see if I can get up on the screen for you, okay? But listen to some of this. It's disgusting. The SPLC should be dismantled. This is ridiculous.
For any business to remain profitable, there must be both supply and demand. As for the Southern Poverty Law Center's business model, it needs to convince people that there exist certain types of discrimination and hatred in the United States, and that it alone has the expertise to identify, target, and eradicate it. A lack of such discrimination and hatred would render the SPLC's existence obsolete. And that is largely what has happened in America. So what is a business to do when its very existence is threatened by a dramatic decrease in the scourge that it exists to combat? What happens when racism, for example, is largely a thing of the past? The brain trust at SPLC came up with their own unique solution to this conundrum. They decided to fund the very hatred that they claim to be fighting against. And like magic, the money has continued to roll in. In fact, advancing hatred has become quite profitable for the SPLC, as in 2024, the organization had over $829 million in assets, an endowment of approximately $738 million, and $129 million in revenue. The bulk of this money comes from the contributions of the SPLC's donors, contributions that the donors thought were made to, quote, confront hate, stand up to injustice, and defend our civil and human rights, end quote. But that isn't the case at all. Instead of confronting hate, standing up for justice, or defending civil and human rights, the SPLC has been funding the exact opposite, with the added bonus of then using their donations to target right-leaning organizations such as the Family Research Council and Turning Point USA, simply because they believe in traditional marriage and the sanctity of the family unit while also opposing abortion. Stated another way, SPLC has been using its funds to attack those very organizations that actually do confront hate, stand for justice, and defend civil and human rights. And the SPLC funded actual Nazis and white supremacists in order to do so. In order to get away with this scam, the SPLC knew that it had to hide what it was doing. I mean, who was going to donate to an organization that has actual Nazis on the payroll to organize AstroTurf rallies to try to smear conservatives? The DOJ's superseding indictment filed on June 2nd approximates that between 2010 and 2023, the SPLC funneled $4.1 million in tax-exempt donor funds to various violent extremist organizations, including the Aryan Nations, the National Socialist Movement, and the KKK, via a series of fictitious accounts, and then committed bank fraud to cover it all up.
Let me stop it there really quick, and I want to share with you. I was able to pull it up. Look at this. Look at that. What do y'all see? Like the first guy holding the pillar right here next to me, that looks like it could possibly be an image of Trump. And then it may look like it might be one of Putin. And then it might be one of the police officers, and then ICE agents. Are y'all seeing the same thing? The year in hate and extremism. Are y'all seeing the same thing? Or am I just like making too much of it? Am I reading too much into this? What are y'all seeing? This is on their website right now. While this hearing is going on, they got this crap on their webpage. Got this crap on their webpage. I mean, dude, come on. It's like they're doubling down on their stupidity, on their own hate. They're trying to create hate where there is no hate. ICE agents are upholding the law. So just get this straight. If you're upholding the law, now you're being hateful. If you're upholding the law, now you're doing wrong. What was once considered good is now considered evil. And what was once considered evil is now considered good. You can't make it up.
The indictment goes on to say that these donor funds were ultimately used for the growth and recruitment of these organizations, the purchase of materials for cross burnings. That's despicable. And group attire and the production of racist paraphernalia sold at rallies. That's really despicable. That's gross. Mr. Fair, does the SPLC have any written policies to ensure that the payments you made to these organizations were not used to incite violence or engage in other activities that contradicts SPLC's public representations?
Congresswoman Hageman, as I said earlier, all of the allegations that you've...
You have written policies to make sure that you're not funding the KKK.
We don't fund the KKK.
Well, you do. Actually, that's what's in the
That's an allegation,
Sure.
Congresswoman.
Have you produced any of these
We will discuss all of those allegations.
Have you produced those materials to this committee?
What materials?
Any materials, any written materials, so that you are not, to show that you have a policy in place to not fund hate groups such as the KKK?
SPLC's counsel is working with this committee's counsel to respond to your...
Did anyone at the SPLC ever raise any concerns about your practice of funding hate groups?
We don't fund hate groups.
Why wasn't the SPLC, now you're under oath, remember that. You are under oath here today.
I said we don't fund hate groups.
Okay, except the $4.1 million that you gave to the KKK, the National Socialist Movement, and the Aryan Nations.
Congresswoman Hageman, those are allegations that will be addressed.
Under oath.
That will be addressed
All right.
in the criminal case pending against the SPLC.
The SPLC also played a part in funding the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, and you paid an organizer who drafted racist posts under the SPLC's supervision. You fomented the hate, and then you made bank off of it, about $80 million in the following months after that rally. But you didn't just make a ton of money that day. 3 people actually died, 2 police officers and a woman named Heather Danielle Heyer. So from the standpoint of your business model, making money off of hatred, you must say that that was actually a very successful day for the SPLC. Would you agree with that?
SPLC doesn't foment hate.
Well, that day you did.
100%. Have y'all ever seen that meme where the shows a person racism laying on his back, dying, and then there's another person on top of the racism labeled the Democrat Party trying to resuscitate the racism? Don't you die on me. Don't you die on me. That's the SPLC. Now, let me go back to this really quick because I really want to know. I really want to know. Are y'all seeing the same thing that I'm seeing here? Are y'all seeing the same thing? And I meant to look in the comments. Does that look like it's Trump? The image on the other end? Does it look like Trump? Or is it just me? Is it just me? Now, let me put my comments up here. Right? So this is going on right now, and the SPLC has an image that appears to look like President Trump. And of course, like I said, it appears to look like President Trump. And look like one of them look like Putin, because they always make this association with Putin and President Trump. But am I just like, is it just me? Or do y'all see it too? Yeah, y'all see it, right? Because I'm like, dude, what am I looking at here? And I'm sitting there looking at this, and I'm like, something's not right with this picture. Something's not right with this picture. And that's exactly what it is. They have ICE agents on there. They're saying law enforcement, because essentially that's what they're saying. Can we be real about it? Can we be real about it? They're saying that law enforcement is a hate group now. ICE is a hate group, according to them, because ICE is getting rid of their illegal aliens in the country, so they should be considered a hate group. That's exactly what they're saying. And I'm sitting there looking at this. I'm like, man, dude, come on. I mean, it's like in your face, Trump, in your face, Republicans, in your face. This is an actual hate organization paying to keep hate alive, because that's what's in the indictments. I mean, they don't come up with these indictments just to come out with them, just to say, oh no, we're gonna make this up about you. They're not doing that. That's not the case at all. Not at all. If I can, really quick, let's talk about California. California in the news. Oof, and it's not looking good for them. California in the news because of the election fraud. Now, I lived in California for 10 years of my life. 10 years I lived there. And I never forget it. When I first moved there and I got my ballot to go vote, it showed up in the mail. And I'm like, what is this? Is this like a sample ballot? And I'm like, nope, doesn't say sample. It's the actual ballot. Showed up in the mailbox. Every single person who has a driver's license in the state of California receives a ballot. Illegals obtain driver's license in the state of California. And guess what? They receive a ballot. Did you know that? Of course you did. And the Democrats don't want to acknowledge it. And let me bring this up to your attention too. They found how many hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud in the medical industry alone? And there's other fraud that's included with that. But in the medical industry alone, they found billions of dollars of fraud that's taken place. So you mean to tell me they have gone above and beyond Minneapolis? Tim Walz is chump change compared to what they were doing in California. So you mean to tell me that they done fraud, financial fraud into the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're not going to do fraud when it comes to the elections? Who believes that? Who actually believes that nonsense? But of course, they were asking Hakeem Jeffries, King Joffrey's about the election fraud in California.
There is no election fraud in California. Donald Trump is making it up. He can't point to a shred of evidence to prove his point. This is all a conspiracy theory. We believe that we have to operate under the assumption that Republicans are going to do everything they can to try to rig the midterm elections. Because the reality is they have no track record of accomplishment, no vision to present to the American people.
Oh, so that's what it is. That's what it is. They have to President Trump has to make it up because he's going to because he wants to rig it. Dude. And then, if I can find it here, then there's a video, and thank you, Project Veritas. If I can find it here. Maybe I don't have it. I thought I did. There's a video with Project Veritas actually going around talking to homeless people about the election fraud that's taking place and how they were paying. I'll just tell it to you because I can't find it. They were paying these people $2, $3, $4, $5 to sign a petition to act like they're registered, and they would sign it for somebody else. They were paying homeless people to do election fraud. They were straight up paying homeless people to do election fraud. And I apologize. I thought I had that clip. It's a really powerful one where they're exposing it. And of course, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, I found it. Oh, found it. Oh, this is good. This is good. You got to see this. And of course, Hakeem Joffrey's, he calls this a conspiracy. Nope, this didn't happen. It's a right-wing conspiracy to try to get us to believe that the election fraud was taking place.
Has there been any evidence of actual election fraud in California?
Hey, Mel, so we'll definitely just start there. There is no evidence of election fraud in California. California is notoriously slow for how they count elections. They vote mostly by mail, as you said, and they also are a really, really big state with incredibly voter permissive policies.
Brenda Lee Brown Armstrong made her initial court appearance this morning. Case stems from a video made by conservative activist James O'Keefe. It appears to show Armstrong and others paying homeless people to register to vote and then signing various petitions.
Fraudulent petitioners on Skid Row are now paying the homeless to forge names, forge addresses, and forge signatures of registered voters.
So do you want to sign? Okay. The first one.
I'm Joseph Albright. Okay.
First name?
Joseph Albright. What are you using? Teresa.
No, I'm gonna give you your address to write.
Oh, okay.
Follow directions.
Okay, yeah.
Robert.
Quickly becoming a widespread scheme that can be found on almost every street corner in downtown Los Angeles.
This is an example of election fraud, and this is not merely an allegation. She has admitted guilt. She'll be appearing in court at 10 o'clock this morning, and she has agreed to enter a plea of guilty at the appropriate time.
And there's a video of Hakeem Joffrey's asked a question about this very thing right here, where she had pleaded guilty to the election fraud that's taking place in California. And Hakeem Joffrey's go, well, I don't know anything about it, and it's more likely a right-wing conspiracy. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but that's essentially what he's saying. I saw this on here from Sophia. She says you forgot the N in there. And you know, they're not the Democratic Party because there's nothing democratic about them. And I learned that a long time ago. And for some reason, it goes everywhere like that, calling them the Democratic Party. There's nothing democratic about them. They're just the Democrat Party, or in this case, the Democrat Party. But anyways, the Democrat Party are allegedly trans or LGBT, LMNOP, QP+ for pedophilia. They didn't have all that in there, but you can see it. Look at the way I'm starting to understand this now. They are. I mean, they're either allies of it or they 100% support it. And I'm glad you brought that up because I have one more thing I think I can squeeze in here before we go. I'm in Texas. In Travis County, this is my county. And talking about this whole trans LGBT, because it's the whole Pride Month, and all sin begins with pride, right? Prideful. I'm big, I'm bad. Pride. Carmelo Anthony. Pride. I'm bad. You can't stop me. I can go where I want to. Pride. It's sin. And one thing I don't understand really quick before I play this is that the month of June, when I was growing up, it used to be discussed about Juneteenth. Like June month was like to, saying that, the freedom of black people because of what happened. Emancipation Proclamation. Right? What happened? Juneteenth. That's what this is about. But then all of these gay people come in there and they took over the month of June, and these black people don't say nothing about it. Trying to make the association between being black and being gay, and there's no association. None at all. You can turn it off being gay. No one's born gay. I don't care what you say. There's no DNA, there's no geno, there's nothing. No one's born gay. It is absolute choice, a choice of the flesh. But this is in Travis County, in my county of all places here in Texas. Listen to this.
My name's Denise Hernandez, and I am your proud, openly gay judge of County Court at Law number 6.
Really? So just imagine if I ever have to go to court and this is the judge for Will Johnson, and this judge gets wind of how I feel about the homosexual sinful acts that she or he or whatever it is it involved in. Oh, there's going to be no bias there, right? It's going to go by the law, right? I'm assuming it's a woman, but it could be a man, a biological man, trying to be a woman. But just imagine, do you think I'm going to get a fair trial? No fair trial for you, because I don't like you. These people can't uphold the law. It should be against the law for them to hold a judge to be able to sit on the bench. Should be against the law. Because they're going to be biased. They're not going to uphold the law. They don't care about the law. They care about twisting the law. They care about twisting the perversion. This thing here is all about, I'm going on a limb here and says all about butchering children, cutting off genitals of little boys and breasts of little girls. And we'll fight to cut it off. Talking about gender affirming care.
And in Travis County, we have this tradition. We gather in community and we raise our pride flag as an act of solidarity, as a way of showing that we all belong, that we are a community, we are a familia, and we take care of each other. Because pride is so much more than a flag and a parade. It is about all of us showing up together to take care of each other. That's what it's about. And I'm so proud to be a part of Travis County where we make this commitment. Every year, we do this together. It doesn't matter what's happening at the state level or at the federal level. We show up here and we raise that flag every year. They may try to take away our sidewalks, our drag shows, but they will never take away our queer resilience and our queer joy. Never. What's beautiful about Travis County is that we show up not just in action, like events like this, but in policy. Way before marriage equality passed in the Supreme Court, the Travis County government was honoring domestic partnerships, allowing partners to have benefits. That's why I moved here to Travis County, so that I could have a family with my wife that was supported.
So, with that said, this is a woman, biological woman, because a biological man that's pretending to be a woman is not going to go bury a woman because they're sick in the head. So that tells me right there that this is a biological woman because she's happy to be married to another woman. What was wrong with going to California? The only reason why they come to Texas is because they're wanting to change Texas. They want to bring their perversion here to Texas. They could go to take their perversion to California or even New York. They'll welcome them with open arms. You even have Mondami with his perversion. And there was a clip, I don't have it, but there's a clip with Mondami, his perversion. Talking about Pride Month. In New York, Mondami, because New York is having financial problems, right? They can't get the budget straight. So he set aside $15 million so they can mutilate children. $15 million. He's Muslim. They want to destroy the Western world. And one of the best ways to destroy the Western world is to prevent the people from multiplying, prevent the people from having babies. One last thing before I get out of here. How many of you want the Save America Act? How many of you want it? I want the Save America Act. So you have these lunatic liberals trying to convince everybody, trying to say, nope, no one wants it. Are you kidding me? Who doesn't want it? Even liberals that I talked to, I said, are you for showing voter ID? Every single liberal that I've talked to says yes, except for the ones in the mainstream media. And of course, the ones on Capitol Hill.
Look, Americans don't want this. They don't want federal interactions in state elections. They want states to be running their elections, and they want guardrails on ICE.
You see that? The American people do want voter ID. The American people want to make sure that our elections are legit. The American people, this is what we want. The radical lunatic liberals that want to retain power, keep power, they don't want it. Every single state that Kamala Harris won, no voter ID. Is that just a coincidence? Not a single state. Every single one of them. And not every state that does require voter ID in the past 2024 election, President Trump won that. Isn't that very peculiar? But don't pay attention to that, right? Well, that's it for me, everybody. I'm out. I will see you tomorrow. It's Friday. I'm going to try to get my phone system working and maybe take phone calls. I'm going to try. Can't make any promises, but I'm going to try. But I will see you all tomorrow in the Culture Wars. God bless.
Welcome to the show, everybody. We have a crazy story for you today on the Paul Herrell program. It involves something called ghost cattle, probably something, a phrase that I never heard of before now. We're going to get into it. You don't want to miss this broadcast. The show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Get this out of here. Broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. And in seat number 3 today, we got Eric Haynes. We hadn't seen Eric in a while. Eric, how you doing, sir?
So great to be part of the conversation.
Yes, sir. I'm glad that you're with us, as always.
Great to be here.
Let me see here. Sorry, you had your mic up a little loud there.
Yeah, a little hot there. Thank you.
A little bit. Just a little hair hot there. So
it's all good.
Let's get into it, okay? So for months now, Americans have been trapped on what I would call a geopolitical roller coaster. One day we're told war with Iran is imminent. The next day we're told a deal is close. Then the deal collapses. Then peace is back on the table. Then we're told military action may be necessary after all. And then we get peace again. And I think actually right now we're back on peace at this point. But who knows? That could actually change in the middle of this broadcast. It's actually exhausting. And while the media and political class remain fixated on the latest developments in the Middle East, millions of Americans are dealing with problems that we've talked about on this program a lot. They hit a little closer to home. Food prices still too high. Gas prices still too high. Housing remains unaffordable for many families. And public trust, this is the big one though, public trust in our institutions is at near historic lows. Part of that distrust comes from a growing belief that there are two different systems of justice in America. One system aggressively pursues the low-hanging fruit. The other seems strangely reluctant to touch scandals that could implicate wealthy, powerful, or, and this is I think significant probably for this broadcast, politically connected people. So to be fair, law enforcement has had legitimate successes in the Trump administration. We have seen major operations targeting trafficking networks, violent criminals, dangerous illegal aliens. But Americans can't help noticing that some of the biggest controversies in the country never seem to receive the same level of scrutiny. The handling of the Epstein files immediately comes to mind, and that's in the news today. The assassination attempt on President Trump in Butler, Thomas Crooks. Well, that's an open and shut case, we're told. The Charlie Kirk crime scene being paved over. Then there's the unanswered questions surrounding January 6th that continue to divide Republicans. You have competing narratives. They exist about the pipe bomber investigation. Some believe the case is straightforward and largely settled, and that it was a black autistic kid. Others, including investigative journalist Steve Baker, have advanced far more explosive theories about a Capitol Hill police officer who failed a polygraph test and now works at the CIA. Baker has stood by his reporting, by the way, and he says he welcomes the discovery process in the lawsuit he now faces. So whether you agree with any of those claims or not, it really isn't the point. The point is that Americans increasingly feel as though the largest, most consequential stories are never fully resolved. Questions linger, investigations stall, files disappear into bureaucracies, and the people at the center of major scandals often seem to emerge untouched. That's why today's story caught my attention, because while the nation is once again focused overseas, there is an extraordinary story unfolding right here in America that most people have never heard about. It involves tens of thousands of missing cattle and billions of dollars in alleged financial activity. So most profitable criminal schemes eventually run into the same problem. What do you do with all the money? And how do you make it look legitimate? Money laundering. It's not new, not a new concept. Drug cartels, organized crime syndicates, corrupt financiers, they all face a challenge. Once the cash starts piling up, you need a system to move it, hide it, justify it, and recycle it back into the legitimate economy without setting off alarms. Now, this can be done in a lot of ways. We've seen the mob movies. You've seen, casinos, real estate, shell companies, offshore accounts, fake invoices, cash-heavy businesses, commodities, really anything complicated enough to bury the money trail. But what happens when that system collides with rural America? What happens when investigators start looking at cattle farms in western Kentucky and discover tens of thousands of cows that never existed at all? This story sounds almost too bizarre to be real. A Kentucky cattle operation collapsed. Investors are wiped out. Banks are accused of ignoring massive red flags. Auditors reportedly discover nearly 80,000 ghost cattle, livestock that existed on paper but apparently not in reality. A farmer ends up dead. Multiple suicides surround the fallout. Bankruptcy filings expose billions in transaction volume moving through interconnected accounts. And then the story gets even stranger. A private investigator named John Griggs, a former law enforcement officer brought in to secure the property, claims what he found points to something much larger than simple agricultural fraud. According to Griggs, the operation may connect to shell companies, suspicious payouts, narco banking patterns, cartel-linked money laundering, and potentially even political protection networks. Now, some of the allegations in the case are explosive, and not every claim has been proven in a courtroom yet. But at a certain point, the bigger question becomes the question at the top of the show, which is why doesn't it appear that anyone in real authority, is aggressively trying to prove or disprove any of these claims? Most Americans have never heard of this story, and maybe that's why we haven't seen the law enforcement reaction you'd expect. I'm trying to change that here today. But here's what's documented in this case. Federal bankruptcy proceedings are real. The missing cattle are real. The lawsuits are real. The billions in transaction volume alleged in court filings, that's real. The lender involved, Rabo Agri-Finance, previously paid hundreds of millions in penalties connected to cartel money laundering at one of its border branches. And separate from all of that, federal agents really did raid, listen to this, a luxury mansion just miles away connected to a crypto torture and kidnapping case involving Bitcoin extortion allegations. And that's why this story caught my attention, because it's a thread that I can't resist pulling at. Ordinary Americans hear about ghost cattle, billion-dollar paper trails, cartel allegations, crypto kidnappings in rural Kentucky. I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. There's got to be something more here. This is not just isolated scandals, okay? This is a glimpse at a much bigger underground financial system that's hiding in plain sight. So today on the show, we're going directly to one of the men at the center of exposing truth concerning this story. Joining us now is private investigator John Griggs is with us. John, welcome to the show, sir. We really appreciate you being with us. Thanks so much for taking the time to come on the program.
Hey, thank you, Paul. I really I apologize for missing the few times that we'd scheduled before. So I'm excited to be here, and let me make sure that doesn't happen again. All right, thank you. Yeah, good to be here. It's quite a wild case.
Yeah, no, I mean, it absolutely is. I know, Eric, you were briefing yourself on it earlier in the day, about just how extensive this all is. So maybe you can kind of walk us through. I mean, I tried my best to kind of give a 30,000-foot view of all of this, but to me, the way the story goes is we have investors that lose a bunch of money because there's a ghost cattle, right? So can you start there and tell us what your initial involvement was? I know you were contracted to go secure the assets in the wake of this, financial scandal.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm still trying to get the lighting and everything kind of a little bit more professional here. It was the I don't know what's going on here. It's the everything was triggered by the onset of a cattle count. So the cattle count started at the very beginning of April. A man in Mayfield, Kentucky went to go and cash a check, and the check bounced. It was worth $600,000. He wanted his money. He said he talked to law enforcement. I don't know how true that is, but I know law enforcement talked to the cattleman, Brian McLean. I know that happened. I know that they called him. They asked him what was going on with his checks. Why would there be someone up here with a bounced check for him? And Mr. McLean ended up dead. So that happened on a Friday. McLean ended up dead. On a Tuesday, April the 17th. That initially got everything going. There was an emergency count. I believe the date was April the 7th. I could be completely wrong on that. It could be the 5th. But it was in that window. Rabo knew the game was over. They sent what's called kick riders, USDA kick riders in, and they got a count. And that count was not 100,000 cows like it should have been. There was around 2,000, so 8,000 total between Texas and Kentucky.
Okay, so you meant let's go back and talk about the death. So you're talking about this farmer McLean. Let's talk about his death first. He winds up dead.
Yeah.
And it's officially ruled what, a suicide?
Correct. Yes, the death.
Do you believe that?
No, not for 1 second. No, because the death investigation is on my it's on my website. Anybody can go and read the death investigation. I don't believe it was a suicide at all because I had went and requested the records straight from the sheriff's department, and I analyzed the handwriting. I looked at I used AI. I used several AIs. I actually paid $200 to have that handwriting analyzed, and I compared them to the checks because we had in our possession, we had all of the in and out money because we came into contact with those documents first. We were the ones that sent them to the United States trustee. We knew everything before there was even subpoenas. So no, I do not believe Mr. McLean killed himself looking at that astronomical amount of money and the manner in which he died. Nothing made sense. McLean was allegedly killed with a 6-hour P229, yet my partner Jeremy and I found a Jennings 380 and a Bryco or Bryson 25 ACP. So nothing adds up here. There was no gunshot residue done on his body. I believe I have the shell casing in my possession. I found one shell casing around where he departed this world. And
so
if anybody wants that,
yeah, how does that work? I mean, how do you have that? I mean,
have what?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and is there any interest in law enforcement that wants the shell casing? You would think they would want something like that, right?
Yeah, you would think that, yeah. And you would think that they would know that firearm, that specific P229 with that serial number and where that firearm came from, happened to be 15 minutes away from Mr. McLean's eldest daughter's condo there in West Palm Beach, Florida. So, yeah, it's nothing adds up here. The firearm itself was released the very next day. And it was released because Mr. McLean allegedly put in that note, this gun belongs to Sam. And they literally gave the gun back the next day to Sam.
Okay, so walk us through this. You don't believe it was a suicide, but you get contracted, okay, right? So the bank is involved. They want you to go. This was out of Texas, though, right? This was somebody contracted a security group that then subcontracted your group in Kentucky. Is that correct?
Correct, 100%, yes. And
okay, and so what happened? What were you tasked with doing when you go onto the property?
Securing all of the physical assets, everything that could be physically secured that belonged to the United States government at that point. Once the federal courts took that over, somebody had to oversee all of those things because they tried to give the appearance of a farm. There was no feed, anything like that, but there was a lot of heavy equipment. There was a lot of hand tools. There was everything you would expect to be on a farm, just not 100,000 cows. So the job was to keep people out because they were worried about a media presence. They were worried about trespassers. There was a whole lot of different things going on at one time. So yes, we had to have documentation. I mean, it was anybody who came around that site They wanted to know who it was, what their purpose was for being there. Yeah, we have very detailed logs. So that was the job. It then turned into, with the financial crimes investigator, kind of finding a lot of hidden stuff that was out there. And yeah, we did find hidden documents all over that place.
I'm about to say, like, when did you start to first believe that the reason you were there wasn't the real, or when did you start to believe that the official narrative about all of this was not accurate? And then talk about a pump house, right? I've read the reports. You guys think that there's some sort of pump house, but there's something hidden inside of it.
Well, from the onset, from very first pulling up to the job site, and there being like 30 hay bales that are moldy, like your circle hay. I grew up on a farm until I was 12 years old. Both of my grandfathers were farmers. My mom's father fought in Guadalcanal and came home and bought a farm on the GI Bill, a big farm. So I know what larger farming operations entail, and none of that was there except for the machinery. No feed. These people weren't even feeding their own personal horses, which I ended up taking possession of.
Oh, wow. Okay, so tell us. So you go in the house. Did you ever go in the house?
Oh no, and that was more of a farmhouse for the workers.
Okay, so was this the place? So where did McLean, according to the official narrative, kill himself? It wasn't on that land. It was somewhere else. It was at his personal residence.
Yeah, correct. Well, it wasn't his personal residence. It was on the back end of that farm, off of Waller Cemetery Road. So you would have his farm off of a main highway access point, and then you would have the back end of that farm. So Mr. McLean allegedly killed himself on the back end of that farm, where, it's a very rural road. It's like people, y'all are from Arkansas, you understand.
Oh, yeah.
These are one-lane roads. They're not two. They're very, very small. So he killed himself in nobody's going to see where he did that at. So yeah, it was. But to get there by road, it would take.
Or somebody
back
killed him.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So he only actually owned 200 acres ever. So the front of that property and on the back end of that property, to get to the back, you would have to go 11 miles. You would have to traverse 11 miles and make a big kind of triangle to get over there. But the son-in-law who found McLean, he made it there in, I think, 7 minutes, something like that. So everything is just jacked.
Okay, so you have something?
Yeah, I'm actually very familiar with this area where he's talking about. My parents have a place on Kentucky Lake right outside of Murray. Benton is just north of Murray, Kentucky. So would you say that part of the situation here is that in some way everyone is either indirectly or directly in on the take and in different aspects of receiving financial payoffs and I mean I'm talking about everyone, which is why we're not getting it seems like this whole scenario, the way this was playing out from a law enforcement and evidence collection, I don't see the CSI team doing a very thorough job. Like, you're doing a great job, but is that why you think there's so much inconsistency here? It's because everybody is on the take, so everybody's just wanting to sweep this thing under the rug as quickly as possible.
Right. Very good point. I think that is probably 80% of this. I think the rest is that when you have a staff commander in law enforcement in an area like this, since you're familiar with it, you're right there. You're 20 minutes away.
Yeah.
That part of Murray, Kentucky, kind of around Big Bear, and just that section of lake. Very rural area. Very, it's 2.5 hours to Nashville, 3 hours to St. Louis, 3 hours to Memphis. So you don't have the mechanisms, and those mechanisms are jacked up anyways. But You don't have those mechanisms that would normally be in place to watch over something like this. And exactly, whenever you have a few corrupt county sheriffs or municipalities, and some of these guys may not even know what they're doing. They're just told, "Hey, write this report this way. We want it to read this way," and they just do it just to keep their jobs. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Yes.
Okay.
So tell us about the fine. You get there to secure the property, and you wind up stumbling across what I'll describe as like a treasure trove of financial documents that are incriminating.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. That was my partner, Jeremy Grimes. There was a pump. It was a sump pump. I'm sure your audience knows exactly what that is.
Yep.
It was brand new. It was something that was part of the job. Hey, this needs to be inventoried. It looks like it's worth more than $100. It needs to have a serial number, needs to be logged. A photo needs to be taken. That's going to auction. It's property of the U.S. government. Maybe they didn't think that all of this was going to go on this job site. I'm not sure, but when I got a hold of it, that's just the chain of custody. I understand from law enforcement that the chain of custody is one thing that lawyers are going to go after immediately. So when Jeremy went to go pick this box up and it's not heavy, he has to open it. He's not searching. He's not searching through it. He opens it and he looks in. Oh, well, there's no sump pump in there. It's filled to the brim with paperwork. So he calls me and I come over. I'm like, well, what is this? And I see the original Rabo loan agreement for the $170 million. And then from there, It's checks. It's all of it. And it was left out in plain sight. I mean, it would have been easy to miss if it had been in maybe like a box from Sam's Club. It would have just gotten thrown away. And I guess that's what everybody was hoping for. And also there was no time they got the heads up. Yeah, they got that. But there was no time for them after McClain killed himself to clean anything up because we were right there on that job site. So there was we had actually been hired before McClain killed himself. We were hired the day before on Monday. And then the chain of events took place on Tuesday, and we're here now.
Okay, so it's incredible, but it's incredible because I kind of know where the story leads, and maybe the audience doesn't. So you look at these documents. You have like you said, the original Rabo loan for $170 million,
right?
Or, $170 million. Okay, so I know that you allege that you've done more research and that this eventually gets into the billions of dollars. How did you get from seeing this as a $170 million document to now you have uncovered a massive network that apparently law enforcement doesn't seem to care about?
Well, that's a very good question. So in that box, we're looking at the checks. The checks are, you've got $400,000 deposited on a Thursday from, we'll just say, Jimmy Doe. So Jimmy Doe makes a deposit of $500,000, and there's a cattle feeding agreement with this deposit. And on that cattle feeding agreement is the price of beef for the day, the weight of the cows, how many cows it is, and that's all written up. And it's an invoice, $500,000. Well, there's another one for $400,000. There's another one for $297,000. There's another one for $600,000. There's another one for $300,000. And these are all in the same day. That's what I thought at first. When I first saw them, I'm like, well, this is just the same pieces of paper. And then I'm looking at them, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. No. There's different weights. There's different New York Stock Exchange prices. This is all separate. So immediately, the financial crimes investigator, Glenn, they brought that guy in from Arizona. He was like, that was cool to meet him. He told me that in the last month of Brian McClain's life that he did over $200 million in fraud alone, and that it went back. So I'm like, wow, if he did $200 million the last month that he was alive, I'm going to be kind of generous here and say, let's just say $100 million. So we kind of came up with around $2 billion the second week we were there. And then we're finding more paperwork. And oh my goodness, I used 8 reams of paper making personal copies for myself.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So, did you have something? Go.
Do you think, and obviously we're this is a lot of speculation, but do you think this thing just started many years ago with something small, and then it just snowballed, and he basically turned into Tony Montana from the movie, and will this thing eventually be a Netflix documentary? If they actually investigate it, and if there's enough people alive that will talk about it. I mean, because when you talked about like where this thing goes, part of me is like, well, this sounds like Ozark. This sounds like something straight out of a movie where this is the same story that you hear in you see in those situations where, well, it started with one. Or the mafia, like we knocked over a cigarette delivery truck, and that was our first thing, and then all of a sudden, 20 years later, we're in these mansions, and the feds are crashing down our door. I mean, how does a rural farmer like from that part of Kentucky do $200 million in fake business in one day? I don't even, that scale is. That level, that scale is almost as unfathomable as the amount of like hospice and Medicare fraud in California and Ohio that we're seeing all across the country, where it's just like the scale of it is so big. You got to think like, well, where did it start? So, I mean, where do you think this thing really started, and how fast did it grow?
Well, that's a very good point, and you gentlemen both get it. You understand the legit. So you understand the legitimacy, and that's all organized crime. All organized crime wants to go legitimate. That's the point. That you have your hustle, and then you want to be legit. So, yeah, that. But I just want to note before that, this $4.5 billion is not just speculation. When we had those count sheets, there were so many of them. I talked to my partner at the time, Tyler. So I had 2 main guys, Jeremy and Tyler, and then everybody else was kind of just filling these shifts. I mean, they weren't just doing that. They were very good officers, but Jeremy and Tyler were going above and beyond. So I handed Tyler 25 of these cattle feeding agreements, and I said, add these up. Our calculators wouldn't even, when we were trying to do all this, our calculators would not even add up all of this stuff. And we were just guesstimating. So I said, okay, take 25. I'll take 25. We're going to do as fast as we possibly can, an average, and see what we've got here. He took 25. I took 25. We added them up. We counted the whole total number of payout sheets, which was around 800. And we came up with $4 billion. In April of 2025, $2 billion was those payouts were released in the federal court document dump. And then in October of 2025, it updated again for the $4.5 billion. And that is where the meat and potatoes are. But you're absolutely right. This didn't start at doing $10 million in fraud a day or $5 million. This started as $300,000 a month for the first year, and that was in 2018. 2018 was pretty chill, pretty lax. Still, if you're doing $400,000 or $500,000 in fraud, it's still a heck of a lot of money, but it's not what we're seeing here. Yeah, it's just amazing that it got all the way to that number. And it does go to $10 billion. It stopped at the document trail stopped at 4.5, but the interbank transfers with the bank to bank to bank to bank and moving it around. Yeah,
Okay, so
$10 billion.
So now you're getting you think this is a $10 billion fraud? That is a gargantuan amount of money.
That's noted in the trustees' adversary action.
So
$10 billion.
You say intrabank transfers. Can you stretch that out for us? Explain that. How many banks are involved here? Are the banks aware of this? I mean, this is kind of like, when we heard about the Minnesota fraud and how they were smuggling all this cash out of the country, and you realize there's no way you can do that without somebody at the TSA being in on it, right? So these bankers have got to know, right? I mean, there's got to be some bankers out there that are aware of what's going on, right? Or am I, am I wrong there?
And are they going to be reliant on the fact, as part of their defense, that this thing really grew and exploded after and during the COVID era and the Biden administration, where it seems like to us now, as what everyone is finding out, that everyone was either completely asleep at the wheel or entirely negligent and in on everything, and there's just fraud everywhere.
Bingo, good point, both of you guys. Yes, COVID was it really probably, I don't know, I don't think that it would have gotten here. That's a very good point, because yes, there was a lot of non-moving essential personnel in that time. They wanted to say they're not essential, but anybody who's doing fraud work is pretty dang essential. And oh man, it's just so crazy to try to, because these numbers are just, it's in my head and it just goes and goes and goes and goes. And sometimes it causes me a little bit of anxiety, just knowing these things. But yes, everybody was asleep at the wheel, but so who was overseeing the banks? Who was watching over the banks? The banks are supposed to be watching over the money. If you sent me $10,001 and I've never gotten more than $50 from you, I'm not going to be mad at my banker when she does her job and puts in a suspicious activity report on that $10,001, because it's odd, and there's different parameters there. But you have 4 banks, one of those banks locally in Benton, Kentucky, and this is named in the adversary proceeding by the trustee in federal court. CFSB Bank enabled the fraud. It was CFSB and Rabo actually, that extends all the way down there where you, Jill,
Rabo Agri is big here, man.
Here in Arkansas.
Yeah.
Big, yes.
Yeah. I can tell you the name of
They have
the
a giant branch location less than a mile from where we're sitting right now.
Yes, that's true.
Right. And interestingly about that, there was another fraud that happened. It was a much smaller scale. It was $50 million. It originated out of Arkansas. When this first podcast came out on the Ironclad channel on this specific issue, I was contacted by a man named Billy in Jonesboro, Arkansas. I was contacted by another man in mid-Arkansas. So yes, this was another different cattle fraud. And after, it was interesting, after the last adversary proceeding court action, and then we did, because nobody really knew the workings of this. They saw articles, they saw this and that, but they did not have a ground level assessment of what actually went on. A week after, we came out and said, this is what exactly happened. With the first podcast on this, the FBI issued a arrest warrant for a man by the name of Joshua Link, who did the exact same fraud as this, but on a much smaller scale. And that he was on the FBI's top wanted list. It was on the run for like 2 weeks. I actually talked to the guy. I can show you the text messages. I talked to this guy. I was on Ag Forums 2 years ago, and I was just looking for information. All I was doing was looking for names, looking to run those names, looking to link up those associates. And I run across this guy, and he cussed me out. And he said, why don't you look for the real criminals? Well, I was. And I was absolutely shocked to see all that happen. I kind of sent some of that stuff. And yeah, it was like, look, I've spoken to this guy. So to not do that on this much bigger scale, I mean, you gentlemen absolutely know that The people who were supposed to be watching were not watching. I don't have proof that they have their hands in the pot, but I know a lot of people that do.
Sounds like the guy that you talked to wasn't paying off enough people. As sad as that is to say, right. and I'm obviously being facetious there, but it's like we've all seen The Big Short, and our thoughts on the banking system and the bankers in general and how they handle the financial stability of our country in situations like this, that could not be more objectively poor as far as a rating scale. So,
yeah. So we're now to the banks. Okay, so there's a lot of money laundering going on. Is it only with cattle? Is that where this is only to do with cattle in this specific instance?
That's right. I cannot sit here and say that there was anything else that was cattle.
Okay, so it's all with cattle. So there's a nice model here. I mean, what you're establishing is there's the big time, $4 billion scheme. That's $10 billion. Then there's the $50 million scheme. So that brings us to who's doing this. And that's why, the cartel is implicated here. Is that right? That these are, American farmers who have been essentially, in some cases co-opted to launder money for the cartel. Is that, because you said earlier, is this guy McClain that quote killed himself? Is he, some Tony? How does he become a Tony Montana? It doesn't sound like an actual Tony Montana, or maybe he is. It sounds like he's maybe more of a middleman guy. What are your thoughts on that, John?
Well, McClain was an idiot, and I'm not saying that.
Yeah, it's why he's dead, right?
Right.
I say that with all due respect to the departed, but it's like, yeah, Jason Bateman was smart in Ozark, which is why he was still alive at the end of that show. Sorry,
Man,
for the Ozark reference again. But this just has that feeling, and I'm just watching this thing play out. And to Paul's point, which is accurate, this guy was somewhere in the middle, and it must have been just easy enough for him to, as a means of laundering this stuff, to increase the numbers of cattle more and more and more and more. And it's COVID. It's who the bankers don't care. They're getting paid. Everybody's getting paid. Law enforcement's getting paid. Why are they going to come out and count my cows? Well, I got a bunch over here. I got a bunch over there. I got a bunch over there. If you want to go out and count them, fine. Same thing at the border. We just heard about this today. We've lost 400,000 children, illegal kids that were brought into this country during the Biden administration, and then we just handed them over to people and never went and checked to make sure they were okay. It's the same situation here. These people weren't there. There were no checks and balances.
Yeah. So to tie that together, let's get to this before we get to the cartel. This is going to lead to the cartel. John, tell us about a few miles away, there's a house where some guy's kidnapped and he's tortured in order to get his crypto passwords. And then tell us about this child that was found as well shortly after that in a ditch somewhere that spoke German.
Nuts.
Yeah, that was wild. So when you have a shakeup like this in an area, like we keep saying, rural, kind of unwatched. And Kentucky is a little bit unique. Every place is a little unique, but Kentucky is just a little bit more. There's an age-old saying that if you're not from Kentucky, people aren't going to talk to you. Well, that's pretty true. They'll talk to you if you're selling something. But
yeah, if you're selling Pappy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. His face.
If you know how to find allocated bourbons, they'll talk to you.
That's right. That's right. I mean, even the Eagle Rare is hard to find now. And I live in Kentucky. It's crazy. It's nuts. Yeah. So, well, to your point of the 400,000 missing children, and where are the children going, and where can you find them? Well, that one is being asleep at the wheel also. Like, so where do the children go? They go to Child Protective Services. Well, where do 80% of trafficked children come from?
Yeah.
They come from Child Protective Services. Mm-hmm. That's the truth. They come from the foster system. So you've got a revolving wheel there, and it's all profits. It's all it's profits, and it's horrible, awful, evil stuff. So the child, when you shake the tree like this, and you make some media waves, people get to talking. And I put it out there. Yeah, look, I'm looking for information. This is a Proton email account. Hey, look, also explaining encryption to rednecks is, you're not going to be able to do it. You're just going to have to talk on the phone to them or meet up or whatever you get. You're just going to have to work with. So a lot of people started talking to me after this. They knew I was looking for information. And it became a false claims quest. We went to file a false claims because, nobody's being prosecuted here. I'm like, okay, I got an idea. The False Claims Act says that you can recover 10 to 30% of fraud committed against the government. Well, McLean happened to be getting a crapload of government subsidies. And that should have gotten it caught. He had 200 acres. The government subsidies should have had it caught. The health inspection should have had all that caught. But there was so much information coming in, and then I get a surprise phone call from somebody who is a caseworker for Child Protective Services. And this has kind of evolved into, I didn't come out slandering the cops ever with any of this stuff. I just said that they did a horrible job handling this, and it looks like the man was murdered. So I never slandered these cops, nothing. It turned into people wanting to give me information because I was looking for information, but it became, okay, well, we can't go to the police about this. Let's go to this guy. So it's kind of a weird place to be in. But this CPS caseworker calls me, and she says, there was a little girl that was found in a ditch outside of the Smith Mansion. We had to go and take her. We put her into emergency placement. She only spoke German. She could only speak German. She escaped from the place, and a neighbor found her in a ditch, called the police, and they called Child Protective Services. Now, what's interesting about that, this was not around a year ago to be able to say this. I can say this now. I can 100% say this now. When the girl was taken and put into emergency custody, the Livingston County Sheriff's Department, and I can tell you who they spoke to. The Livingston County Sheriff's Department went and talked to the neighbors, and they said this did not happen. This did not happen. Yet I get a call from another Child Protective Services caseworker telling me about this, because they don't, these two parties don't know that information's being shared with me. So she came to me to tell me about it. Are you aware that this happened? So I just played along like, no, I'm not aware at all, just to see if that story was the same. And it was the exact same. And then a police officer from that county gets a hold of a legacy, or from one county over, I'm sorry, from Marshall County, Kentucky, where all this fraud happened. I guess this was his red line. His children gets a hold of this legacy journalist, legacy media journalist, and tells her there was a German-speaking child that was found outside of this place. She was taken into emergency custody. So this journalist from New York who was down here confirmed that. And the only reason that I know her is because those journalists came down when John Waltz was arrested in New York City for the torture of Michael Valentino, who escaped John Waltz Soho townhouse, kind of in the manner that Jeffrey Dahmer's victim escaped Jeffrey Dahmer's kidnapping, whatever we want to call it there. So yeah, that's what led to all of even anybody knowing about any crypto, any torture, any missing people, any of this, was the man escaping in New York, running up to a police officer. Well, on February the 10th, 2025, the police were called in Paducah, Kentucky by a Holiday Inn staffer, a front desk worker, because a distraught mother had come to her and asked her to call 911 because her son was being held in Smithland, Kentucky, and he said they want Bitcoin help. And he was texting his mom to relay these messages to the police, the Paducah Police, which is a bigger agency in this area. It's not a big agency, but it's a bigger agency than like Livingston County Sheriff's Department, which is like 10 dudes or something. They get a hold of Livingston Dispatch and they say, hey, there is a alleged kidnapping going on right now in Smithland. They give them the address and they say, oh yeah, we're very familiar. I mean, you can listen to the audio. You can Google the audio for this 911 call. It was released because of open records. So the Livingston County Sheriff's Department, speculation on my part is that they called John Waltz, the crypto guy, and let him know that a 911 phone call had been received about somebody that was there at that party that was being tortured, and they need to let him go. I don't know. That's speculation, but I do know that a Livingston County Sheriff's deputy picked this man up and drove him to Paducah, Kentucky. The one who said that he was being tortured and held against his will and extorted and ransomed and all this crazy. Why would you pick him up? Why would you not just go to the call? And the call was written as a welfare check. So, man, sorry for just going, but that is... There's too much out there about
Well, so this is in the news just 2 weeks ago. New York Post, accused crypto creep charged in 6 Soho kidnap torture case freed on $250,000 bond.
Yeah,
that's 2 weeks ago, John. So
I know.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I there's so many legs to this. Let's talk about the paperwork that you found, and let's talk about the fake businesses. And I understand you made a trip to Florida to try to track down some of the businesses that were in the documents that you found. And what did you find when you went down there?
Well, so in the documents, there was just, I mean, you can look at these, you could look at the LLCs, you could look at the money going to. So the money's going to, let's just use a hypothetical here, a mini storage place, and you put that address in, and you see, okay, this is actually registered to a lot of offices. Well, that doesn't change anything. That could be a registered agent. Let's look further into that. So you break open whatever you use, Open Secrets. I use a background check website, and I'll cross-reference the address. I will get on the Secretary of State or Open Secrets, like I said, and look for the physical location of that address. Look for the registered agent. Look for all these different moving parts that you're going to have for a business. And then when you show up to that business, and that business is a dilapidated building that hasn't had anything in it in 2 years, and there's caution tape around the place, and there's yellow chains around the place, and they're not doing what they said they're doing, but yet there's Google reviews that are like, oh man, this place is great. They delivered X, Y, and Z. And that company receives, I don't know, $30 million over the course of 40 transactions with Brian McClain. And there were so many different conduits for the fraud to put this money in. We could go on for literal days with these LLCs, and anybody can do what we did with these LLCs. I got to digging around into some in Arkansas with that case down there. It is the same thing. This money has to be parked somewhere, and that's the easiest place to park it, and nobody's obviously checking.
Okay, so that brings me to the next question, and that's, accountability. Have you been discouraged at all, or encouraged? Have you been discouraged from continuing to speak out and look into this? Have you ever spoken to the FBI? Are they looking at this? Are they aware of this? And why would it be allowed to continue? Just give us an update on that. Have you been in contact with the FBI?
No, and I find that crazy. Well, other than no, that's not true. When the job first started, I was, and the FBI agent was pulled off of the case, and he was placed in Colorado after that. Yeah, I had a decent relationship with one dude who that was in the FBI, who I thought was an A-OK guy. I mean, I don't have a very big opinion of the FBI agents after the whole Epstein ordeal and many other scandals. It's not just that. So this was a TAC team guy. This was a former counterterrorism dude. He was out of freaking Arlington. So I was like, okay, he's solid. He's good to go. And he calls me and tells me that he's being reassigned. He's like, dude, I'm being reassigned. This is 2 months into the job. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Wow. So
Okay.
I kind of knew, yeah, it was heading down there. But I called the Kentucky Attorney General's office. I'm calling now just once every few weeks just for fun, just to see if anybody will answer the phone. I've never spoken to anybody at the Kentucky Attorney General's office. They will not speak to me.
And other local law enforcement, they don't want to do anything about this either. I mean, what in your mind, in your in a perfect world, what would happen right now? Are we talking about grand juries, indictments? In a perfect world, what should happen? And have you talking to any local law enforcement?
Well, if you would like to hear the local law enforcement phone calls, I would be more than happy to provide those to you. I would actually love to, because very few people have heard those phone calls. I called the sheriff myself and I said, hey, quick question for you, Sheriff. Why is anybody in jail? It was very simple. I received the answer of, well, nobody's brought me a report. I laughed at him on the phone. I spoke to the prosecutor. That's an even better phone call. Yeah, it was shocking to me. No, there's going to be zero law enforcement investigation locally at all with this, which is interesting because there was $300 million in fraud done in Mayfield, Kentucky. There was a man that was arrested for doing $10,000 worth of cattle fraud.
This proves my point. You know, at the top of the show, we talked about how the low-hanging fruit gets taken care of, but the stuff that actually would restore trust in our institutions and make rich and powerful people actually pay the price for, you know, their crimes, it's a much taller order. And I get it. I understand it. You know, for anyone to do this, they got to put their reputation at risk, if not their very lives at risk. Okay, I think this is life and death in a lot of instances. Matter of fact, you've actually been shot at. Is that right?
That's right. That's right. Not only have I been shot at, my girlfriend was shot at, and someone almost slipped up there and said her profession, but somebody who works in public service who is a neighbor of ours has a Ring camera video of when my girlfriend was shot at. She remembers the exact date. She when it happened. This girl, this neighbor, saw this. Yeah, 2 times I've been shot at. Man, I don't know. The second time it was, I could hear the bullet thump into the grass in front of me. The first time I heard, well, man, it sounded like a bumblebee on a jetpack that flew like right by my ear. I was like, I've shot many .22 rifles over the course of many years, and I've been stupid enough to shoot on top of water. That sounded just like a bullet. Sounded just like that.
Wow. And you know,
yeah.
we can only assume who. I mean, you know, you don't know who did it. I'm assuming, right?
No, I don't. I mean,
people getting paid to sweep this thing under the rug, brother.
Yeah, and who has the most to lose here? Who would have the most to lose? I believe, honestly, that, well, the cartel don't have the most to lose because these people don't know who they're dealing with the cartel. I have a passport. I'm in possession of a passport from El Salvador. I found a passport from El Salvador, not on this job site. Unless you get something like that, you are not going to know who these cartel people are. They will tell you, you know, by the time that something like this is busted, those dudes are gone, man. They're long gone. So there's a paper trail a mile wide on all of this, and it could be cracked open if anybody wanted to do it.
It's incredible. You know, you wonder, you know, the there's just so many whys. What information do you have, John, that directly does connect this, you know, to the cartel? Obviously, we know this is money laundering, But how? And we know it's going to businesses that don't exist. But are there documents that have been filed in court that directly point to the cartels or a specific cartel?
No, not in court. But when you're dealing with this type of money, illicit money, you're not going to you're going to deal with the cartel. I mean, it's plain and simple. However, in the very beginning of the job, the first week, we were told, be careful because cartel's involved in this. And then we met somebody who was ripped off by McClain. Well, I say ripped off. They weren't exactly informed of what the fraud and scam was. They bought into it at the very end. They told us, oh yeah, this is cartel, because they were friends with McClain. And I think that that was what the last month was just scoop everything up from everybody you possibly can, because you know that you're caught and it's going down. They specifically named the cartel. They specifically named people, places, times, things. The rodeo space was a big space for a lot of this to happen. It's where they met different people. It's where they networked, and they went from place to place to place. Texas, Oklahoma is huge. Oklahoma, we connect a lot of dots with Oklahoma, the cartel, and Paducah, Kentucky. And it's very interesting that you can see when this fraud started in 2018 that the Lieutenant Till L. Mencho, man, I wish I had looked at that again. You can find this. Man from cartel arrested in Paducah, Kentucky, 2018. Luis Aldurte. Yeah, Roberto and Luis Aldurte. Brothers. Yeah, El Mencho's henchmen were arrested. One of them arrested here, picked up in a meth raid. The other was messaging an informant here trying to buy, I think, grenades and automatic weapons. And ICE right now is currently in Mayfield, Kentucky, where $300 million of this fraud was done. A lot of the seed for this fraud was done. They're currently there right now, and they're picking up these cartel. So that's how we know. There's a whole lot of different reporting from people that have mentioned the cartel, but I can tell you one. I was contacted by somebody who's really close to this fraud, and they have a family member who's close to it. They're terrified about that. And those are the people that have everything to lose.
Wow. I don't know. I don't know if we're, it's just one of these things where, I'm glad we're covering the story because obviously, I want this to get out. I want this to get out to somebody who would say, who can do something about it. But I'm just not. I'm not confident that's going to happen. But our only option in the age of the internet or whatever podcast is to just talk as much. I know you've already been on the Ironclad podcast and talked about it there, and there's a lot of people that watch, but not enough people have seen this. Not enough people are demanding accountability. So. John, do you have anything else? Is there anything else that I've left out? I know there is, but what else do you have to say about this? I want to give you the last word.
Well, something that I didn't mention anywhere else was I did in 2011. I worked for a private investigation firm out of Chicago. They hired me. I worked for 10 months in the Gulf. It was Alabama, it was Mississippi, it was the Panhandle of Florida, and we were hired to do investigations into financial fraud, and that contract was through the United States Secret Service, and it was for the Operation Deepwater Horizon, where FEMA just handed out billions of dollars to anybody who said that they needed the money, and our job was to determine fraud with these payouts, send them to the Secret Service, and that is okay, this is fraud. This is fraud. They're right. Write up an indictment, get it to the grant, go through the process with the DOJ there. So, I didn't mention that in any other places, but yeah, I do have experience looking for fraud. And I think that made this a little bit easier. I don't know, man. I'm just a normal guy, and I forget a lot of stuff. I've got a lot of anxiety and have ADHD, so sometimes it's hard to just be a human some days, let alone investigate a $4.5 billion money laundering scheme. But so for the last word is, I appreciate you gentlemen having me on. This has been awesome. You gentlemen think exactly in the same, you have the right thinking. You're aware of how awful our government is, which leads to this. This would not have happened had the people who were supposed to have been watching actually been watching. The kidnapping with the man in New York City that happened in July of 2025 could have been completely stopped on February the 10th, 2025. And there were Epstein-linked people that were at that party. Models were flown in from Palm Beach, Florida to attend that party. There was caviar brought there. There were all these things. Obviously, there were children. And we believe that was an Amish child. Since this is a very rural area, we've talked to a lot of people. We talked to a great guy who ran for sheriff. He knows people from that area. Yeah, it's just
so that would be because
there's
a lot of Amish that speak of a dialect of German. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That's right. It's Pennsylvania Dutch, and it's from my understanding, it is probably, if you speak German fluently, you could probably understand 70% of this, which makes absolute sense for that child to have been Amish. And since that, I spoke to people. If you see children playing outside at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning and they're left kind of unattended, be very alert for that, because that is how child sex trafficking happens. That is how all of these things happen, because it's in plain sight, it's left there, and there's nobody to do anything about it. Thus, $4.5 billion and a child in a ditch.
Wow. Insane. John Griggs, we appreciate it, sir. Thanks for coming on and sharing this disturbing story with us. And we will pray that something happens. Pray that good men would actually hold wrongdoers, evildoers accountable. That's what this country needs now more than ever.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Appreciate the conversation, sir.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Appreciate you, gentlemen.
Well, and feel free. We'll do it again if we get any updates. You get any updates at all, I'd love to have you back on and talk more about this.
Hey, we'll do. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Take care.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Folks, we're going to take a break and reset here. This is the Paul Herrell program. We really do appreciate it. We can't do the show without you, so we'd appreciate if you patron our sponsors. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vibe has been fantastic for our bottom line.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. It helps if you unmute your microphone. Eric, my friend, it's great to have you back, man. It's been like forever. I went on vacation, and I know you've been busy. Haven't gotten a chance to talk to you. How are you doing?
It's really good to be back, man. It's great to be engaged in the conversation for sure. There's a lot of stuff that's happened in the last couple of 3 weeks since I was on for sure.
No, there has, yeah.
And it's funny there. You talk about parallels and tying things like. In that conversation with Mr. Griggs there's so many things about that's so systemic to the things that annoy us and that we talk about a lot of times and that we're finding out about not only the last 4 years of the Biden administration, but, our government in general and it just being asleep at the wheel. And it's not only that our commander-in-chief for 4 years was just an empty shell and so many things were missed. Children were trafficked into this country and are being trafficked around all over the place. Tens of millions, billions and billions and billions, and we're about to hit the T word once we get a lot of this stuff figured out and figured out how much fraud was being put on the American taxpayer. But like all these things are part of the bigger issue and bigger systemic problem of that people get paid off. People look the other way, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and everyone from the government oversight of so many things in our country, from Medicare to Child Protective Services, our border. So many people were just asleep at the wheel, and it sucks to see it play out in so many situations like this, where if somebody had just gone and looked, if somebody had just gone and checked things out for years. If someone had gone and tried to look at the addresses of where those children were, whose sponsors said they were supposed to be, we wouldn't still be missing 300,000 kids that were trafficked into this and brought into this country the way that it is. And that you wouldn't have entire city blocks in California full of hospice facilities that are nothing more than just empty apartment buildings with a telephone sitting in it. It stinks. It does. It's just you feel dirty. It's like, this is our country. This is what we're doing to ourselves.
Yep. You do feel dirty. After that interview, I feel dirty.
Hundreds of billions of dollars trillions of dollars are just literally being funneled away from taxpayers. We're what was I watching? Parks and Rec the other day, this episode, and this child is sitting there in the conference room, and she's there to talk to one of the people about city government and taxes, and Ron Swanson walks in, and he's like, let's have a conversation about city government. And he sits down with her lunch, empties it out on the table, and said, this is how the government works. And this poor little girl sits there and watches him eat all of her lunch, or at least 50 to 60% of it, and says, and that is the American taxpayer. And he just walks out, and it's like lesson over.
Yeah.
And here we are, working hard every day, trying to do the right thing, paying our taxes, paying for everything that's so much more expensive today than it was a few years ago. And we're just so annoyed when we see stuff like this, because it's like over and over and over again, this stuff is being exposed. And the scale of it is just infuriating.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
The scale is just, it's monumental.
The scale is infuriating because of what you're saying. The law-abiding citizens, are struggling, and yet, they want us to pay taxes when so much of the fraud is nothing compared to what we pay. It's just like it's far outpacing what it is we pay in taxes, or it certainly feels like it. When there's no accountability, it'd be one thing, because it'd be one thing if there was extreme accountability for all of these, the billions of dollars of fraud, whether it's the Nick Shirley, Tyler Oliviera, or what John Griggs has discovered. But you don't have that. These people are able to make generational wealth.
Yeah.
With no consequences for the most part.
Right.
While we are, as that one kid said back, it's like a long time ago, where the nanny comes in with a health coach. You ever see? It's a famous episode.
Oh.
It was and he's like, bacon is good for me. and then at one point, this little kid, he's so exhausted. He's just like, she thinks that she's the queen.
Yeah. Oh, I know exactly.
And we're the sorry people. Is what he says. But that's real. It is like we're the sorry people.
Yeah.
We're the sorry people in this equation. Yeah. And we've had enough of it. We have, and you know who else are the sorry people? The people of Belfast.
Yeah.
They're the sorry people, and they're trying not to be the sorry. I mean, we had a huge conversation. If your government refuses to punish the guilty and the wicked and protect the innocent, what do you do? What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to just wait for your daughters and sons to die a slow death? And I don't know, because it makes...
There's a tipping point coming, brother.
Yeah, it makes polite society real uncomfortable to say, but it's a logic. I do admire the logic behind it. Oh, okay, well, we have this immigrant problem. They're murdering us. No, there's no accountability. Our guy gets stabbed, and then he gets accused of being a racist and is left to die there. All right, well, we'll just burn down all of the immigrant homes, and then maybe they'll leave. It is a.
You talking about what's going on in Ireland?
Yeah, in Belfast. Yeah, it is a brutal, it is an efficient strategy. I don't think it's going away. We'll see if it goes on again for a third night in a row. But I mean, they got guys. Look at this. Look at this video here. So they got the water cannon, and apparently, and I've seen people do this around the 4th of July. Hang on one second.
Yeah, I did see this.
I've got to adjust the camera to you. Here we go. So this guy's getting water cannoned, but he outlasts him because I don't know if he's got like a bunch of Roman candles tied together, but it's some sort of fireworks. Look at this. And then the water cannon gets him, but he refuses to back down. You gotta wonder. I mean, is that what does it look like? Roman candles, that are just duct taped together.
I'll see you at the pub, mate, for an Irish pint.
I mean, they've had enough, and they're getting militarized too. Like they're now official. I mean, they've got the photos of the what are they calling it? The Irish. I don't know, the army, the Irish army is what they're calling themselves now. And they've had enough. They've absolutely had enough of the nonsense.
The rise up is coming.
Yeah, I mean, in Europe especially, and if in Europe is essentially what we have to look forward to if we don't make more gains at a quicker pace, because you look at the prospect of whether the Democrats take the midterms or not, the idea of them taking the White House, taking control of the bureaucracy again, when very little people. I know John Bolton is expected to plead guilty, but very little people of the deep state have been held accountable. So they'll have no incentive to do it all over again.
You push enough hardworking, objective-minded citizens to the point to where they don't feel like, or you push them into the corner, people that just want to live peaceful lives, they want to take care of their families and enjoy themselves. You push them to the point to where they can no longer do that anymore. That's a scary, scary thought, and that's where you really find out the true nature of what people that are pushed to that brink, what they'd be willing to do to fight for their families. And by the way, that's not meant to sound threatening in any way, but it's just the reality of make somebody feel like that they're alone in the jungle and that they've got to fight to survive. It's stuff's coming because, to me, even still, it's like Benton, Kentucky seems far enough away from me. Even though my family had a place on the lake on Kentucky Lake, 10 minutes from where Mr. Griggs was finding all that stuff, 10, 15, 20 minutes from there. That's far enough away from me now. California is far enough removed away from me now. Minnesota is far enough away north to where it's like I can almost just excuse the fact that I get annoyed by that, but I still have to walk away from this conversation today, leave the studio, go figure out what we're all doing for dinner tonight, and pick up kids from pool, from swim practice and basketball practice, and then hopefully tomorrow I don't have to find out about another $1 trillion that's been defrauded from us and our government. It's like that's my daily routine now, Paul.
Hopefully I don't have to find out.
And I mean, I'm sure our audience members are thinking the same thing. It's like, what will tomorrow bring? What new revelation will we find out? Our healthcare system is broken. Our the amount of crookedness and evil that is involved in the sex and human trafficking that's going on that we're finding out about, all the laws that are being broken, the politicians that are paid off, the weak-minded, feckless people in our government and what they're doing. Like, what will tomorrow bring is the thing. I don't know. And every day I don't know.
So there's been a few interactions with law enforcement in the Belfast thing. While we're on Belfast, we'll talk about it. Somebody says, "See, this is kind of just one of the images here, and you never know because we're talking about Ireland here. The use of the F word is prolific. But here's a guy who's in a mask.
Irish people cuss.
Yeah, a little bit. Apparently over there, the F word doesn't mean what it means over here.
It flows a little differently there.
Yeah, it really does. So anyway, here's a guy they've gotten that the cops have gotten in Belfast, and then he breaks away and he runs away, and so now people are using it, either championing him and putting it to music. You see it there. They think they've got the guy. And he breaks free. And in the original video, in the original video, the people filming this are cheering him. They're like, "Yeah, mate! Whoa!" And there he goes. And, at least in my mind, he got away. In my mind, I think he got away. I think he did. In my mind, I'm always gonna always assume that he got away. In my mind, but then there's this altercation between a journalist where they're not even wanting journalists to film. And I said this the other day. I said, we were talking about pushing a man too far, like how you get to a point where they're not punishing evildoers. They're rewarding them. They're not protecting the innocent. They're punishing the innocent for posting about it on social media. So, like, you have this situation where it's a globalist agenda to replace the white population in Ireland and the UK and really Western Europe and here in America. In America, we still have, I think it's inarguable, we've got more free speech than they do over there. So you're putting these terrible policies on these people, and then you're talking about how terrible it is a crime by arresting people for what they say on social media for hate speech.
Right.
So there is no longer a political solution. You understand? If you specifically in the UK and in Ireland, Northern Ireland, there is no political solution now. Because if you've taken away their right to talk about how bad the policies are and organize politically to try to throw people out of power, what? Okay, well, you don't have free speech. Oh, guess what? Okay, well, if I can't talk about how bad and evil and wicked the government is, then I guess we got to go burn down immigrant homes.
Well, Vance,
is what
Vice
their
President
thought process
Vance
is.
and President Trump warned them, stood up behind the microphone in Europe and warned them about what could happen, and that this whole spending all these resources about and managing people's social media and putting people in jail for that stuff, how ridiculous that is. Like, they were warned.
Yeah, everyone's talking about arming the Iranians. I'd rather the U.S. government arm these people, honestly.
My gosh.
But here...
that song's been used for like so many movies, but I was thinking of the Griswolds getting to Wally World and getting to the entrance when that music was playing during National Lampoon's Vacation.
I've never
and
seen
they get
that
to
one.
they get to the thing and the gate says, "Sorry, we're closed."
Yeah.
And, well, it reminded me about it, like in this situation, I kept thinking that a taser thing was going to come across and get that guy. He didn't. Hopefully, he got away.
I've seen the Vegas Vacation a long time ago, but I've never seen
the original.
I've never seen the original.
Yeah, this is Wally World.
Where do they go to? Where do they go? Is it Europe? No, that's
California.
There's
Europe. So there's National Lampoon's Vacation. That was the first one where they go to Wally World. There's European Vacation where they're on a game show, and the family wins a trip to Europe. Okay. So they go to Europe, so that's European Vacation. And then you've got others after that, Christmas Vacation, and then Vegas Vacation was one of the latter ones.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a big fan.
No, I can. Yeah, I know. I can tell. There's this interaction though. The police not only they don't want you to talk about it, they don't want you to film what's going on so that you can post it to social media and show others.
Oh yeah, so they're.
Hiya. Sorry?
Don't film. You can't take pictures and you can't film.
You're so wrong, madam. I am right. I can film because I'm doing it right now. There's nothing you can do. You understand that?
Can you just turn it
Madam,
off?
we don't live in authority.
I have been advised.
Well, whoever advised you is wrong.
Right, well, can you turn your camera off?
How dare you point at me and tell me what to do? Madam, you don't just tell people what to do. You're a PCSO.
What do you mean I'm just a PCSO?
This isn't Nazi Germany. This isn't North Korea. You can't just tell people what to do. Excuse me. Look, I'm a member of the public. You got to respect me. I pay your salary. Hello, this madam's trying to tell me what to do, and I'm very offended.
Why are you shouting?
Because she started shouting at me.
All right, okay. Can I help you?
No. I don't want anyone to help me. She started telling me what to do.
I would like you, please, to stop filming. The reason I'm asking you this is twofold.
Yeah.
I'm appealing to you as a human being.
Okay.
For moral decency, because our family's linked to this.
Yes.
If it was your family, would you like it?
This is going to be all over the news tonight.
Okay, right.
Pictures of that all over the news.
Would you like it?
Would I like what?
Appreciate it.
Well, I'll tell you what, because he who controls the questions controls the answers, yeah? I refute your question, and I'm going to tell you that regardless, do you think 9/11, 3,000 people's families, all over the news? You can't make me stop filming, can you? You guys can't stop me filming.
At the moment, if you look there, there's an investigation going on.
There is a crime scene investigation.
Potentially, at this moment in time, you're capturing something they might have missed. So in a minute, under PACE, Section 19 of PACE, there might be criminal offences linked to it. I can seize that camera.
You have no idea what trouble you'd be in, sir, if you tried that. I'm a member of the press. Are you threatening to take my...
Right, is it?
Yes, it does, because this is a free country, sir, and you guys have no right to tell me...
Investigating officer.
Sorry?
Should we go and get the investigating officer?
You can bring the SAS. It doesn't matter. I'm a free country. It's a free country, mate.
What we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
When this goes on YouTube or whatever it is you're going to do with it.
It doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter what I'm going to do with it.
All right, put it on YouTube, crack on with it.
No, I don't need your permission. I'll do whatever I want with it.
I'm not giving you my permission.
No, but you're speaking in an authoritarian manner.
I said, what's my role at this moment in time?
Your role is to protect the crime scene, not to argue with the photographer on the side of the...
You're helping us by capturing something.
Dude, forgive my French. I'm not going to swear, but that's utter bollocks, and we both know it. It is utter bollocks. How can an amateur little camera...
Have you got nothing better to do with your time at this moment? Have you got nothing better? Because at the moment, you're not even filming that, you're filming me.
Yeah, because the story has changed.
Are you here to cause trouble?
There is no trouble. You guys, please leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Okay.
You have no power to say, I'm not inside your cordon. There you go. I'm not inside your cordon.
In a minute, I'll arrest you for breach of peace, remove you from the area, all right? Because you're causing me. These officers are trying to do their work, and you're obstructing them because they're here to protect the crime scene. You're right.
Okay,
at the moment,
listen.
they're dealing with you.
Maybe
so
okay.
You're causing problems.
We'll start again. Okay. Now
I mean, you just, oh man, it's just. I'm speechless because it's what I'm frustrated with is how these. I mean, what's the salary for one of these cops?
Yeah.
Well, how? It cannot be a lot of money, and so you're not even being paid well to essentially be a traitor to your own country. You are not being paid very well, so you are a brainwashed fool. You are a brainwashed fool that's all about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We don't want the families to, we don't want you to video. Anyway, it's a public street. It's just basic Western civilization rights that they have completely done away with. And I know this guy doesn't sound Irish, but the Irish don't appear to be afraid anymore. They appear to say, okay, better to die a quick death than to die a slow one, or my kids to die a slow one. And you know what? I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go. If I go to prison, I go to prison. And then there's these people that are saying, look, you're only a traitor if you lose. You're only a traitor if you're on the losing side, and that's where Ireland is right now. But yeah, it's that kind of stuff. You look around, and we can see this here in America. Who are your neighbors that are infected with the liberal mind virus that would just kindly escort you onto the train? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the kind of face. It's haunting, and you can see the future. You can see our own future and what's going on over there, or in South Africa.
They're the same ones that would have told on you for not wearing a mask.
Yes.
They're the same ones that would have supported your kids being in quarantine, and teachers standing up in front of little children trying to teach them to read with a big mask over their face.
A friend of mine was recently saying they were watching an old Nate Bargatze stand-up, and they had a shot of the crowd, and everybody was wearing masks. And first of all, they were like, wow, can't believe it's been 6 years since this special aired. But number two, they looked at each other and they were like, was it really that bad? Like, was it meaning they had forgotten, and everybody seems to have forgotten, the political symbol you put on your face that really determined whether or not, in some instances, like what your politics were. Yeah. After a certain point, you could determine what your politics were based on whether or not you were wearing a face diaper. Now, I mean, that would exclude somehow. I know hospitals were the last to get rid of it, but
yeah,
there were plenty of conservatives that complied, that for their jobs at hospitals and things like that.
Yeah, I was more than happy to comply and be a part of that when I was working in the hospitals where I'm in all day, every day. I've never said one thing, not one word ever in a hospital about having a mask on. Never. But these people that were yanked and thrown out of their kids' football games in an outdoor stadium, that lady that was pulled down the bleachers and thrown out, like so many stories and so many videos and so much evidence of just the nonsense that went on.
Yep.
Went on then.
And it's crazy.
People that were yanked off the beach for not being far enough apart from each other when they couldn't even walk together as a couple on the beach.
Yeah. And it's crazy. We need to remember the escalation that was involved too, because it didn't stop with forced mask. It escalated to forced vaccines to keep your job.
Yeah.
It escalated to, your lifetime of military service is now, we're kicking you out of the military because you refused to get this experimental shot.
Yeah.
It went crazy, absolutely crazy. So
yeah, a lot of good folks around here lost their jobs, and even the ones that didn't get fired, a lot of people retired early and left good jobs where they were a part of quietly, and that was the thing that hurt the worst. Losing really good people who either retired years earlier than they would have, because some of those folks were the best at what they were doing. They were the chiefs. They were the head nurse supervisors. They were the charge nurses. They were fantastic, and we lost a lot of them just because they walked away and said, I'm not going to deal with this anymore.
Yep. And then there was the whole underground of it all. There were fake vaccine cards. There was one doctor that maybe this was in Germany. I can't remember, but I think there was an American doctor that for parents that wanted a fake vaccine would just give saline and then give you the vaccine cards.
Yeah.
That happened. And you really had you really had like a there would be no Christian in America that would be opposed to smuggling a Christian out of a Islamic country under false paperwork, right? You'd falsify that paperwork all day long to get a Christian refugee out of a dangerous situation. So on a smaller scale, the idea of falsifying a vaccine card so that you could work, I at the time, now this didn't affect me at all, but at the time I was like, I'm totally fine with that. I'm 100% fine with the people that did that because, you're literally your livelihood is putting bread on the table. It's a threat to your life. It's like, well, do what you have to do to take care of your family, and if you have a problem. And then there was some bright spots. I know of somebody who worked at a company that did honor religious exemptions. Got their pastor to write a letter saying, hey, this is my congregate. He doesn't believe, he's convicted religiously, and gave all the reasons for it, and he was allowed to not take it. It's just, man, the whole thing though was an example of just how easily we could turn on each other and eat one another. And the left to this day just wants to pretend like it never happened.
Well, and look what rose up out of those ashes too, were the fraudsters.
Yeah.
We have to accept the fact that because we turned a blind eye, and I don't say we meaning you and me, but as a society, the sheep that so many of us and the government became, a blind eye was turned to some of the things that were really, really did our country a lot of damage. COVID damaged and hurt a lot of people, and a lot of people's medical conditions were exacerbated by having this infect so many. But man, what rose up out of that culturally, and now through the Biden administration, and what we're figuring out now is just a massive scale of massive crooked fraudsters.
Yeah.
And it'll take more than that. My fear, and watching the news conferences today and multiple other days where there have been big conferences where they've said, "Hey, folks, we want to tell you that we've arrested a few people and we've exposed the fact that they were part of a $13 million fraud scheme." Okay, great. Well, it's going to take years and years. Way past the Trump 2.0 to expose and get rid of all of that, what came up during the 4 years prior.
Yeah.
It really will. Because the current administration is going to want a little brag book of things of where they've figured a lot of this stuff out, and that they've gone in and raided tons of places, and I hope Vice President Vance gets the credit that he deserves for the work that they're doing. But again, getting back to what we were talking about, the scale of it is just so big.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep uncovering more and more and more and more of this stuff.
Real quick, I want to put a bow on the Belfast thing, which is this. We read a tweet from this guy, a supposed Japanese guy the other day about Britain, and I found it interesting because he was talking about how there'd already be civil war in Japan if their sons and daughters were not safe because of immigration. And Japan is obviously an interesting case study in the fact that the Catholics found Japan long time ago. Then the Protestants found Japan, and then there was a battle or a dispute, and then Japan was like, we don't want any of you Christians, and they closed their country off for 100 years. So they're very aware of getting rid of the immigrants, right? They know what's up with that. So he says the most shocking thing from a Japanese perspective is not the crimes themselves. It is that British people are being turned into second-class citizens in their own homeland, and they are still expected to stay polite about it. Grooming gang victims were ignored for years. Now, after another attempted beheading, the same pattern. Downplay the attacker, crack down on anyone who gets angry. You have elections, you have a military, you have history. Yet your leaders continue importing the exact people who are destroying your safety, and most of you still say nothing. In Japan, this would be considered an invasion, and we would respond accordingly. Britain, you're running out of time to remember what it means to defend your own. We could learn a lot from China and Japan in this instance. In this instance of the concept of a nation. We've replaced the word nation with the word race and ethnicity, when in reality, like, a nation is a people of common ancestry and common language. Advocating for the nation state now is, in many circles, considered racist, but obviously not in these circles. But this is what we're having to overcome. But when you have an island like Japan that is still isolated and largely is consisted of the same people with the same language and common ancestry. Yeah. You get this, you can kind of, if you study it long enough, you're like, okay, maybe we should go back to the early 20th century or the 19th century. Like, we are living in a real peculiar blip in human history that has never really, it's never happened like this before, where you just reject, you reject the idea of taking care of your own people because, oh my goodness, pearl-clutching racism. This would be considered an invasion, they say.
We may be watching the potential fact that it's too late for large portions of Europe.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but I mean, a lot of very intelligent, objective-minded people are sitting here saying it's probably too late because those in leadership are not willing to stand up, and they're willing to like they did the other night, where they put the onus on the citizens. And said, no, don't leave them alone. This is you're in the wrong here. So this could be very, very interesting.
Yeah, these Western
part of history.
These Western liberals or whatever you want to call them. I mean, they're really under a spell. I mean, it's like a spell making them suicide themselves, civilizational suicide. Your leaders continue importing the exact people who are destroying your safety, and so many still say nothing. I mean, what we're seeing in Belfast is people rejecting that finally, but probably, arguably, not enough of them are even rejecting it yet, right? I mean, the people of Belfast last month just elected a mayor, the Lord Mayor.
I saw her.
This lady chick who's like, oh, I'm committed to diversity.
Diversity is what makes us strong.
Yeah.
Same nonsense. Yeah.
And it's like, oh my goodness. I mean, what do you do with that?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I have no idea. We're going to take a quick break, reset here. When we come back, I will talk more about the Todd Blanche did give a press conference today about these what happened. Was it under the Obama administration or the Biden administration about these missing kids? So yeah, we'll talk about that here.
So 4 years of open borders will get you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that here in just a second. Don't go anywhere. Back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vibe has been fantastic for our bottom line.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Sorry about that. I didn't
realize Eric had to get, he had to be somewhere. So we appreciate Eric Haynes for stopping by the show, being with us. Had I known that, I would have allowed him to say goodbye to you guys. Interesting situation, and we'll cover tomorrow on the show. I think the fallout from this D&I appointment. We've got, everyone's upset about Pulte being appointed, but now we've got this guy from the Southern District of New York that President Trump appointed. Not what I expected to happen. Obviously, we were thinking they were going to wait till after the midterms to appoint anybody, and my congressman Rick Crawford was on a short list, but at least for the time being, that's not the case. Although you never know who's going to get confirmed or the confirmation process or anything like that. But I'll cover that and share my thoughts on some of that tomorrow on the show on our Friday edition, which is for the most part just me. The Gateway Pundit, acting AG Todd Blanche announces indictments of 3 illegal aliens in wide-ranging child smuggling conspiracy. There are over 15,500 super sponsor cases that we have identified. Now, we have a few clips here. Some of them may overlap, but I'm going to share them with you. Some of this I've gathered kind of at the last minute, so forgive me.
Encouraged, though, is quite a charge. I mean, what evidence do you have of that? It was encouraged, though, is quite a charge. I mean, what evidence do you have of that?
What evidence of what?
To say that it was encouraged, this behavior, is quite a charge.
Well, you can insert whatever word you want. I said encourage. If you know there's a problem and you're in a position of leadership to stop it and you don't stop it, what word should I use? I mean, I use the word encouraged. If it isn't as if this was a single day problem. You have a situation that happened over a number of years. They knew it was happening. It was brought to their attention it was happening, and they didn't do anything to stop it. As a matter of fact, when you look at the end of 2024, and there were 300,000, like you just think in your mind that number that number of young children, and then we had no idea where they were in this country. I mean, I continue to use the words encouraged.
Yeah, I mean, 30,000-foot view is that human slavery is the most profitable business in human history. Lot of money involved. Do we have a few more clips? Let's see here. Is this the same one? Let me...
Today we are announcing the indictments of 3 individuals. Maritza Kawik Koch, her brother, Carlos Agustin Kawik Koch, and Gladys Marina Call Chen. This was out of the Northern District of Ohio. All 3 are illegal aliens from Guatemala who allegedly took part in a wide-ranging conspiracy to smuggle more than a dozen children into the United States by scamming the system and exploiting the loopholes created by the last administration. This is one example, one indictment, but it is not unique. There are over 15,500 super sponsor cases that we have identified along with DHS.
So, at the top of the show, we talked about this. We did talk about how, there have been, it's undeniable that there have been successes in human smuggling, human trafficking busts in the Trump administration over the last 2 years. That is undeniable. Now, the context of the monologue, if you just joined us and you missed it, was the very, very large overarching cases that go after or could implicate very powerful and rich people inside our own government tend to leave us scratching our heads. Now, here's a longer clip here.
This was out of the Northern District of Ohio. One indictment, but it is not. 3 children, unrelated, and they're unaccompanied minors that come in the United States. I also want to announce today from the same district in Ohio, the Northern District, the sentencing of another criminal illegal alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala. He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child by submitting false paperwork and lying on the forms, claiming to be her brother, proceeded to sexually assault this young woman.
Okay, so we know this has been happening. We also know, I I covered the reports out of the people that were going to the Darien Gap during the Biden administration. I covered those reports. The people that were they were going to the Darien Gap to report on the caravans of people coming. And they were giving these young girls and women rape kits. And you had supposed Christian charities also engaged in this kind of behavior where they weren't even allowed to proselytize. In order to get the government contracts to help the immigrants, they weren't allowed to proselytize. They weren't allowed to share the gospel with them. I don't even what were they doing there then? It's outrageous. Outrageous stuff that has led to where we are today. Oh, that's a funny meme. I forgot to get it. I've been hit by a Molotov. I don't think you have, mate. I don't think you've been stabbed, mate. Sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Moving on, I wish Rob were here. I wish Rob were here for this next clip because, here it is. Jasmine Crockett is now, once again, she was on the show yesterday. We covered her yesterday defending Carmelo Anthony by saying, well, the knife was only this big. Yeah, it was only this. How big was it? What was it? What kind of knife was it? It's a Swiss Army knife. Now she's saying this.
35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared.
Little to no mercy when we're talking about murder and the taking of a life. Insane. Two different nations masquerading as one. It's pathetic. So I talked to a family member of mine who used to have a kid that did track. I did track, I think, in like 9th grade or something. Wasn't very good at it. But so I didn't really go to many track meets, but I got this feedback. Really enjoyed your analysis of the Austin Metcalf trial. This was from yesterday's show. I can't stop thinking about those boys. I guess because I've had somebody that went to so many track meets, and I've been to so many track meets, and they had a tent just like it was described in the trial. He was the captain of the team as well. The tent is, so this is what the family member says, the tent is your locker room. Not even parents were really allowed to just hang out in the tent. The meets are very social. You get to know the other competitors from the different schools because you race against them all season. But I never saw other team members invade another team's tent. It's just a known thing. So all of this talk that you're hearing about them trying to rephrase this, it's a social event and you're supposed to be mingling in and out of other people's tents is just it's total nonsense, and it's just not true. It's simply not true. Not true at all. Okay, now, to follow up with, this is a story, the story of Harward, of Vice Admiral Robert Harward being caught wearing a mask on national television and getting to just go away. I'm not going to let this story go away, and I'm going to tell you why, okay? So if anybody, if you go and you watch this,
in the eyes of the Iranian people, but the world global economy, which they're holding all hostage to, the more everybody comes to realize this is all about the IRGC.
Okay, so
at the end of the day,
I think forever, he needs to change his name from Admiral Harward to Admiral Flaps. I think Admiral Flaps would be better. Now, I mean, there's people out there that still disagree with me on this. They think it's a shadow or whatever, and it's because they don't want to have to answer the additional questions. Like once you let your eyes inform what you're seeing and you say, "Hey, this is a mask," then you have all of these other questions. Well, Why? Well, the why is very difficult. I don't presume to know the why, but I can tell you the what. And that guy's wearing a mask, okay? So the other day, last night, as a matter of fact, I was watching the original 90s version of Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise, with Jon Voight, okay? Ving Rhames, okay? So I'm watching this movie, and of course, this is the kind of the beginning. I mean, this movie was thought to be total fantasy back in the day because of the whole mask thing, right? And the mask technology in Hollywood actually wasn't as good as it is now. I mean, now they've got, and we can see it, and we the CIA actually brags about being, essentially disguise creators, costume creators, and that sort of thing. But in the later, the actual technology of these masks gets way better to impersonate somebody. At the time back then, just making an observation, a lot of the masks in the first Mission Impossible were just Tom Cruise being made up into an old person to make the masks more realistic, right? They got much better by the second and third and everything else, but it's the first movie, though, if you go and you watch it, when they're going over what the initial operation is, Tom Cruise has been told in the first Mission Impossible, he's been told, hey, you're going in as this politician. I think the actor's name, the character name in the movie, I think is Walzer. He's a senator from Virginia, right? And they set it up real nice. And Tom Cruise and Jon Voight are having this conversation. And Tom Cruise looks at Jon Voight and says, I'm going in as Walzer? And Jon Voight's reaction is, yes, he's one of ours. He's one of ours. And then there's another interesting little bit of dialogue. It's like, well, where is he going to be on the night of this mission? Well, he's currently fly fishing on vacation somewhere. But as far as the press knows, he's going to be in Prague tonight. And you're going to be him. And that stuck with me last night. I sat up in my chair last night and I said, wow, he's one of ours. Now, one of the whys about this flappy mask, Admiral Flaps here, that, stuck out to me when we were speculating, once I've, come to the conclusion that I do think this guy was wearing a mask. I don't think that was really him. I had a few conclusions, or a few possible conclusions, but one of them was that, why would you do this? Well, maybe one of the reasons is just because, this guy is one of theirs, and he's out on the beach somewhere, and he has sold his likeness, or he profits off of his likeness. He's given permission for his likeness to be used in this capacity because he'd rather be on vacation somewhere, just like in the first Mission Impossible movie. Some of you may think I'm crazy, but a lot of this stuff is it's out there in plain sight, and I would even argue that the truth is actually probably a lot stranger than the fiction that we've seen. Folks, that's all the time that I have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program on this Thursday. God bless everybody out there watching. Pray for our troops. I understand there may be finally a peace deal, but it's been, it's like, it's a geopolitical roller coaster. I'm exhausted, and I'm tired of actually talking about it. But that's all the time we have. I want to give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench. Yay! Welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. If you're new to Flyover Conservatives, our slogan is wake up, speak up, and show up. And there are so many incredible things in today's show, but we are called to definitely speak up and show up. We are called to pray, and I'm so excited about sharing everything that God has and what he is sharing in today's prophetic report. I want to do a shout out to the contributors of this week's prophetic report. That is Tammy Wagner, Denise Brewer, Terry Strange, Cheryl York, and Dawn Leonard. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love each one of our contributors, and I'm so thankful for all the time that they put into it, all of the prayer, listening to the Lord. They're highly prophetic themselves, and then sending them. And I have so much fun as the Lord and I sit down on Wednesdays to put the show together. So this is the second week in a row that I have worn this shirt. A lot can happen in just 3 days. God keeps saying that specifically. In fact, we were at an event this weekend of our son. He did a half Ironman in Omaha, Nebraska, and this kept coming up. This whole thing of a lot can happen in 3 days, and we just are holding on to that as God continues to have me wearing this shirt. Highly prophetic today. Got the shirt on, got my fighting ring on, and then, of course, I have my shiny shoes. So every one of those things are highly prophetic as we are in a very, very important time in history. This is so important. I want to do a shout out to the sponsor of the show, and that is Fern Valley Soap. We have Dad's Day coming up, and you may be thinking, what do I get for my father for Father's Day? It's such an important day, celebrating these men in our lives that do such a great job. So Fern Valley Soap, when you go there, they're giving 20% off when you use the promo code FLYOVER, but they have beautiful gifts for your dad that smell absolutely amazing. So they've got these really cool boxes that on them it says Happy Father's Day on it. Really, really cool box there. Yep, Avery's showing some of them there, full of amazing soaps. And then a really cool crate. I will tell you, this Double Down, it smells absolutely amazing. It is a newer scent for men, and it smells fabulous. So this is a great gift for your dad. And then I wanted to read about Humboldt Hands. So you guys know how much I love this. Well, this is a great gift for dads. Think about the season. So many are working out in their yard. This is a really great gift. Well, one of our Flyover listeners, Kelly Fuller, wrote into Fern Valley Soap, and this is what they said. I love the soap. We ordered 12 to try. I do a lot of yard work. Humboldt Hands is awesome. I can't wait to try the rest. I saw you on Flyover. So glad I decided to try. So I thought, that is so cool. And then obviously Father's Day is just around the corner. It's sent directly to your dad's home or your husband or to your son, whoever you're buying this for Father's Day. It really is a great gift that keeps on giving, that they will absolutely love. I also want to share with you guys, if you may be thinking, what do I get my spouse? What do I get my son? What do I get, somebody that I love very much? Well, this is another great gift. So a couple of years ago, we put together a date night book and we're giving it away for free. When you go to prosperousmarriage.com, there is you just put in your email address. It's sent directly to your email. We just printed this out, but it's actually 52 date night ideas. And it is really, really cool. It has all these cool date nights that you can do from, if you were going to stay at home, if you were going to do an outdoor adventure date night, if you're going to do a foodie date night, creative and cultural date nights, budget-friendly date nights, special occasion and splurge date nights. They're all there. And also in this, you may be thinking, I've been married for 20 years. What do I talk about with my husband? I already know his favorite color. Well, the cool thing about this is there are conversation starters in the book, questions that you can ask back and forth. It's just very creative, a really, really cool gift that you can give to your spouse or that you could give to your kids. And it's just, a free gift that you can give when you go to prosperousmarriage.com. While you are there, we do have a one-time offer. We put together a course on how to have not just a good marriage, but how to have a prosperous marriage. David and I, we've been married for 33 years. We have worked together all of our adult lives. So we've owned businesses together. We obviously do our podcast together. We still are madly in love with each other. We are excited when we wake up in the morning, we see each other. I'm excited if he's gone and I hear the garage door go open up. I'm excited to see him. So you're like, how could you be married for 33 years, work together every single day, spend all of these hours together and still passionately be in love? Well, we give all of our tips on this prosperousmarriage.com. So check it out. Again, it can be delivered directly to your email and you can watch it at your leisure. So that's a free gift as far as the 52 date night idea book. That is free for you when you go to prosperousmarriage.com. I also want to make sure everybody knows that we are going to be doing communion together today. So get your elements together. If you don't have a cracker and some juice, grab some water and a cracker or whatever, that you can grab, that we could be doing communion together. We're going to be doing that together later on in the show. I also want to remind you that Ginger's going to be doing prophetic intercession today at 3 p.m. Ginger Ziegler. You can find her on Rumble. You can find her on YouTube. Again, Ginger Ziegler, Ziegler. You can go to gingerziegler.com as well. But every Wednesday at 3 p.m., she does prophetic intercession. She's teaching us how to prophetically intercede over the words from the prophetic report. I absolutely love learning from Ginger. She's a mentor of mine. She's been in ministry for over 40 years. She's held off hundreds of events like 9/11. God called her in 1991 to pray for her nation. And so she gathered a group of intercessors together, and that is what she has been doing. And she's teaching us how to do it right now. So I'm so thankful for Ginger. Again, you could jump on at 3 p.m. today, or you can go to her channel later on in the week and find that and learn how to prophetically intercede and come into agreement with what God is saying. All right, so what are the prophets saying? We're going to start with Charlie Shamp. You can find this by going to flyoverconservatives.com under prophetic words. And this came out on June the 7th, 2026. This is going to be very encouraging to you, I believe. This actually has in it, the snare is broken. So I'm like, yes, Lord, we receive it in Jesus' name. So this is what the word said. I heard the Spirit of the Lord say, your time in the wilderness of almost has concluded. The cycles of miscarriage, where gain is consistently eclipsed by loss and promise by disappointment, are severed this day. Yes, Lord, we receive it. The spirit that forced you to circle the same mountain of disappointment is being leveled. You are crossing a spiritual threshold. The cycle of opposition is breaking. By the authority of the word, the entities, forces, and mindsets that sought to terminate your destiny are being neutralized. The Herods of your life, those driven by irrational envy to stifle your potential, are losing their grip. You have transitioned from a victim of circumstance to a vessel of divine preservation. The threats that once pursued you will no longer find a target. The snare is broken. The opposition that gathered against your marriage, business, health, and ministry is being dismantled. You are moving from a state of being huntable to one that is unassailable. Prepare for a season of advertisement where those who once disregarded your small beginnings will be forced to acknowledge the magnitude of your progress. Cleanse your garment, walk in the wisdom of my Spirit, and prepare for the public manifestation of your private preparation. The end of this year shall be marked by a testimony of escape and an undeniable promotion. You are empowered to move with divine speed, proclaiming opportunities long denied. The forces of obstruction have been stripped of their authority. The path is clear, the ground is prepared, and the command is issued. Leave the place of dwelling and cross into your place of destiny. We receive it in Jesus' name. Man, that is so powerful. There were so many things in there that, again, I get up at 4 and put the prophetic report together. This was one of the first things that I came across this morning that I knew was supposed to go in the prophetic report. And as I was reading through this, I thought, wow, there are so many things that go right along with our show today, even things that God had me put in at the end. I didn't even realize it tied in with the beginning. Wait until you see how these puzzle pieces fit together. I want to now take you to Tim's sheets. What's cool about this is it's actually called Beyond Full Term Birthing Season. So this actually started with talking about miscarriages from the past, how that is no longer going to be in effect. This is a full birth. This is a full term birthing season. And this is no more delay. You are in your moment. So this is from June the 7th, 2026, Oasis Church, Tim Sheets. Check this out.
The people of God, the ecclesias the last couple of decades, have faced a very difficult, brutal winter time. We've a barren, a hard, sometimes barren and hard time, sometimes. We've been maligned, we've been ridiculed, mocked. Even government turned against us and persecuted us with illegal lawfare, prosecution from people in school board meetings to all kinds of disruptive things. We've been prosecuted unfairly. Political hatred against what Christians stand for has really amped up. We have been labeled small-minded, needy, religious zealots. We've even been called by a former First Lady, deplorable people. Principles and values we hold dear have been demeaned, and the exact opposite promoted. Abortion is celebrated. Homosexual lifestyles are celebrated. Transgender lies are celebrated and polluting our schools. Men in women, girls' locker rooms. Leaders who love sin and despise righteousness. Leaders who lie and swear to it. Hypocrites. Character deficient fools. Leaders who promote Muslim tenets, Sharia laws, and put down Christian doctrines. And we could go on, and you know I could. There has been a concerted effort to erode our founding on God's word. But here, the word of the Lord, it is amazing, it is deep, it is broad, it is historical. No matter the harshness of winter, no matter the brutalness of winter, God has been at work to bring renaissance, the rededication of a nation to God, the rebirthing of a nation. Holy Spirit has been at work in true ecclesias, reconnecting them to New Testament covenant roots and doctrines. And out of a barren winter, a gigantic birth season now begins. Apostle Ken Malone sent me a vision that the Lord gave him. This was some time ago. I read it to our prayer group and we prayed it, but I believe it pictures this amazing moment. It's right now. And I need to announce it or declare it. Ken leads Forerunners Ministries in Apostolic Network in Florida, and he's preached here several times. He's one of the guys that help us with our healing summits. But I believe this word is a now word. As I write this, my body is trembling under the power of the Holy Spirit. I was at a meeting at the altar in Port St. Joe, Florida, when I received a vision from the Lord. I saw and I heard the radical remnant of the Lord, pregnant with the dreams and visions of the Lord. They were pregnant with the purpose of God in the earth. Many are pregnant with awakening revival for their nation, cities, or their families. Others are pregnant with a harvest of souls. Still others are pregnant with signs, wonders, and miracles. Then there are those who are pregnant with his presence, pregnant with intercession and gifts of the Holy Spirit. The radical remnant I saw and am seeing is beyond full term. It's beyond the due date. It's beyond full term. Something is keeping them from delivering God's purpose. The remnant is not able to deliver. Groaning in travail, as with a woman in pain of childbirth, is on the remnant, but no one can deliver. Suddenly, I began to see why we could not deliver. The accuser of the brethren was standing there making accusation against the remnant. Dreams and visions from the Lord are being held hostage in the womb of the sons and daughters of the Lord by this accuser. The accusations were strong and demanding, going back many generations. Some of the dreams and visions have been within the womb of the remnant for decades. Some have been passed through the generations, but have yet to be birthed. Many of the dreams and visions will deliver nations and bring awakening to generations, even generations yet to come. I then heard the Lord say, I am shutting the mouth of the destroyer, and I will establish a throne of righteousness and worship in the land. A release of joy came to my spirit as I heard the Lord release the vengeance of our God against the accuser of the brethren. Then Ken wrote this admonition: the accuser is warring over your harvest, but it is your season to travail and prevail. We must enter into the place of Isaiah 54, 1 through 3. Sing, O barren, you who have not borne. Bring forth into singing and cry aloud, you who have not labored with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married woman, says the Lord. Enlarge the place of your tent, and let them stretch out the curtains of your dwellings. Do not spare. Lengthen your cords and strengthen your stakes, for you will expand to the right and to the left, and your descendants will inherit the nations and make the desolate cities inhabited. Enlarge your tent. Add on some rooms because you're about to have babies. Promises. Promises. I believe this describes so many today due to come out of bitter winters. It describes some of you and some of you watching, some churches that are watching. It describes the oasis in some ways. Because we are pregnant with dreams that we have carried to full term. We've carried to the due date. Like a pregnant woman that is past her due date, we have carried dreams to full term. And it's time to travail and prevail. It's time to push in prayer, push in faith, and deliver the promise. It's time for the dream to be birthed. Many today are pregnant with vision that they've carried to full terms. It's overdue. I have talked to probably, at least dozens of pastors that have been faithful and they carried a vision to full term. And they've brought it to due date. Full term. And it's now time to birth it. It is calving season all over the world. It's birthing season. We're pregnant with revival that we've carried to full term. It's now time to travail, host the presence of the Lord, and in his presence, birth it. It's time to birth it. We've been pregnant with signs, wonders, and miracles that we wouldn't give up on. Kept feeding, kept growing, kept nourishing. Promises, signs, wonders, miracles we've carried to full term. We're at full term. We're at the due date. We're at the birthing moment of the Lord promised in the end time outpouring. It's here. Some would say we're past our due date. It's time to give birth to it. Our God is saying, no more delay. You are in your moment. Holy Spirit is saying, you keep praying, keep travailing. As we heard a few weeks ago, don't become demoralized. You keep hosting the Lord's presence. He's going to help us now. His promise. He's going to help us now deliver. He's going to help us deliver the promise. Not some midwife. The God of heaven says, I will bring you to your due date and I will help you deliver that promise. That's amazing. He's leading us to a birth moment. And now we are hearing you are at that birth moment. That changes everything. I'm going to give you strength to give birth to your dreams. The Lord will present his presence at greater levels, and you will be strengthened to give birth to vision you're pregnant with. Greater glory is rising upon you, and great strength will be poured into you and give birth to the revival you are carrying. Please hear that, ecclesias, wherever you may be. The revival that you've been carrying and carrying and carrying. Hear the word of the Lord. It's at full term. You're at your due date. It's time for the birthing, and God's going to help you birth it. Greater glory, greater presence, greater displays of power are going to be released in the earth. God promised, not me, not some man. God promised, I am going to shut the mouth of your accuser. I'm going to shut their mouths. I'm okay with that. I'm going to shut the mouth of your accuser. You will see the birth of the greatest move of the Lord in history. You will see your promise delivered. I will pour out power to deal with the delaying accuser. Angels will activate at greater numbers to deal with delays, individually and corporately. Move forward with now hope. That's what he's saying. Move forward in now faith and now hope, now expectation. What is said of a woman at her due date? She's expecting. She's at full term. Expect the massive birthing season to now roll through all the states and all around the world and in all ecclesia hubs. Your promise you've been carrying is at its due date.
I receive it. Do you receive it? Yes, Lord. All these prophetic words that have been spoken over our nation, that's been spoken over Flyover Conservatives, that's been spoken over my family, that's been spoken over me, I receive it in Jesus' name. It is time for them to be birthed. If you are feeling the same thing, declare it and receive it in Jesus' name. So exciting. I wanted to highlight what he said there. God is going to help us deliver the promise. God is going to help us deliver the promise. We're going to talk about this deliver. Andrew Whalen had a dream on June the 4th, 2026. He delivered this in a live on June the 7th, 2026. It's called Justice Unleashed. But in there, he says, it is time for God to deliver justice. Check this out.
I want to share this dream that is recent. It was June 4th was the dream. And in this dream, I saw a man who in several previous dreams I've had throughout the years has always represented the spirit of justice. So the man's name in this dream, who I've had dreams with for years, his name is Justin. And in fact, I know him as a childhood friend. And so years ago, and this is the way that God will often work, he'll show me, he'll kind of like interpret. You know, the Bible says all interpretation belongs to God. So years ago, he began to show me that there are times when people from my childhood would represent something actually a little different than literally who they are. And so that's what happened with this young man. His name is Justin, and God said that in a later dream that he was representative of the spirit of justice. And so I've had several dreams with the spirit of justice, and that's what this one was. And it was June 4th. In the dream, I saw the spirit of justice. Now, again, it was in the form of my childhood friend named Justin. Yeah, so anyway, I just wanted you to know it didn't look like a spirit. It looked like a man, but I know prophetically what the Lord had already told me he represents when I see him in a dream. I knew that so in this dream, I knew that he, the one who represents the spirit of justice, he had reached a point where he wanted deliverance. He wanted to, specifically, he was saying, I'm ready to be delivered. And someone there who I didn't really know who this woman was, but she said, well, it's going to take a long time. There's so much that we have to do to get him delivered. It's going to take a long time to see any real effective deliverance of this man, who again represented the spirit of justice. And so in the dream, I rose up angrily. And again, sometimes you don't know why you have these emotions. I had this emotion in the dream. I'm angry at this woman's response that it's going to just almost virtually, if I could say it this way, it was like she was saying, it's not even probably going to happen. Like the kind of deliverance in order to get this man, Justin, delivered. It's going to take a long time and a lot of work. And I rose up angrily and I said, I've seen dozens and dozens delivered by the power of Jesus and through prayer. And I was angry that this person was doubting that deliverance could come. And so then they apologized and they said to me, oh, we didn't know you were so serious about this. And I said, you don't understand. I've been praying for him to get delivered for years and years and years. And I then said, now the time has come and it is time to get this done. Now the dream ended and I woke up and I was like, all right, Lord, first of all, you know, I actually woke up praying for my childhood friend, and then almost immediately, which is good. I mean, I do think there's probably some literal aspect to this dream that applies to my friend Justin, but the Holy Spirit stopped me and said, pray for your friend, but you need to understand what's being said in this dream. I'm speaking about the spirit of justice, and it's time to deliver justice. And the Lord was saying even to me, Andrew, the spirit of justice it's desiring to be delivered now. There is something coming upon the land, and it's time for the delivery of justice. I hope you can hear what the Spirit's saying. It wasn't just a picture of, oh, this person needed spiritual deliverance. The Lord was saying, no, the spirit of justice is now yearning. It's ready. It is longing to be unleashed. It is time for the deliverance of justice into the nation and the nations where there's injustice. And so that came to me so strong on June 4th. And I was like, okay, I get it, Lord. I know what you're saying here. You are saying the spirit of justice has come to a point where it's longing. The spirit of justice, who, by the way, I believe represents even an aspect of the Lord. The foundation of the Lord's throne is righteousness and justice. And in fact, righteousness and justice are so interchangeable, the language that they use, because justice actually means to basically put things right. And righteousness is being right. And so where things have gone wrong, where things have gone astray, have diverted from righteousness, have diverted from what is right and true, justice comes along and sets it right again. And so that's part of what the Lord's throne, the foundation of his throne is righteousness and justice. And so I believe by this dream, the Lord he wasn't just throwing something out. It wasn't just a sentimental thing about my childhood friend needing deliverance. Because again, I know from repeated dreams in the past, the Lord has confirmed to me, when you see your childhood friend, I'm often letting you know this has to do with the spirit of justice. So the spirit of justice, I believe right now, is longing for deliverance into the earth. God's saying, I am ready to deliver justice into the earth. I am ready to bring a measure of justice this world has not seen yet. This nation has not seen yet. By the way, if you don't know, or I'll say it this way, if you're not angry, you're not quite human, or the fact is you don't have a conscience that the Lord can touch, or maybe you have a seared conscience. If you can continually observe injustice after injustice after injustice after unrighteousness, unrighteousness, unrighteousness without any consequence, without any appropriate justice taking place. We are now observing a world of a two-tiered justice system on every front, in every sector of society. We are seeing the bankrupt aspect of justice. There is no justice. I want to just say that. I'll say it this way. There has been no justice in the land. How in the world can a man named Epstein and, whatever, hundreds, thousands of people now be revealed as being connected to child and human trafficking, even child sacrifice, and yet there is not a commensurate amount of justice taking place. I'm going to tell you by the word of the Lord, God is ready to deliver justice.
Man, God is ready to deliver justice, and the spirit of justice is ready to come forth. This is so cool. Wait till you see how this ties in. Julie Green received this word on May the 31st, 2026. She delivered it on June the 29th, 2026. And the last part, the last sentence of the word is, full justice is coming. Is that absolutely amazing? And this is called Liars Will Be Silenced. Check this out.
And this one's called Liars Will Be Silenced. Liars will be silenced. For I, the Lord, this day am telling you, my children, there has been a great invasion in your land. I have told you your enemies are trying to change this nation in every way, including this nation being a Christian nation. Your enemies have brought people from all nations and various religions to suffocate, to muzzle, and to silence Christians and destroy the Jewish people at all costs. Your enemy's plans is to turn this nation into a Muslim nation. That is why it seems that they have had more rights in this country than most Christians do. My children, they have pushed and taken rights from you, and many people stayed silent for too many years. Your rights were taken out of your schools. Your rights to stand up for what you believe in and have been silenced by the mainstream media and now social media. They told you separation of church and state. Many people stopped voting biblically. And some stopped voting at all. They took the 10 Commandments from in front of the courthouses. They've allowed people from other nations to be in your political positions, and you're not swearing under the Bible, on the Bible, but on the Quran. They want to kill the soul of this nation in anything that is good. Your enemies in your government use the occult and its evil power to gain more power to stay in political positions. They have been given human sacrifices to win elections and to fully take over this country, this nation. So much blood has been spilled in your capital, buildings, in the Pentagon, under the White House, in particular rooms in the White House. They have summoned demons on a regular basis. They have made sacrifices to Baal in this nation with Roe versus Wade. They try to devour goodness from the midst of your government and your nation. That is why the political system of this nation has become so dark and extremely evil. My children, this is life and death of this country. That is why my church needed to be awakened. That is why some things were allowed. So my children would stop putting up with the lying thieves who have taken over your country. Use my name. Lift up your nation in prayer like never before. Lift up your president like never before. There's coming a greater and more violent shaking in this nation's political system. This political reset will completely change the nation and how it's controlled, how it runs. The liars will be silenced. The thieves will have to give back what they've stolen. Every seat, all the money, all the businesses, all your freedoms, your health, I will restore unto you. Along with peace in your minds and peace you've never known before. I will say this again. Zohran Mamdani will not stay the mayor of New York City. Karen Bass will not stay the mayor of Los Angeles. Many governors will not stay where they are. Gavin Newsom's secrets are soon to be released. Explosive proof he stole that seat as governor. I'll expose every death he caused, all the money he has made from doing the secret society's bidding. I will expose the fires in California and how Gavin profited off of that disaster. Gavin's secret honey holes will also be exposed. Explosive reports will soon appear of all the fraud in California and why the deep state needed Hollywood's help to keep up this charade and to keep the certain political positions. They're also doing everything to try to keep child trafficking going, and it's so much worse in California than you realize. A child trafficking ring in California will be annihilated, and children will be saved. More Hollywood scandals are coming, and big names in Hollywood arrested for the sexual abuse of many children. Child actors that were drugged, they were continuously given them and ruined their lives. For great judgment is coming for Hollywood, and an earthquake will hit Hollywood. It'll get this nation's attention. It'll be over a 7 on the Richter scale because Hollywood is being judged by me. P. Diddy will be a nightmare for Hollywood elites and the DC elites. They thought it was safe now, but all the evidence to bring down the ringleaders of the dark occult world of sex and drugs in California will be exposed and annihilated. Soon, more politicians will be arrested. You will hear and see it, big names in the news, people you never thought would be arrested will be. Many governors who committed treason, Tim Walz, Gavin Newsom, Brian Kemp, Doug Ducey, Katie Hobbs, Kathy Hochul, Gretchen Whitmer, and many in the House and in your Senate, current and former politicians. All will pay for every crime. My children, you will see the arrest of Barack Obama and many others in the old guard who think they are untouchable, but they are not safe from my judgment. I will say this again. New York City, the fraud in New York City will not stay hidden. It will not stay out of the spotlight. One of the biggest honey holes in this nation for the deep state is Wall Street, and that's about to shake like never before. Politicians getting paid from other nations will be exposed. Politicians paid by or paid from Big Pharma will be exposed. Big Pharma getting massive payouts from the government will be exposed. All the money laundering, all the bribes from corporate America to politicians will also be exposed. The millions and millions of dollars of the deep state gets paid under the table to put everything and anything they can pass in their bills for more fraud and lobbying will be revealed. Soon, most in Washington will not know what hit them. Their arrests and their sentencing, they can't hide from, and they can't stop it because full justice is coming, says the Lord of hosts.
Man, there it is. Full justice is coming, says the Lord of hosts. It's his justice that's coming. So good. I wanted to highlight this whole part of California. So exclusive reports will soon appear of all the fraud in California and why the deep state needed Hollywood's help to keep up this charade and to keep the certain political positions. They're also doing everything to try to keep child trafficking going, and it's so much worse in California than you realize. Andrew Whalen was talking about that child trafficking. A child trafficking ring in California will be annihilated and children will be saved. Yes, 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 we agree with that. So this whole thing of explosive reports will soon appear of all the fraud in California and why the deep state needed Hollywood's help to keep up this charade and keep the certain people in political positions. We're going to dig into this whole thing in California. This is pretty cool. We're going to go actually back to Oasis Church with Tim Sheets. Tim Sheets actually shared that there's a breakthrough that's coming for the West Coast. He actually shared it in the event that they had last weekend, but Sam Brassfield from Texas gave him a call. And then from that, they talk about what's getting ready to happen in California. Check this out.
So the true church will see now increased outpourings after outpourings, greater in number and greater in intensity. Now that happened at the Greater Glory Conference last week. The glory of the Lord was present at new levels. And Holy Spirit poured out fresh life and power from heaven. And spontaneous revelation and enlightenment was given. Spontaneous or divine strategy was given. I never dreamed when planning that conference that God would speak to Prophet Sam Brassfield in Texas and tell him to call me and have me and Dutch prophesy a word for Salem, Oregon. I never dreamed that. I didn't dream it at all. It was not on my radar. But Holy Spirit was planning to have us prophesy to have us announce, and there's only maybe 2 or 3 people in the world that could call me and Dutch, called me, I told Dutch, and have us interject this prophetic word into that conference. There's only 2 or 3 people that we would have done that. Other than that, we would have said, well, we'll pray about it, we'll think about it. But that word was given to someone Holy Spirit knew would tell us, and we would listen, and we did. But it wasn't on the radar. It was a spontaneous revelation of strategy. And we were told to announce that a Niagara of glory would now be seen erupting on the West Coast. Again, I never dreamed that. This was about the East Coast where we are. It was a Glory River conference we've been stewarding for 5 months or more. But Holy Spirit said the Niagara of glory would be seen on the West Coast. Decree, he said, that Glory River West would rise from Salem, Oregon, and flow through Oregon, Washington State, and down through California, activating Renaissance or rededication or a rebirthing of revivals, of promises, of movings of the Holy Spirit that had been dormant, had become dormant, old healing wells that had become dormant. And of course, that had happened. Azusa Street happened in California. The healing rooms of John G. Lake, that spawned in California. Amy Semple McPherson, the Foursquare denomination was birthed in California. And the Jesus movement that I'm a part of began to rise out of California, and thousands of kids were baptized in the ocean, and the music sounds completely changed for the charismatic movement of many decades. Worship was completely different from then on. I never dreamed that the Lord would have me and Dutch and the believers that were here watching that conference minister a word for Salem, Oregon. It was on Holy Spirit's radar, not mine, not Dutch's. We never dreamed that we would stand and begin to proclaim, "Be loosed, river of God," in Salem, Oregon. Be loosed, a spiritual Niagara, be loosed in Salem, Oregon. Salem, of course, is the capital of Oregon. Salem in the Bible was the first name of Jerusalem, and it's where the high priest Melchizedek was, who is a type of Jesus, our high priest. And now we are beginning to declare from Salem, Oregon, that our high priest, the one who makes us whole, is releasing a Niagara, a river from Salem, Oregon. Why? Because it is now time to birth a new move of the river of God in the West. Yes, those territories have been filled with ridiculous ideologies. Doesn't seem to matter that much to Holy Spirit. Yes, the woke progressive politicians have polluted the land with godless ways. Yes, there are those who have said there's no way to ever see change on the left coast, called the left coast. You'll never see it. Even some have said that God just needs to cause an earthquake and break them off into the ocean. But God said, no, I have plans. I have a renaissance in mind. I have birth plans. I have rebirth plans decree activation to Glory River West from Glory River East, and you will see everything lives where the river flows. You will see new life flows where the river flows. New births activate. Rededication to covenants that were made on the West Coast with God will reconnect. New leaders will rise to power. And you are going to see that happen and happen and happen. New leaders are going to rise now on the West Coast. Old leaders are being taken out. New leaders are going to rise. What's polluted and dead, like the Dead Sea in Ezekiel 47, is going to be cleansed and resurrected to bear new beauty where the river flows. From Salem, Oregon, to the City of Angels, another gold rush is coming. Not physical gold this time, spiritual gold. Psalms 19:10 pictures the kind of gold that is being prophesied right now. Never dreamed we would do this. Psalms 19:10, the words, the law of the Lord is more precious than gold and sweeter than honey from the honeycomb. Psalms 119:27, the law from the Lord's mouth is more precious than thousands of pieces of silver and gold. In other words, the Lord's presence is priceless. His life is priceless. The river of God's priceless. It will be seen rising to new levels here on the East Coast, but also the West Coast and in between. It's going to be all over the earth. That prophetic decree was not on my radar when planning the conference at all. It was a surprising geyser, a Holy Spirit geyser. It was a revelation geyser of kingdom strategy. I literally told Dutch about this prophetic word when we were leaving the green room to come out here to the service. I said, oh, by the way, Sam had a word of the Lord for me and you. As apostles that are authorized, we're to declare a spirit geyser is rising out of Salem, Oregon, and the river of God's going to flow through Oregon and down through California. We're to prophesy that tonight. And Dutch said, okay, I'll find a way and just introduce it. We would have never done that. I promise you, Holy Spirit knew there was one guy in Texas. I'll get the word to him. He'll spend all night birthing and in prayer. He'll call the apostle and they will make that decree. And we did. And it's going to be historic.
It is going to be historic. That is so exciting. Yes, 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 and yes. We're going to stay on that whole thing of California. This is absolutely amazing. So Church International out of Warrior, out of Alabama, had a huge event for the youth this weekend. Meet Me at the Rooftop event in Warrior, Alabama at Church International. And on June the 7th, 2026, Austin got up and he actually read a prophetic word by Kim Clement that's going to tie right into what we just heard. It's so powerful.
I want to read this prophecy that Prophet Kim Clement gave. The Spirit of God says, prepare yourself, planet Earth. For that which I did in the 60s and 70s, I have revealed that this is that time again. But it shall not be like then, where it was restricted to just a few continents. This movement, says the Lord, will begin again in California, and there shall be an economic boost in California. And they shall say, but why California? Is it not the hellhole of America? And God said, I don't care what it is. I will take the economy of California and show America that I will take the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. I will take the known things of this world to make my light shine. And America shall look at California and say, it's impossible. Look at the economy rising up. I shall rejoice, for it shall not be as a result of the economist, but it shall be a result of the movement that is beginning to take place, likened unto the Jesus movement. It shall begin with the Hispanic people. Hey, I love that. For the Hispanics shall say, we must go into the streets, to the highways and the byways, and the back street alleys, and to the prisons, and suddenly all throughout West LA. It shall spread and spread and spread from house to house, from prison to prison. I shall reveal myself, and a movement shall explode, not only here, but in America. And there shall be young people, and they shall invent, and they shall compose, and they shall say, what must we do next? They shall take over the internet. They will take over the internet. And then they shall go viral, and they shall say, Jesus is cool. They shall speak in the name, and they shall go from house to house, and my fire shall consume the criminal activities in California. And when it shall spread to New York, then it shall spread to the South. And I will unbuckle the Bible belt. I will unbuckle the belt that is in the Bible belt. Yeah. And they shall explode with joy, for this nation is already for the greatest breakthrough ever. It shall be called a revolution like never before.
Now we're going to blow our shofars together. If you have your shofar, grab it. This is a weapon. This is a spiritual weapon. We see it in the Bible. We see it when they went around the walls of Jericho. They yelled, they blew their shofars, and the walls came tumbling down. I believe that as we are blowing shofars and as we are yelling that the angels are going in, they are shredding the platform of the enemy. And just like the Israelites, they took those walls and they used them as ramps to go in and take their victory over Jericho. I believe that these walls that have fallen are our ramps to go in and take our victory. So on the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars. We're going to yell like the Israelites did. And then we're going to send out angels to make toast of our enemies. Are you guys ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Don't forget to jump on with Ginger at 3 p.m. and we'll see you back here next week. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And today, Secret America goes nuclear. I'm going to show you our thumbnail. This is it right here. We are going nuclear today. I am going to be, what's his name? Michael J. Fox right there.
Yeah,
He's going to be Christopher Lloyd. He's Doc Emmett Brown. We should have given him the crazy white hair. But either way, you can see he's got the, he's got the lowrider, the high water jeans or the high water pants. You know, you see, what'd you say?
You're Marty McFly.
Yeah, Marty. Well, it's been so long since I've seen that. It's funny because I can picture everything about all three movies, but you asked me to remember his name, and I could not. I could not remember his damn name. But
Jack,
anyways,
I can tell you what I remember. I even remember the name of the mall.
The name of the name of the mall's in the picture. So,
the Twin Pines.
Yeah, did you see that?
I didn't even notice that. That's pretty.
It's over here on the far left.
That's pretty good detail.
Yeah, not bad at all. So the reason that we're going to go nuclear today is because I want to expose a lot of the hate that white people are getting now. I mean, believe it or not, the hate that is coming from black people. And I want to separate something here, okay? I want to separate something here. It's not black people that are doing this, okay? It's niggas. There's a difference between a black person and a nigger. There's two different people, okay? And I'm not saying the hard ER for anybody that's out there asking. I'm not saying the hard ER here. I'm just talking about there's a different way of behavior between the two. Even black people will tell you the same thing. There are normal black people, just like there are normal white people or normal anybody. But then you got the other side that acts crazy, violent, angry, for no apparent reason whatsoever. The Carmelo Anthony thing is what really pissed me off more than anything. This man, here's a man who murdered a kid. Forget race for a second. He murdered a child, okay? He murdered a child, and there are people going out there and committing violence in his name. That's the worst part about it. But I want to show you something, Jay. But before I do, real quick, I just want to talk about Max Associates real quick. Make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com. You can go to the QR code, scan the QR code at the top right, or go to maxassociates.etsy.com, the number1 place for patriotic apparel and USA Pride gifts. Let me tell you guys, right now, you've got Father's Day is like a week away. Okay, you've got the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. That's, in like 2 or 3 weeks. You got the 2026 midterms. Now is the best time to buy from Max Associates. 20% off any order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that. And if you notice, they are so pro-America that you get free shipping anywhere in the United States. If you buy in another country, you don't get free shipping. So Max Associates is the place to go to get any pride gifts for the USA and patriotic apparel.
And Jack, since they're USA Pride gifts, it's Pride Month.
That's absolutely true. It is Pride Month. So show your pride for America.
Right. That's your pride flag. I did a post on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. My pride flag is the American flag. There you go.
Absolutely. All right. So, Jay, it's funny because the language that I just used might make people feel uncomfortable. Does it make you feel uncomfortable to say a word? If I say the word cunt, does that make you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, there's certain words that you just don't like to hear, or you don't want to say them unless you really, really, really have to say it. Yeah.
So it makes you feel uncomfortable. But if you think about it, they are just words. It's just a word, just like any other word. Why does it make you feel uncomfortable? Because you were conditioned to make you feel uncomfortable. Oh, if somebody says this word, it's got to make you cringe. Oh, white person, don't say that. Yeah, see that you were conditioned to live that way. It's all social conditioning. That's exactly what it is. And the reason I said what I said is because there is a massive difference between black people and the other side. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, Jay. See, black people are reasonable. They're logical, just like white people, just like any other logical person. Okay? But when you got the other side, let me show you how they behave. Let me show you how they act. Take a listen to this. Here's a person right here who saw what happened to Carmelo Anthony. And you know what his idea is, Jay? His idea is the opposite of Martin Luther King Jr. He wants to segregate. Now people are for segregation. No longer is it integration. Now they want to live on their own. They want segregation, Jay. Let's take a listen to what he says.
Honestly and truthfully, stay out of the company of white people. That's really all I got. And I'm not trying to imply that all white people are bad, but it is just easier to stay out of the company of white people when you can.
when you can, stay away from white people. That's the key key sentiment there, Jay. Tell me, what do you think after what Carmelo Anthony did to Austin Metcalf? And since Carmelo Anthony got sentenced, he actually got held accountable. Should they stay away from us now?
No reason to stay away from me. You? No. Don't stay away from me. Listen, if you want to stay away from me, go right ahead.
If they don't want to be held accountable for killing somebody, then yeah, they can stay away from us.
I mean, it's absurd. The Democrat Party, Jack, over the past, honestly, this is not what he's saying is fresh off of this, but it's not something relatively new. First of all, they're the party of segregation before the Civil Rights Act, right? That's the Democrat Party. But second of all, the Democrat Party as a whole has been reverting back to this for a while now. You've heard it for a while, where they talk about segregation. Martin Luther King, number one, he was pretty much a Republican, but Martin Luther King's whole thing was content of character. I want my kids to be judged on the content of their character, how everybody should be judged. Merit, content of character. The Democrats don't believe in that, for one. They never did believe in it, and now they're just coming out and telling you they don't believe in it. They used to try to hide it. They don't believe in it. They believe in identity politics. They believe in appearance. They believe in this gender identity, all this crap. It has nothing to do with the content of your character, your skills, your merit, your work ethic, nothing. All right? So when it comes down to it, Martin Luther King's dream in the dream speech was for everybody to be judged on the content of their character, not on the color of their skin, not on anything else. The Democrats never believed in it, and now they're not hiding the fact that they don't believe in it. They are absolutely stone cold segregationists who want to separate people by identity, because you know why I think the most thing is, Jack? They make money off of it. This whole thing's a grip.
They get money, but Jay, they're convincing a whole generation of black people that they're the victims. They're convincing all these people, hey, I need reparations. I am the victim, not my ancestors from 150 years ago. It's me. I deserve everything. And that's what they're teaching them. That's what they're convincing them. And then when one of them is held accountable for something they did, by the way, something they absolutely did, when one of them is held accountable, they all go crazy. And again, this is why I separated, Jay. And I'm sorry if it makes you feel uncomfortable when I say the word, but this is why I separate black people from niggas. There's two different people, Jay. I'm sorry. That is what it is.
You're not saying anything that Chris Rock didn't say.
No,
Chris Rock had a whole routine in his comedy show on exactly what you're talking about. And there's listen, we could want to play it even. There's a difference between white people and white trash. There's a difference between that.
I mean, there's
always a difference. You have good people, you have bad people. And I think that's how we have to separate it. But we can't get out of it because it just keeps getting brought up. And it's not getting brought up by me. It's not getting brought up by you. Like I said, it's getting brought up. And the person that turned this into a thing, we've said it a million times, who brought it back to this is Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein Obama was a community organizer in Chicago. Community organizer is another way of saying race hustler, and that's my opinion. And the way these people make money, Jack, is by creating racial divide. It is, like I said, that's why it's a grift. Too many people make too much money because of racism. Well, and anytime they can use it, they will.
Yeah, it's not even just the money. I mean, the money's huge, don't get me wrong, but it's not even just the money. The best thing you can do, if you are a crooked politician, what's the best thing you can do? You can keep people's attention over here instead of on you. So what do? You play race identity politics. You make white people fight black people, or just make white people still while black people fight white people. As long as they're fighting each other, they're not unified. See, look, if they're going here and they're going here and they're fighting each other, they're not unified and coming at you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's easier to have these two fight each other. Hey, let's make them hate each other because they're going to be looking at each other. It's like a magic trick. You know, you're looking over here while down here's where I got the mirror. Here's where I got the cord down here on the left. But up here is what you're looking at. So I'm trying to distract your attention over here while I do all the crooked shit in the back door.
How about this? Divided citizenry. It also divides the citizenry, right? A unified citizenry is more dangerous to a government. When you have the citizenry divided and the government is like, oh, well, we can fix it. We're going to fix it because, you guys need this. The government's going to give that to you. If everybody was actually united in one thing, or of course it's impossible for everybody to be united about everything. But if you could become more united as just a citizenry of a country and not worry about all that other stuff, that is more of a threat to the government, right?
But it's a shame that it takes a tragedy to unite us. I mean, we were never more united than after 9/11. That's when we were more united as a people. But it takes a tragedy to unite everybody together. Otherwise, it won't happen.
If 9/11 happened today, Jack, the country would not be united. Half of this country would instantly blame us. There were people doing it then, but it was few and far between. It was like a radical fringe group that was saying the United States is at fault for all the times you guys bombed such and such or did this. Jack, if 9/11 happened today, half the country, especially say President Trump was the president when it happened, half the country would instantly blame the United States. They would blame the United States for being attacked by terrorists instantly.
Well, Jay,
those days are not coming back.
I want to show you the new trend that's going on now. I showed you some of it yesterday, but there's a new trend, okay? There is a disturbing trend of anti-white attacks in which black individuals approach random white strangers, physically assault them, and falsely claim they served on the jury that convicted Carmelo Anthony in his murder trial. I showed you, by the way, there is a false narrative out there that the jury was white. Even Carmelo Anthony's father just repeated all white jury. They are lying to you. The jury was some white, some Asian, some Hispanic, some Indian. They are lying. Whenever there's not a black person on the jury, it's automatically an all-white jury. But I want you to see this, Jay, because this is, remember I showed you the guy yesterday that was on the bicycle and attacked that white guy, accused him of being part of the jury? Well, take a look at this. This is a trend that's going around now. What it is it gives not the black people, but like I said, it gives the niggers a reason to assault white people. Watch, Jay. Watch. It gives you a justification for assaulting them, okay? Take a look.
Hey, bro. Weren't you on motherfucking jury selection?
Motherfucking bitch.
Weren't you on jury selection?
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, the hell you was.
I never been on jury selection. Get out of here, you fat fucking black bitch.
Those people are crazy.
Listen, but you notice also how they're going, like the guy yesterday wasn't like, he didn't look like an imposing figure. This guy certainly doesn't look like an imposing figure. You notice who they're going after? Yeah. They're going after the weak, somebody that looks weak. But guess what?
Yeah, it's like the gazelle. They go after the weakest one. The lions go after the weakest gazelle.
Well, guess what? Sometimes looks could be deceiving, and you're going to go after the wrong one. And the wrong one's going to get up and do something. And then, like I said, I almost think it's like this, it's baiting. Like, want something to happen where
they
we
do.
can really
That's why they're recording it, Jay. They want something to happen. But let me show you something else that's really going to make you mad. Okay, so there's these two white kids, right? They're riding on bicycles. You know how the people wear the white shirts and the ties? Sometimes they'll come knock on doors and want to tell you about religious stuff.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of them are, but some of them are others, Lutheran, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they were doing this, and then watch. I want you to take a look at what these people do to them. And they're not at anybody's door when this happens, okay? And I want you to see this because this is sickening, and it's happening all over America. And the reason that our thumbnail says Secret America goes nuclear is because I wanted to separate these two groups. And that's why I say the words that I say. And I don't care if people find it disturbing or if they find it cringeworthy. You can't say it. I can't say it. He's white. I don't care. The thing is, it has to be done because these groups are not the same. Black people are not the same as these people. These people are not black. Just like the white people that do this are not white. They should all be in their own separate group. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I want you guys to take a look at this. It is terrible.
One of them niggas back in the day, bitch, I'll fuck you the fuck up, nigga. You heard me? You lucky you ain't in jail with one of us. You lucky you ain't in jail. Nigga, beat the fuck out you, bitch. Nigga, beat the fuck out you, bitch, and make a nigga fuck your pussies. Make a nigga.
All right, I'm not going to keep going with the language constantly, but you can get the idea of what's happening here, Jay. This is happening all over the country. If all the stuff that you see that's recorded, imagine all the things that aren't recorded that they're doing. Just to random white people all over America because a man was held accountable for killing another man.
Yeah, if this was the other way around, it'd be national news. That's it. We'd have a white supremacy problem in the country, right?
Yeah.
That's we heard from Joe Biden for years. And on the Joe Biden, the white supremacy problem, which is nonsense. It was never a problem. In fact, the SPLC had to pay people to act like white supremacists to actually make it seem like there was a problem, so people would donate that to them to try to be the solution to the problem they made up. You get all that? And Jack, real quick, the racial makeup of the O.J. Simpson jury. Do you have any clue what it was?
I remember some black people, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, well, first I'm going to give you the initial jury pool. Okay. It was roughly 40% white, 28% black, 17% Hispanic, and 15% Asian. Okay. Now, would you like the makeup of the actual jury?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go. So it's 12 people, as we know. 1 Hispanic, 2 white, 9 black.
Well, I got to tell you, Johnny Cochran's an excellent lawyer, man.
Well,
excellent freaking lawyer.
There you go. There you go. Get a better lawyer. Get a better lawyer. And that is a lie. Yes, it is not a all white jury. I think that post got community noted. I saw one, it got community noted, and rightfully so.
I'm going to play that real quick, Jay. I want everybody to not only see his mother, Carmelo Anthony's mother, cry saying he didn't do anything wrong, but I also want you to see where his father says it's an all-white jury. These people are grifters. They are the definition of the word I said before. Take a look. I want you guys to see this because this is horrible. And I got something else I want to show you later that's, bad also. But this, where is it? Here it is. These are his parents that are acting like this. So you can imagine why the child acted the way he did, because he grew up in an atmosphere of this.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone.
Okay, first of all, Jay, he didn't intend to hurt anyone. He went to the opposing team's tent with a knife, but he didn't intend to hurt anyone, Jay.
What?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you also don't stab somebody if you're not intending to hurt them.
No. And I mean, who brings a knife to a track meet? You're obviously looking for trouble.
My son was defending himself.
It took less than 3 hours for a jury to reject 19.
I want you to listen to how CBS frames this. Listen to what they say.
I could already hear it in the voice.
Oh, yeah. Listen to what they say.
Year-old Carmelo Anthony's claims of self-defense in the stabbing death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Prosecutors argued Anthony intentionally killed Metcalf after being taunted and shoved by Metcalf and his teammates at a high school track meet.
After being taunted and shoved by Austin Metcalf and his teammates. So CBS right there just insinuated that there was a bunch of people that were taunting and shoving him.
Right, which is wrong.
Take us inside that courtroom.
Here's his father. Take a listen to this.
What stuck out to you?
What stuck out to me, number one, was the all-white jury.
The all-white jury. That was the first thing that stuck out to him, Jay, was the all-white jury.
But, Jack, I'm sure that CBS reporter immediately corrected him and said, no, they weren't all white, right? I'm sure he did, right?
Actually, they stopped the broadcast and said, we're sorry for the lies. They immediately took him off the air and said, look, man, we can't do that.
This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you can't hate the media enough, because that reporter, and I'm sure, Jack, I'm being sarcastic, I'm sure he didn't say that, but immediately what a real journalist would have done is said, excuse me, sir, but it wasn't an all-white jury. With all due respect, there was this many Asians, there was a Hispanic woman or a Hispanic man and an Indian woman. So you can continue now, though. I just wanted to correct that for you. Then move on. But they didn't do that. That's why you can't hate the media enough. That, Jack, what we just watched is propaganda.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to show you some more propaganda. This is, somehow Carmelo Anthony got a cell phone in jail. Okay, and he was vlogging. He got his first vlog of jail. I want you to check this out.
All right, day one, about to go in. Let's see how this goes.
All right, yeah, I'm in here now. Not gonna lie, this place is kind of crazy.
I'm gonna go check out the food. Maybe it's not that bad. Okay, yeah, everybody's looking at me. Hold on, I got something. All right, they're all staring at me. Whatever, we're gonna fix the vibe. Can't just walk in here all awkward, See, I'm trying to bring the energy. Oh, chill. I'm filming. Oh.
I got to tell you, whoever makes these AI videos, incredible. Incredible.
AI is ridiculous. My God. No, me G. No, that
Meg,
was
well,
AI.
I
That
call
was,
him Meg.
Meg, that was AI. That was AI.
Yeah, it was AI, but it's pretty damn good. AI is becoming indistinguishable from real life.
It's just it to me. It's I can't wrap my head around how this has become. He's a convicted murderer. Okay, he's a convicted murderer. And Jack, how many black kids in Chicago are defending themselves every weekend when they get shot by somebody else, or they shoot somebody else? Are they defending themselves when you do that? But nobody cares because it's black on black crime. Nobody cares. But because how many of them are defending themselves when they shoot another black kid in Chicago?
But Jay, how crazy is it though that this right here, usually they get upset about an unarmed black man or a white on black crime. This is an actual black on white murder, and they're upset that the criminal got convicted. Not that the murderer got off because it was a black man that got killed. They're upset that the murderer got convicted because it was a white man that got killed.
Exactly.
That is mind-blowing.
That's why it's so disingenuous. That's why we know it's a grift. That's why. Because if you were this upset about this type of stuff, you would just be, I mean, like I said, take your pick in the city of Chicago every weekend. Take your pick. There's plenty to get upset about. Plenty. There's plenty of young black men getting killed by other black men. Now, if it was getting killed by white people, oh, forget it. But it's not. So nobody cares because that doesn't make any money. And Jack, the other thing, what was I going to say? Like you just said, we have an armed person. We have an unarmed person. We have Carmelo Anthony armed, Austin Metcalf not armed. Killed an armed person, killed someone unarmed. That's excessive force if you turn that into a police thing, isn't it? All the time, isn't it?
If it was a black guy, they would have been. I could understand. They usually try to use unarmed black people as a grift, so I can understand them using it as another grift. But to use an armed black person that killed an unarmed white person as the grift, that is just insane.
You're right, and I hope that the people who maybe this hasn't been registering for a while. Maybe this will start to register to realize how disingenuous the whole thing is, right?
So.
Because, and the other part we've talked about is this isn't up to question, okay? People know that nobody's even debating the fact that Carmelo Anthony is the person who stabbed Austin Metcalf. Nothing was planted on him. There's no possibility of him being framed, none of it. And you guys are still going to die on this hill. It is absolutely insane.
Well, Jay, I got something that's going to cleanse your soul, something that's going to make you happy. You want to hear from Austin Metcalf's father?
Yeah.
I think we should all hear from Austin Metcalf's father and hear what he has to say about the whole thing. Why don't we take a listen? And I think it's going to be rather enjoyable. All right. So let's take a listen.
How poetic justice is served. You just do a big softball and knock it out of the park. Thank you for making it so easy for me. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever. Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever is a long time. What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income and soak up as much money playing victim to line your pockets and then abandon him when he's at sentencing or victim impact? You just left him up there by himself?
That's exactly what they did. His parents don't give two fucks about him. And that's the sad part. And that's the reason, Jay, that he turned out the way he did. His parents don't give a shit about him. They milked him for all the money they could get. Okay. They actually, and by the way, he did have a lawyer. It started out with a public defender, but then he had a lawyer who ended up being a terrible lawyer. He would have been better off with the public defender, but I don't think they paid any real money for this lawyer. His parents, Jay, are horrible people. They grifted off of him. They used it to buy a house, to buy cars. Now they've got round-the-clock security. Guess what he has? Nothing in his commissary books. Nothing. When he was sentenced at the victim impact station, they didn't even show up. They didn't even come to his sentencing. They did not. All they wanted to do was grandstand in front of the cameras, milk as much money as they can. And guess what, Jay? As soon as the GoFundMe got taken down, soon as GoFundMe turned that off, they were gone. They were gone. These are the sick. I mean, as much as you can feel bad for a murderer, I feel bad for Carmelo Anthony, the way he was raised.
Well, yeah, it all starts in the home. Listen, there are times when kids have great parents and they turn out screwed up for whatever reason.
Yeah,
most of the time they don't.
Man,
most of the time they don't. That's what I'm saying. Most of the time they don't. If you are raised in a certain kind of way, most of the time you turn out to be a decent person. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Carmelo Anthony was raised very well. Do you see the video of his grandmother? Find that one. Find the one of his grandmother and play that one.
All right, I'll look for it in just a second. I just want to say, though, that let's say they didn't beat him. Let's say nothing negative happened to him like that anyway, physical assault. But the mental anguish they probably went through of his parents not giving a damn about him. They literally grifted as much money as they could get off this kid after he killed a white man. He probably did that to get their attention, if you want the truth. But they grifted as much as they could off of him. Then as soon as the grift was over, they left. They abandoned him. He was at sentencing, crying at the defender's table, and his parents were nowhere to be found just because the money faucet got turned off. And guess what, Jay? They've turned it back on. Now they're trying to get money to put on his books. But how much you want to bet none of that money goes to him? I mean, honestly, he's a horrible person. He deserves life in prison. He deserves the death penalty. But I also say there are mitigating factors. He turned out the way he did because his parents, I mean, emotionally, they fucked his head up.
Well, it seemed like he wanted to taste that thug life, and nobody told him, hey, you really don't want to. There's plenty of kids that listen to rap music and all that stuff and play these crazy video games that don't turn out to be murderers, right?
Well, how kids, Jay, sometimes he was only 17 at the time. You know how kids sometimes, when their parents ignore them for their whole lives, they don't give a shit about them. They want to do what they can to get attention, so they act out. So he was going there. I personally think that had something to do with it. He wanted to get his parents' attention. And when that happened, he got their attention. He thought they were loving him. But then a second the money faucet turned off, they abandoned him at the sentencing. That was terrible, Jay. I mean, he's a murderer. He deserves the death penalty. But I feel bad for the way he was raised, if you want the truth, because nobody deserves that.
No, listen, like you said, parenting, it's huge. And this isn't a poor family, Jack. Even before this, they're not like a poor,
sure?
like, it's like a middle-class area, I think, that they live
act
in.
like they're poor.
Yeah, well, that's a whole part of the whole grift. But, I mean, the fact is, he wasn't, like, raised in a bad neighborhood by the looks of it. It's just... I don't think these parents, maybe, like you said, not the attention needed, certainly not the values that you would want to instill in your kid, because Jack, I've been in fights, I've been pushed. It never thought for me to take out a knife and stab somebody who I was in a fist fight with or got pushed by. Like I said, you don't bring a knife to a shoving match.
No, but like I said, I think he was doing that to get their attention. Let me show you what else they just did to him. You know what they just did to him? They are now forcing him to file paperwork to claim he's penniless, destitute, and indigent in an attempt to obtain a free appellate lawyer. That's how dirty they are, Jay. They're keeping all of that money for themselves. Take a look at this. They are now forcing him. Look, listen to this. Carmelo Anthony's family is now forcing him to file paperwork claiming he is penniless, destitute, and indigent in an effort to obtain a free appellate lawyer, despite moving into a $100,000 home, purchasing a $150,000 car after raising over $600,000 more dollars. Jay, his parents are some of the worst people on earth.
Yeah, I mean, get the kid a good lawyer, because obviously don't use the same one. If anything, get him a good lawyer so if he has a shot on an appeal. Everybody
what
has
I'm saying
the
is
right
they don't care about him at all.
No,
they grifted off of him as much as they could. Then once the money faucet got turned off, they abandoned him at sentencing. Now, in order to they can't look totally bad. They can't be like, so they don't even go talk to him anymore. You know what they do? There's no money on his books, despite the fact that they've got hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cars and homes. Now they want him to get some kind of public defender appellate lawyer. I mean, they are going to let him rot in prison without so much as an "I love you." And I'm sorry, that's horrible. I don't care what this guy did. Nobody deserves to be treated like that by their parents.
Listen, this whole thing was abysmal. His defense was abysmal. The strategy was abysmal. Absolutely the worst. The worst. I'm not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer. But we very well could have seen the writing, the writing on the wall here, and said, well, our strategy is going to be to try to mitigate the damage, to try to make it the sentencing as light as possible. We're not getting a not guilty verdict here. It's not happening. We need to somehow make sure that this kid doesn't spend 30 years in prison. Or this young man. He's not a kid. He's a young man. I don't like calling, once you're old enough to go fight a war, you're not a kid anymore.
He was a kid. He was a kid at the time of the crime.
I guess 17.
But Jay,
right.
What bothers me most, and nobody, okay, let's take the murder out of it just for a second. Let's go to the human side of things. Okay, what bothers me most is that his parents and none of these people that are beating up white people in the name of Carmelo Anthony give a shit about this guy. I mean, nobody cares a thing about him. His parents least of all. And that's the worst part about it. I mean, the murder is terrible, Jay. The murder is terrible. But I mean, when you have somebody, and I'm saying taking the murder out of it, because the murder is obviously the worst part, but take the murder out of it, and just on the emotional human side of it, Jay, imagine if you had been brought up like that, where you have to act out, have to be bad in order to get your parents' attention, because negative attention is better than no attention.
Nobody cares about him. You're right. Nobody cares about him. Nobody cares about George. They don't care about George Floyd.
No.
They don't care about Michael Brown. Nobody cares about any of these people. They see this as dollar signs. That's what they see it as.
It's terrible.
That's it. Nobody really cares about Michael Brown with the hands up. Another lie. George Floyd, another lie. There's no lie here. We got the plain truth. Everybody knows it, right? It's just this time the shoe's on the other foot. It's the black guy that's the one who killed somebody, right?
Absolutely.
But now, like I said, the fact that they're willing to die on this hill with this particular case, I hope it wakes up certain people who haven't caught on yet. Are you catching on yet?
I hope it does too. Yeah.
Are you catching on?
I hope it does too. And I don't want people to think that I have any sympathy for Carmelo Anthony in terms of the murder. I think he should get the death penalty. I thought 35 years was too light because he can get parole after 17 and a half years in Texas. I'm just talking about, let's go before the murder, up to the murder, and then the way his parents treated him. I'm sorry, I'm not going to keep going on about this, but it's just, when you're a kid, you gotta know what that feels like. The neglect, the just the horrible it's just terrible. It's terrible. I don't want to talk anymore about it. It's terrible stuff, man. And then now they take all of the money that was supposed to go to donations to you. They take all of that, buy shit for themselves, and then tell you to claim you're poor and need a public defender appellate lawyer. My God.
Well,
my God.
Listen, this story isn't, I'm sure we're going to hear more about it. Listen, they're actually running a petition to try and get his brother arrested for an accessory to murder. What? Are you kidding me?
Where do you see that at?
Check it, Jack. Go ahead and check that, please. I think they're trying to run a petition to have his brother as an accessory to murder.
All right, I'll look and see real quick.
Go ahead. It just gets crazier and crazier. Nothing is ever just, it is what it is in this case. He's convicted of murder, and rightfully so. The sentence, we could talk about that, but he got convicted. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Check that out.
I don't see it at the moment. I'd probably have to look a little more into it, but I don't see it at the moment. But it doesn't matter. I believe you. But I want to kind of move on because we've been talking about this for a while. But Jay, there's something that happened here that is insane. Jay, did you hear about this? Listen to this. Okay, there was a mother who was filming her daughter's wrestling match. Okay, now they didn't know that her opponent was a male. Her opponent was a male. And guess what this opponent did? This opponent took their fingers and jammed it into her vagina through the spandex during the wrestling match. I mean, he sexually assaulted this woman. Watch this shit. It's on.
Go ahead.
It's on video.
Yeah,
let's take a look. Watch this.
Get up, Callie!
Watch his left hand. Watch his left hand. Right there. Right there. There at that moment, he's got his fingers up inside of her. Look at her face.
You know, first of all, he should be wrestling a girl.
Look how big he is, man. They did not know he was a man before the wrestling match started. Let's finish this video.
He's wearing pink shoes?
Yeah. Look, watch his hand right here. Look at this. Right. Let's see. Let's see where you can see it, because you can see it. I saw his hand. Look at his hand right there. Look where it is, and look right there. You can see it. Watch.
Get to your base.
Look at his hand.
Right.
It's there the whole time.
Here's the thing, Jack. If he's wrestling another guy, I've seen that people. I've never wrestled, but I've seen that move. They put the hand like between there and try and flip or whatever they're doing. The move is. But when it's a guy doing it to a girl, yeah, no. But Jack, I see these things all the time. You ever scroll TikTok and you see guys wrestling like these kids, boys wrestling girls?
TikTok has banned us 2 different times. TikTok is dead to me. I don't use TikTok.
All right. Well, I'll tell you. Jack, we can tell that story. But I've seen this, and it's young men, young boys wrestling with young girls, but they're old enough, if you know what I mean. And it's kind of disturbing to watch where you have boys like grabbing girls in those areas to try to win the match, and girls doing the same. It's to me, it's almost like I'm watching like kiddie porn or something.
So Jay, it's sick. They need to do something about that. You can't have men wrestling women, especially when they can put their hands all over their parts.
Over. They're all over there. Jack, they're on top of them, like the girl's face down, and the guy is literally on top of them.
Oh, yeah.
And
just because they think they're women doesn't make them women.
They don't even need to think they're women, Jack. These are like they know it's a boy and a girl, and these matches happen all the time.
No, I'm talking about the men themselves think they're women. But see, the thing is, Jay, you know what you could do as a man now in high school and college athletics? Say that you're a woman. If let's say you're doing bad in basketball, right? Say you're a woman, go to women's basketball. You can dominate and make money and get scholarships.
Oh, I think Trump put a stop to that with an executive order.
Executive orders are not enforceable. They're just
it is being enforced by the NCAA. They stopped it.
If they want to, but I'm just saying it's not enforceable.
But
unless the NCAA decides to enforce it.
The NCAA is a joke too. Okay, the NCAA is this woke joke organization at this point. And listen, Leah Thomas with Riley Gaines. That's how Riley Gaines became famous.
Leah Thomas, oh my god!
Because she lost to this guy who couldn't cut it as a male swimmer, and then goes and dominates female swimming in college because, it's ridiculous.
He was ranked like 250th in men's swimming. He goes to women's, and he's in first place in every race.
The fact that we even have to have this discussion, 15 years ago, people would look at you like you were from Mars. Now we actually have to talk about something like, no, he shouldn't be in the pool with Riley Gaines in a college swim meet. I mean, what? And then in the locker room, getting changed.
Yeah.
Where are we?
There, I wouldn't mind being in the locker room and getting changed. That would be the one thing I would enjoy about being, pretending I'm a girl.
You might enjoy it. They won't.
No, they wouldn't. Who the hell? That would be weird. It'd be weird as hell.
They're not going to enjoy you being in there. That's the point. All these like feminists and all these women's rights and the vagina, pink hat wearing freaks.
Where are they?
Where are you? Right. You know where to be found when this happens. Another disingenuous grift. That's
why it's all manufactured outrage. Okay, Jay.
Exactly.
Remember what I said at the beginning of the show? Well, how I separated those two. Well, I want you to take a listen to this. This is a separation of both. I want you to hear this because this is interesting.
You niggas are some of the most vile. I'm not gonna lie to you. Being black right now is completely embarrassing. You niggas are some of the most vile, inhumane species that have ever graced the earth. For days, I've watched black people jump around like monkeys.
There's the video I showed yesterday.
Yeah.
Act a belligerent fool. Act a whole entire nut over a decision that somebody chose to do. And now, y'all are out here harming innocent white people in the name of Carmelo Anthony. No, I again, as I've said before, I am a Christian woman. And I know that the Lord don't make mistakes, but I just know that he has to look at the nigger population and know that he definitely made a big time mistake.
Oh my God. Wow. Whoa.
Well, it is what it is, man.
Felt the burn through the screen. I mean,
yeah.
But that's what we were talking about yesterday, I think. But people got to speak up. People on that black people have to speak up and say, no, you guys, we disavow you. Like when people tell us, do you disavow white supremacists? Yeah, I disavow white supremacists. Yes, all day, every day, I disavow white supremacists. Now, do you guys disavow this?
Mm-hmm. See, that's why I may not be able to say I disavow this because I'm not one of them, but I separate them. That's why I said I separate them. This is black people. This is not.
Right. No. What I'm saying is we have to disavow all the time, even if we have nothing to do with anything. What do you disavow white? Yeah, I disavow it. I think it's terrible. I don't associate myself with those people.
I don't think I've ever disavowed it though, because I don't want people to tell me that I have to do something. That's what I don't like.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
My point is, yeah, we do. It shouldn't have to be said. I don't want those people in my tent. Now, what about you guys? Now it's your turn. Once again, because it's happening in real time now. All right. There's no white supremacy problem. We have it's like we have a black out of control. That's racist. They're the racists. That
absolutely. I mean, Jay, they are the racists.
That's racist behavior. Do you disavow and condemn them? Do you want them associated with you? Do you want them in your tent? Answer the question. It's time to take a stand.
Hey, Jay. I want to show you something. I have not seen this video, so I want to see it. Now, this is funny. It's supposed to be a new Pixar movie coming out on June 30th, just in time for the end of Pride Month, okay? Yeah. I have not seen this, honestly, so I don't know what's going to happen, but it looks funny. So let's take a watch. You want to watch it with me?
Yeah, hold on. Before you do it, you're saying this is Disney, Pixar?
That's what they said. That's what it said. I can't guarantee it.
All right, so if
it looks like something they would make. How about that?
All right, go ahead. Let's see.
All right, here we go.
Finally, I made it. Where's the egg?
Hold up. What the fuck is that?
Bro, that's a sperm.
All right, buddy. Explain yourself.
I'm looking for the egg. The egg? Brother, this ain't the egg department. Wait, what? My map says go straight.
Yeah, and you went very straight.
Bro missed every exit. GPS failed this man. Oh, shit. So where exactly am I?
Welcome to Poop City.
Poop City? Poop City? Population, us.
Since you're here,
no.
You work for us now.
What the fuck?
Congratulations. You're in waste management.
Look at the corn.
I see it.
I trained my whole life for greatness.
And now you're taking inventory.
This cannot be real. Life comes at you fast. Or in your case, swims at you fast. I was supposed to create life.
And instead, you found us.
Damn.
See you tomorrow at 8.
That is the new Pixar movie coming out June 30th, just in time for the end of Pride Month.
I think that's the best Disney movie they've put out in a long time.
Yeah, it's truthful. It's the first truthful Disney movie I've seen in a long time, except for the fact there was only one sperm. Well, I mean, who the hell only has one sperm?
Well, he was the only one that made it. He was the last man standing.
The last man. There was a hell of a lot of poop in there. That guy needs to clean out his colon.
Well, I'll tell you. Yeah, but for real, like that might be a Disney Pixar movie that I would watch, Jack. It's very interesting.
I would watch it, and it was actually believable that this is something they would make. Believe it or not. Believable.
No. Like you said, it was too truthful for them to make that.
You got that right. Yeah. You got that right.
They would somehow their version of it would somehow have to include rainbows in the city and a bunch of other stuff. It wouldn't.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So Jay,
and the sperm might actually be a female, Jack.
It could be. It could be. Sounded like a guy though.
And instead of being white, the sperm would be black.
Yeah, that's true too. Let's take a look at this.
Go ahead.
I'm so proud of y'all for killing that white boy. See, they not used to this shit happening to them, y'all. My only problem is it should happen more.
Oh.
This is where I'm fucking up. This is where I got a problem with my people. It should happen more. We should make a day like every Thursday or every Wednesday where we just wake up and fuck up a white girl or a white boy. Just pick a little girl, smack the shit out of her. Little boy, smack the shit out of him.
So he wants to smack the shit out of little white girls and little white boys because they can't fight back.
Old lady, white, whatever.
Old ladies.
Yeah. We should set up a day once a week where we just fuck them up, y'all, until they go back to the mountains. Yeah, let's set a day where we just fuck them up. Oh, this cuz we wake up, we yawn, we brush our teeth, we wash our face, and we go outside and we just fuck them up. First, that's how we gotta start getting our day started. Can we please pick a day where we just fuck them white people up? Just beat their ass, especially the old ones. Just beat their ass, the kids. Just beat their ass.
That's what I'm talking about when I say a nigga, Jay. That is what I was talking about.
Yeah, well, that guy is a coward, and he's probably full of crap because he's probably too much of a coward to actually do anything. But he's looking for clicks. But
he wants to beat up old people,
old people, right.
and kids,
and kids. Yeah, because he's a pussy. Because that's why. But here's the other. Again, we'll say it again. Imagine if that was the other way around, and somebody saying that.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, doesn't that already happen? We see the videos all the time where somebody's walking, with an old person, usually an old person, is walking down the street and somebody comes and just punches them in the face. The person that does that to an old person, I don't care who the old person is. They could be black too. And if you do that to an old person, you should go to jail for the rest of your effing useless life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Watch this.
I've seen this. Why is the guy wearing an Islanders jersey? He's wearing a John Tavares jersey. It's a Knick game. Jack, stop it for a second.
Uh-huh. But why?
The reason why that guy's wearing an Islanders jersey to a basketball game is because that was the only thing he had where he had blue, orange, and white, the Knicks colors. That's why. Just so you know.
But look, they're all beating up a white guy.
Well, it's because he's wearing a Spurs jersey.
A gang. Well, it's a Spurs fan, yeah, but it's a white guy. It's a gang of black people beating up another white guy.
Gang assault. This is gang assault is what that is.
Yeah.
And that's a charge in New York. Gang assault carries a pretty heavy charge.
And they're all beating up the white guy. They're not beating up a black Spurs fan, Jay.
I did see some. Here's the videos from Game 3. By the way, Game 4 last night, Jack. I didn't watch it. I watched the highlights. It was absolutely ridiculous. If you know what happened.
Yeah, that was a good game. I thought they were done.
Everybody thought they were done. They were down by 27 points to half.
Yeah,
that's the largest comeback in NBA history in the playoffs or in the finals for sure. Jack, there were people going around just beating up everybody, even Knicks fans beating up Knicks. It's animal behavior. It's mob, animal, thug behavior, and it needs to be stopped. And everybody involved. By the way, in New York City, Jack, they could find every last one of those people with the amount of cameras that they have and the amount of footage that they have and arrest every last one of them. That's my point. They won't do it, but they should.
So, Jay, what do you think about these didn't do muffins? These are didn't do muffins by Little Debbie. They're chocolate muffins, and they're called didn't do nothings. They're the didn't do nothings muffins.
You know I love chocolate. I'm in.
Yeah, that is so cool. Look at that, individually wrapped. They are the didn't do nothing muffins.
I think they're great. I love
love
chocolate.
it.
Yep.
Absolutely love the didn't do nothing muffin.
I'm a fan.
Heck yeah, me too.
Who made those? Who?
Little Debbie. Little Debbie makes them.
Wow, good job, Little Debbie. Send me some.
Absolutely. Okay, let's see. There was one more thing I wanted to show you. Actually, there's just so much craziness going on in America today.
Wait a minute, you promised me something about robots.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. Okay, everybody. I found a job that robots have taken that nobody would expect to be taken. Jay, right now, real quick, guys, I want you to answer this question in the chat. I want Jay to answer it too. And Jay, in the chat that's on LFA TV, you give me some of the best answers, okay?
All right.
I want you to tell me, what job do you think I'm going to show you right now that a robot has taken that nobody would have ever thought a robot would take? Answer that in the chat. Jay, you think about it and answer it, and I want people in the live chat on LFA TV to answer it. What job do you think that I'm going to show you that that you would never have thought a robot would take? Never would thought a robot could take this particular job. Name the job that you think a robot could not take?
All right, I got a couple of answers already. Mine is airline pilot. Then
Okay.
somebody says a Machine X says shoe shiner.
Okay.
R Star 77 says blowjob, Jack.
Okay. Blowjob. Is that a job?
That's funny. And then Machine X says landscaper, valet parking. Nola says waiter. Machine X says valet parker. Sophie says hairdresser.
Okay, we got Cajun Lady says receptionist. Meg says waste sewage. Come on, guys, give me some more answers. Train engineer for Linda. Raina, let me see your answers. Where are you, Subway? Come on, everybody, show up. Let's hear some answers. What job do you think I'm going to show you that that you would never have thought a robot could take?
All right, so we have a couple more. Nola says interior decorated. Chicky Mama 69 says trash man. Bob Apac says racist.
Well, that's a. Can you get paid? Is that a job? I mean,
that's funny.
Gynecologist for Raina. You know what? Now, eventually, robots will take all the medical jobs. Sometime long into the future, they'll take all the medical.
Train
jobs.
engineer. Train engineer. I say.
Train engineer. Okay, Jay, and you want to stick with pilot?
Yeah, I'll stick with pilot. Why not?
All right.
I can't think of anything else right now.
All right, I am going to show everybody now the job that you never thought a robot would take, but it is here. Okay, so let me go ahead and take this off here. Take a look, everybody. I want you to take a look at this.
The stripper.
It is a stripper. It is a stripper, and nobody guessed stripper. That's a shock. But yeah, the robot is a stripper. Let's take a look one more time. Look at the robot's boobs. By the way, Jay, they can't hear us when the video's on. The mics are muted.
I just saw that. Where do I stick my dollar?
Yeah, well, check it out. Look at the camera. You know, the cameras, the surveillance cameras, that's the head. And then look at, you can see There you go. The job you never thought they would take, Jay. They are now taking all jobs from strippers.
I don't think that one's going to last. I don't think that one's going to gain too much traction.
I don't know, man. I saw the way you were looking at that stripper. You were thinking, oh, you know, I saw it. I saw it.
Yeah, well, here's the one thing. She'll never get tired, Jack. She'll never get tired.
There you go. There you go. She could work 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad idea. I think
Somebody
I'm going to
says it was a go-go dancer. Or isn't that, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, well, I can tell you one thing. This gave me I'm going to own a strip club full of robots because I can take all their tips. They're not going to, they're not going to complain, and they can work overtime.
That was awful looking. I just got to say.
Yeah, but the robot sure could dance. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Where was that? It said it was at a...
He's on a campus. I'm going to play it one last time for everybody to see. Look at the way that robot moves its hips.
Yeah. Tell you.
Did you hear Jay? He was like, yeah, I heard
that. Yeah. I like that. I like that. They should put some lingerie on it. Then it'll really take it to the next level.
Well, like Subway said, yeah, there's nothing to strip. The robot was already naked. Now, does it strip off its stuff and you can see the circuits? Is that what the turn on is?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You see,
God.
you take the a panel off, and that's
Yeah. You take off the panel and you see the circuits inside the robot.
yeah, the batteries.
Oh God.
Well,
That's
man,
that is funny stuff. Instead of dollar bills, what would you throw to a robot? What would a robot use instead of dollar bills?
nuts and bolts.
There you go. Throw it, some extra wires. Here's a wire, get you, take a wire on me. Yeah, you never know. But there you go. The job you never thought would be taken by a robot. So that tells you right there, robots can take any job there is.
Apparently so.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Was,
Jack, you need to throw some oil on it. Throw some oil.
There you go. Oil cans. Yeah. Just like old Tin Man. Oil can might work well. Yeah, I like that. Give it clothes. You know, I think Subway wants to see it take clothes off. He keeps mentioning how it didn't have any clothes on. I think Subway wants it to have it, take its clothes off. But see, it's not fun if you can already see the parts of the robot.
Yeah, you need to actually see it strip. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
They got to do
Well,
better.
I think it would be funny though to see it take off the stuff to show its circuits. I would think that would be hilarious. Honestly, I would go just to see that because that would be funny as shit. If it was like the circuits are my naked body parts and it takes it, I would go just to see that because that would be funny.
Yeah, but
could you imagine?
You'd probably here's the difference. You'd probably only go once.
Well, yeah, you definitely only go once.
You only go once.
There'd be no reason to go, but it'd be funny as hell, man.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, man.
I'd love to see a robot walk by and one of the guys smack it on the ass, and then the robot beat the shit out. That'd be funny.
I wouldn't touch that thing.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not playing with these robots. You know how I feel about them. I don't like them at all.
That's good stuff, though. You never thought a robot would take that job. I'll tell you that much.
No.
All right, guys. Make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You got Father's Day is right around the corner. The 250th anniversary of the United States. If you are not getting something for that, I mean, how can you not wear something patriotic on July 4th, the 250th anniversary of our country? Now is the time to order. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. If you buy anything patriotic anywhere else, you're not going to get that deal. 20% off, free shipping anywhere in the United States. You do not want to miss this deal. maxassociates.etsy.com. Make sure you check it out. Also, guys, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV is the same screen name for every single one of those. I'll say it again. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Please make sure you subscribe and follow us. It helps a lot on all of those social media sites. They are all Secret America TV. Remember, we are live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We are live every single weekday. So that means today's Thursday. That means we got one more show tomorrow. And Fridays are always our biggest shows because people have a chance to watch them over the weekends too. So they replay it. They watch it a couple times. So Friday, we try to have, even a bigger show, if that's even possible, Jay, because all of our shows are so awesome. I don't know if we can have bigger shows.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't know what more we could possibly do here.
I know, right? It's absolutely incredible. So thank you guys. And I want to thank everybody that really enjoyed the show today. Subway, Raina, everybody else. We really, really, really appreciate you guys watching. Everybody at LFA TV, thank you guys for watching too. It's been a pleasure. We love doing this show. And we appreciate the fact that people want to watch the show. That's huge for us because, we do it for you. We don't do it for ourselves. I mean, we already know the things that we're talking about. So we try to do it for everybody else so they can know, everything that we know. Jay, you got anything to say before we go?
No, man, another great show. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I put on the LFA TV chat. I like interacting in that chat with everybody in there, and I try to interact on X as well. And if you guys could follow us on all those platforms, it really helps us out. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Secret America TV is the same screen name on every single platform. All right, guys, we've solved all the problems we can for one day. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.